Rain is absolutely pouring down on this massive, opulent mansion, a place that just screams power and prestige. But inside, in a super fancy room, a tiny crib holds a newborn, bathed in the soft light from a huge window. An intense, stern-faced man stares down at the sleeping baby, and his look is anything but warm. And then he drops this bombshell: a disgusting thing has been born. But get this, in another part of the mansion, a woman is holding a different baby, totally consumed by the messed up fate that her misfortune was born on the exact same day, at the exact same time as a child blessed by the freaking sword god Kashak, born with a blessed body and talent. The woman just stares at the sleeping baby in her arms, and one name screams in her head: Kazan. Her face is just pure regret as she whispers. Born into the world, he was already marked, a glaring imperfection that screamed difference. His mother's desperate whispers haunted his infant mind, a chilling lullaby of despair. Clutching him tight, her voice cracked with a plea for his very end, quickly followed by a gut-wrenching apology. But he clung to life, even as his father's cruel words about his unborn self pierced the silence. Their other son, Kazan, was their shining beacon, their blessed future, their only hope. His mother crumpled, shattered by the truth that he lacked any divine blessing, as his father's face twisted into a mask of pure rage. He knew he had to surpass expectations, that his father had yearned for him to be Kazan, yet he arrived, armless and utterly unblessed. He was the ultimate disgrace, crushing his parents' dreams just by existing. As other kids were just living their best lives, soaking up the sun and making noise in the garden. His mother was all smiles, asking Kazan if he was happy, and he just beamed back, totally feeling like an angel. Her happy laughter just echoed, watching her golden child, a total opposite to the silent battle happening somewhere else. But then she'd just sigh, totally frustrated, like, why is this kid so slow? He's already walking, but it's still a mess. It was clearly getting to her. Meanwhile, Davin, with his missing arm, was barely able to stand up and take even one step, every move a massive struggle. And his father? He was all about Kazan too, totally proud of his natural blade skills and insane mana control, making Davin's struggles look even worse. Stuck in a dark, cramped space, Davin could only hear his mother's wish echoing, a brutal whisper wishing he was more like Kazan. Eventually, Kazan wasn't just his brother, he became this insane mix of adoration and pure envy, a constant, painful reminder of everything Davin wasn't. His whole world felt as cold and empty as a snow-covered mountain, with the freezing wind as his only friend. The heavy wagon clatters through the deep snow, its journey slow and arduous. Following behind it, a small, cloaked figure trudges through the desolate landscape, remembering the day he was sent to be Kazan's attendant at the age of 7. Now older, he reflects on how, externally, he was merely a helping hand or a cousin, but the reality was far more complex. In his memories, a younger version of himself is tied to a post in the biting cold, his back already raw with fresh whip marks, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Kazan, a cruel grin splitting his face, points and laughs, mocking the suffering boy. His laughter echoes as he turns and walks away, leaving the other child bound in the snow. The memory shifts to another instance, Kazan standing over him with a sword, demanding more tears from the cowering figure on the ground. For from the very beginning, Kazan had disliked him, making him the constant target of his anger, the sound of a harsh impact accompanying his cruel words. Even with his back scarred and aching, the younger boy had to hold back his tears, refusing to give his tormentor the satisfaction. He's bleeding, but it's not the pain that gets him, it's the rage. The sheer audacity of the adults who once pampered him, now just watching him suffer, fuels a fire inside him. And while he took the beating, two shadowy figures just stood there, chatting it up in the grand hall, completely oblivious to the horror unfolding. Outside, the whip cracked through the freezing air, as Kazan unleashed a brutal assault, while other adults just stood there, watching the whole thing go down. The harsh reality was, no one was there for him, just the brutal, unforgiving winter stretching out endlessly. The massive mansion, a symbol of their family's power, just sat there, cold and silent in the snow, a beautiful but utterly uncaring witness to his pain. With no one to stop him, Kazan's cruelty exploded. His eyes burned with a sinister red as he transformed into a full-blown monster. Another hit connected, sending a searing, brutal shockwave through his body. He was launched into the air, Kazan's voice dripping with pure contempt, screaming that he was just worthless trash. Finally, he crashed down, utterly defeated on the cold ground, the bitter taste of failure mixing with the blood in his mouth. Kazan, a wicked smirk twisting his face, sizes up his opponent, letting out a chilling, mocking laugh. Then, in a flash, he unleashes a brutal strike, his wooden stick smashing into Davin and sending blood flying. The blonde terror continues his relentless, lightning-fast assault, his stick a blur of motion. Davin, battered and bleeding, struggles to his knees, as Kazan looms over him, demanding he get back up and fight, all while two shadowy figures just watch. But even through the agony, Davin clutches his own staff, a burning jealousy fueling his resolve for Kazan's raw power and talent. He needs to be strong. The blonde boy's stick connects once more, a sickening thud echoing through the air. Yet, in a desperate move, Davin manages to parry the next blow, his own staff meeting Kaizen's with a thunderous crack. The reprieve is fleeting, though, as another devastating strike lands, sending a shockwave of pain through him. He absolutely hates this. Ultimately, with his arm rendered useless, Davin collapses, defeated and bleeding on the shattered ground, but even in ruin, his eyes blaze with an unyielding, defiant fury. The ground shakes with a thunderous impact, the sheer power of the strike still hanging heavy in the air. Kaizen, towering over his fallen opponent, sneers with utter contempt, questioning if he actually thinks he can win, then internally gloating about how someone who's lived their whole life still can't even touch him. But even battered and broken, Davin's gaze is pure, unadulterated defiance, his spirit roaring, I have to win. I absolutely have to win. A flash of memory, a younger him, a child, tearing through the forest, fueled by nothing but sheer grit and determination, because his dreams weren't about being a genius, they were about grinding harder than anyone else. But even back then, at the family table, watching his parents dote on a smug, smiling Kaizen, he just couldn't break through, couldn't ever quite measure up. He pushed himself to the absolute breaking point, day in and day out, but it was always the same story, he just couldn't beat Kaizen. The bitter truth of his past fuels his present fury, Kaizen was the effortlessly brilliant one, the lazy genius, while he was just the hard-working idiot. But then, a vision of Kaizen's future, bathed in the spotlight of a massive arena, the crowd absolutely losing their minds, only ignites a fiercer fire within him. Kaizen, a blur of motion, unleashes a devastating, glowing sword strike, pure power arcing through the air, a brutal reminder of the strength Davin must surpass. Kaizen explodes into action, a lightning-fast strike that connects with a brutal Kong. The hit sends Davin flying, a guttural "Kuk. Aak," tearing from his throat as raw purple power explodes around him. His face twists in agony, the sheer power of the strike threatening to shatter his resolve. But Davin refuses to fall, unleashing a devastating counterburst of purple energy that explodes with a kwang. Kaizen is sent flying, a furious "damn it," ripping from him as his vision goes dark from the sheer force of the counter. His eyes ignite with a terrifying glow, a silent scream of pure, unadulterated power erupting from his core. Davin stares up, his eyes locked on Kaizen, instantly recognizing the terrifying surge of power. Kaizen's face twists into a mask of raw power, a primal Kajin, tearing from his throat as the purple energy around him explodes. He clenches his fist, channeling the raw, destructive purple energy into a pulsating, glowing orb. A cataclysmic magical explosion detonates, unleashing an insane amount of raw power that absolutely rocks the entire arena. The crowd collectively loses its mind, their jaws dropping as the blast wave hits, and everyone starts buzzing about the one-armed Davin. And there, amidst the swirling chaos, Storm Sword Kaizen stands absolutely dominant on a floating platform, his power just off the charts. Meanwhile, Davin is down there, fighting for air, his chest heaving as he flashes back to his brutal record, 21 matches, 21 losses. But Kaizen? He's just chilling, his colossal blade looking effortless in his grip, radiating pure, unadulterated confidence. He just casually drops a line, shrugging off the idea that his rival's been fighting for 20 years, calling it a total waste of time. Staring down at the battlefield, he just flat out declares his win, experience be damned. The entire ground beneath them just screams, cracking and exploding from the sheer, lingering magical force. With one last, utterly arrogant look, Kaizen throws down the gauntlet, asking how much longer his rival thinks he can actually stay on top. Kaizen is still going off, absolutely roasting Davin. He's looking down, saying he'd rather die than have a son like him. He just turns his back and starts walking off, but Davin's eyes are practically burning green with pure rage. A raw, furious curse rips from Davin's throat. He's absolutely livid. Totally oblivious to the volcano about to erupt behind him, Kaizen keeps running his mouth, saying he'd actually live instead of just tripping through life. Then, he just stops dead, his eyes flashing a menacing red as he declares this whole thing is officially done. But before he can even pivot, a shadowy assassin strikes from behind, plunging a blade deep into his back, and blood just explodes everywhere. The entire crowd lets out a collective, horrified gasp, their faces frozen in pure disbelief at the insane ambush. Kaizen screams in agony, dropping like a stone as the shadowy attacker looms over him, and the crowd is going absolutely wild, yelling, Kaizen, and they stabbed him in the back. The attacker's face, half hidden in shadow, shows off sharp features and those terrifying glowing red eyes, a cold, deadly stare locked onto the now fallen champion. Even with the searing pain, Kaizen's bloodied face contorts into a defiant snarl. He's feeling the agony, but his rage is just burning hotter, with a voice echoing in his mind, screaming that if his target doesn't die, he can't live. With his eyes blazing a furious yellow, Kaizen makes a chilling vow, his attacker will forever be known as a loser. The name of the defiant warrior, Kaizen, echoes, even as the blade that struck him still looms. Time flies, and the scene cuts to a desolate, torchlit stone corridor, its arches disappearing into the shadows. Inside a stark chamber, the hooded figure of Kazan is now bound tightly to a wooden chair, his fate hanging in the balance. A voice from the shadows questions his situation, asking if this is really the end for him. Towering over him, a massive, horned figure, draped in heavy chains, drops a chilling question, asking if this place is hell. From beneath his hood, Kazan's voice, though muffled, carries a hint of dark amusement, remarking on his own luck and the totally unexpected presence of the one-armed Davin at that critical moment. Kazan, battered and scarred, stares up in disbelief, a fresh wound etched across his face as he grapples with the impossible truth of his own existence. He flashes back to a mind-bending vision, a saint-like entity radiating pure light, dropping a truth bomb that changed everything. But that revelation only twists the knife, leaving him to curse his shattered body, feeling utterly worthless even after cheating death. Suddenly, the menacing horned interrogator, cloaked in darkness and rattling his chains, looms closer, dropping a bombshell question: did Kazan make a deal with the devil? Kazan's eyes snap open, utterly bewildered by the wild accusation, demanding to know why his captor would even go there. No way, he never signed anything. But the interrogator just scoffs, shutting down his denial cold, declaring that his own parents, and Kazan himself, already knew the dark secret, so there's no point in lying. A terrifying flashback hits, showing a young Kazan caught between his parents, their gazes fixed on him with an unsettling intensity. The interrogator's eyes blaze with a sinister red glow as he drops the ultimate bomb: Kazan is a devil, banished from heaven for defying God. Then comes the gut-wrenching twist: Kazan's own mother, crying her eyes out, repeatedly stabbed him, the devil of the Adankaga family, killing her child and her best friend. The horned interrogator stares down at Kazan, who's tied up and on his knees, dropping a chilling observation. Kazan, still defiant despite being chained, shouts his name, but fiercely rejects the demon label, as the interrogator keeps dropping dark hints about his family's grim destiny. The interrogator's voice booms with a dark, chilling promise, sentencing him to an endless nightmare of pain and a lifetime rotting in a cell. His arms and legs were brutally cut, then he was thrown into a dark, desolate cell, trapped by an insane amount of heavy, crushing chains. And just like that, his fate was sealed, tossed into prison, left to rot. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, and Kazan's eyes burst open, blazing with an electrifying blue glow. The scene violently shifts to a past memory, showing a younger Davin towering over a helpless, bound Kazan, his face etched with grim determination. Davin confronts him head-on, convinced Kazan murdered his parents, and swears to get his ultimate revenge. Kazan, with those eerie blue eyes still burning, lets out a bone-chilling laugh, and then drops a bombshell: it's all thanks to you. After Kazan's brutal humiliation, the prisoner's food supply was slashed, leaving him to starve. Trapped on the freezing stone, he could barely croak, "I'm hungry." A terrifying thought clawed at his mind: if I die. He clung to survival, haunted by the missed chance to escape the arena, his emaciated form swaying precariously as he thought, I should have left the arena. His last reserves draining, he lay still, consumed by the brutal cold. With a jagged scar marring his face, he agonized: if I hadn't been one-armed, would my life have been different? His mind drifted to a faded memory of his parents and a younger version of himself, a haunting question echoing, I've been like this from that day. If I had the blessing of my parents, would my life have been different? But through the agony, a primal scream erupted from his soul: I don't want to die. His eyes snapped open, burning with fierce resolve, as he declared, I want to live. From the absolute abyss of despair, the crushing darkness starts to pull back. As strange ripples erupt across the void, shattering the suffocating silence. Then, a single, blinding point of light explodes into existence, ripping through the oppressive gloom. It flares, expanding with incredible intensity, a defiant beacon against the encroaching shadows. As the light finally recedes back into the deep dark, a fierce, unyielding resolve takes root. He knows it now, with absolute certainty: he won't just roll over and die after all. Suddenly, a holographic system screen blazes to life, screaming, Standard of Reincarnation, and another card, with names like UIPA, Paris, Kazan, and Davin flashing across it. But before you can process that, a furious voice rips through the silence, shouting, Are you even listening to me? An adult of the family is speaking to you. An eye, blazing with an intense, furious red, practically crackles with suppressed power. Then, a hand, dripping with gold-laced power, slams down on an arm, crushing it with bone-jarring force. The victim recoils, a jolt of pure agony making him gasp, wondering if his own right arm is even still attached. The red-robed aggressor effortlessly hoists him into the air by that single arm, mocking him, "Huh. You're just a child. How does it feel right now?" But then, a sudden, jarring realization hits the aggressor, as he mutters, This person. His mind races, a shocking truth dawning on him: this is an adult from a branch family, and he's desperately trying to remember how he knows him. Across the way, a blue-haired young man watches the entire bizarre spectacle unfold, uttering, "Apprentice's brother? What's with these people? He's still reeling from that weird feeling, wondering if he's seen this guy before, but no way, right? Meanwhile, the other guy just casually drops a line about having a right arm. Then, out of nowhere, he just grabs the guy's arm, straight up asking if this is some kind of divine gift before he dies, and the victim just lets out a pained gasp. His grip just gets tighter, and he's grilling the guy about how he plans to hack him, then decides, you know what? Let's just hit his mana directly. Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura explodes around his hand as he unleashes a magical assault, going straight for the victim's mana, trying to rip it apart. The glowing energy just amps up, making the victim gasp in total confusion as the aggressor lays out his brutal technique. Then, with a sudden, explosive surge of force, the victim is violently launched backward, smashing into a distant wall. He stares down at the guy, who's now just a crumpled mess on the floor, and he's totally baffled, like, why didn't that even work? He just shrugs off the whole thing, casually claiming his hand slipped like it was nothing. The victim, still trying to get up, tries to say something, but the aggressor just shuts him down with a cold, impudent. The red-robed aggressor unleashes another verbal assault, scoffing at his rival's origins. His eyes blazing with fury as he promises utter annihilation, declaring the Branch family's power will be his. He flexes his magical might, boasting his skill rivals even his father's legendary precision. But the young man, now fully aware of his own extraordinary nature, stands his ground, completely unshaken. With a dismissive turn, the red-robed figure sneers about arrogance and insolence. Striding away, adding a final jab that popularity isn't always the goal. A quiet, phew, escapes the young man. As he finds himself in a new, serene setting, holding a simple tray. He's still standing there, mind blown, thinking, is this even real? Why haven't I woken up from this nightmare? Then, a shocking jolt hits him, and weird, broken memories flood his mind, dropping a bombshell. His mother died right after he was born. He's just a baby, surrounded by servants, a tiny life left behind after his mom's death. Flashback to him as a kid, kneeling before his dad, who's just this massive, cold dude, and he's thinking, does my father even care about me? Everyone else, the servants, the other kids, they just treated him like a toy, a punching bag for their messed up fun. He was such a wimp back then, just hiding in his room, crying his eyes out after getting picked on by the other kids. Then, the servants just ditched him, left him to starve with the animals, a total loser, despised, like he deserved every bit of the suffering. He's looking back at all that, the cursed fate of the second son, the unwanted kid of the Adenka family, and then it hits him, he believes in reincarnation. Back in the present, he's totally lost, trying to figure out what the heck these crazy memories even mean. A hand reaches out, and bam! A diary is found. Reading through the pages, the man in the white shirt can't help but spiral, asking why he's such a failure compared to his siblings, feeling crushed by his family, ignored by everyone, and forced to fake a smile when he's absolutely not okay. And the diary? It's a horror show, packed with brutal accounts of his torment, the sheer hatred aimed at him so blatant, it's chilling. His eyes ignite with a furious red glow as he remembers a chilling voice proclaiming, looks like God has abandoned my prayers, kid. Later, lying in bed, he's deep in thought about his last moments, questioning if anyone actually wanted him gone, and if that's the twisted reason he, the one who craved death, was brought back. Back on his feet, he challenges the sheer absurdity of it all, wondering if he can actually buy into such a wild idea. Then, his eyes blaze crimson with pure rage, and he feels it, a presence. He snaps, someone's in this room. Who are you? His blazing red eyes pierce the air as he scoffs at being called naive or a fool, declaring that if some demon is playing games, then reincarnation was never his destiny. He was the original owner of that body. Surrounded by a cosmic aura and shimmering blue butterflies, the blonde young man boldly declares this a challenge, convinced that completing his callings will unlock his true body. He coolly acknowledges the dark-haired young man's frustration. Who fires back, demanding to know what's gained if life itself is an illusion, vowing to live his own life and ignore such trivial shortcomings. The blonde young man then casually reveals he abandoned his own life, and the dark-haired young man's arrival is what brought about this incredible turn of events. But there's a catch, his spiritual energy is critically low, and without its recovery, he warns he'll be powerless to help. The dark-haired young man's gaze sharpens, questioning if this is a veiled threat, and silently curses the weakness of this body, too fragile to face an early demise. Suddenly, his eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unbridled rage. In an instant, he lunges, grabbing the blonde young man by the collar and hoisting him into the air with a furious roar, "You, bastard." Yet, the blonde young man, dangling helplessly, merely offers a condescending smirk, "See? How naive." Trapped in a shimmering void, purple butterflies swirling, a chilling voice announces, "I'll be watching you from now on." He processes it all, these are his real memories. Then, a blinding quang. A devastating bolt of energy slams into him. His eyes blaze crimson as he recoils, what are these memories? A boot stomps down on him, and a mocking voice snarls, "Trash. Moron. Keep stepping on him." He just lies there, unmoving, his face a mask. His tormentor wonders, what's with his expression? But then, the voice gets it, he wasn't broken. Good, it thinks, all part of the plan. The spiritual body fades, but then, a sharp hiik. The tormentor feels a sudden, unexpected pain. A sinister kihik escapes the voice, asking, "How's that? My acting was pretty good, wasn't it?" He had to break free from his family's grip, driven by an insane hunger to master magic. But as the torment rages, he's forced to confront the question, does he even want to go back, despite how utterly screwed he'd be? A subtle nod, a quiet acceptance, and a defiant "all right then" echoes in his spirit. Then, his eye explodes with a searing, crimson light, a raw, untamed power igniting his very soul. While the blond man in red observes from afar, he springs to his feet, a guttural "what" tearing from his throat as he faces down the invisible threat. His face twists in pure agony or raw power, as he unleashes a guttural scream, the word archdemon burning in his thoughts. 500 years ago, a cataclysmic storm of lightning erupted, with a lone figure standing defiant before a crumbling fortress. This was Davin, the legendary one-armed demon, who had just broken free from Saemon's dreaded prison. Through a dark pact, he transcended mortality, becoming a minor god who lived for over 10 millennia. His legend was forged in the blood of countless enemies, earning him the terrifying title of Great Demon throughout history. But even the great demon Davin eventually fell, 500 years ago. Then, a young man jolts awake, his mind racing with a shocking realization, did I just jump 500 years into the future? This makes absolutely no sense. He's utterly bewildered by his predicament. But then, a chilling thought emerges, what are the odds of dying the same way, only to be reborn into a noble bloodline? His gaze sharpens, a burning certainty in his mind, he died 5 centuries ago, trapped in a prison. Flashback to the past. The arrogant Samayon family, seizing the one-armed warrior, chose their firstborn as the new heir. The legendary one-armed swordsman, Davin, was left to die alone. But Davin was no ordinary man. His sword danced with deadly grace, a true force on the battlefield. And while Davin fell, the storm sword, Kazan, rose to become the undisputed sword emperor. Back in the present, his eyes blaze with righteous indignation, a furious roar escaping him as he condemns the Samayon family for their betrayal of Davin's legacy. His fury absolutely explodes, the young man's fist slamming down with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, a childlike figure just floats there, glowing faintly, casually dropping a bombshell. The hero king, Kazan, was a friend who really loved. That's what the history books say, isn't that romantic? The young man leans heavily, head bowed, absolutely crushed by the weight of the past. He suddenly snaps upright, his voice raw with pure indignation, screaming for an end to this crazy bullshit. Kazan, still just chilling there, tilts his head, totally intrigued by the outburst, and asks, why are you angry? The childlike figure then drops another thought bomb, wondering if the anger is because history is fake, or if the young man was actually from that ancient era himself. The protagonist looks up, a wry smirk spreading across his face as he confirms his ancient connection, then playfully jabs, you must be really old, don't get angry, old man. A deep thought drops, history is just a convenient story written by the winners, as the two continue their intense conversation. Kazan is shocked that such a deep thought came from a child, but the protagonist fires back that he might be old, but he literally can't get older. While the pint-sized monarch spins his yarn, he just stands there, tray in hand, soaking it all in. The legend unfolds, the hero king, heartbroken but determined, teamed up with the legendary Sun Sword Emperor, his ultimate ally. Their mission, epic and deadly, was to take down the great demon. But Kazan, ever the skeptic, cuts in, demanding to know why this Sun Sword Emperor is a complete mystery to him. The time traveler, unfazed, clarifies that this was the guy who single-handedly won the war for the Imperial Army. A sly smirk plays on Kazan's lips as he finishes the thought, this brilliant emperor then founded the Sun Sword Empire. Suddenly, a flashback. A younger version of our hero, now revealing his name to a tiny baby, declares, hey there, Sir Davin, I'm Yulian. Little Davin, gazing up with pure adoration, exclaims, you're amazing. I want to be just like you when I'm big. The red-robed figure cradles baby Davin, a quiet observer to the child's heartfelt wish. Despite the fabricated history, he was family. Yulian, now a one-armed man, questions his own worth. Flashback to prison. Arslan, a loyal figure, visited him multiple times, showing unwavering support. Arslan's words echo, your loyalty will never be forgotten. He vowed to reward him, no matter what. A solemn oath, to be kept, no matter the cost or time. But then, after that promise, Arslan vanished, never to return. A new flashback. The Adenza family's first patriarch, entrusting them with their ultimate mission. Young Kazan reveals the mission is tied to Yulian's own triumphs, leaving him to demand, what is it? Kazan's chilling reply, to utterly dominate the Samayon family. Yulian's eyes blaze crimson, a powerful aura igniting within him, as he steels himself to confront the ultimate truth. He knows the truth is just a story, written by the winners, but deep down, he feels like the history he's been fed is a total lie. This isn't just some random chance, he thinks, and even if he doesn't have all the answers, he feels a deep link to the very beginning of this whole mess. He flashes back to Arslan, the legendary Sun Sword Emperor, getting totally ditched by the Samayon family, a move that directly led to the rise of the Adenza family. A mysterious figure with long white hair and a red robe once dropped this bombshell, revealing that the Adenza family was a brand new bloodline, created for a special mission. It was a fate, he realized, that this family was literally born into. The massive Adenza family mansion stands as proof of this legacy, and he can't shake the feeling that his own life is totally bound to their destiny. He recalls being told he'd unlock his real power, a hidden strength just waiting to burst out from deep inside him. A blonde kid in a vest once pitched him a deal, asking if a win-win situation sounded good to him. As the blonde guy just walks off, the memory vanishes, leaving him to stew over what all those old talks really meant. Clutching the dagger, Yulian's thoughts burn with a silent, powerful gratitude for Arslan's help. His body blazing with raw power, he makes a fierce vow, leave nothing behind, crush the Adenza family, and rise above it all. With an iron will, he's coming for the family that betrayed him, ready to climb over their legacy. But to do it, he knows he has to become one of them, truly part of the family he despises. Later, striding through an epic, ancient estate, Yulian and Arslan are on the move, no slowing down. Their steps hit hard, pushing forward on their mysterious path. Then, Yulian whips his head around, demanding, "Old man, where are you even going?" Arslan spins around, a vein throbbing, "Didn't I tell you to cut that out?" Arslan, with a sudden, agile leap, springs into the air, as Yulian fires back, "Dude, if you're from 800 years ago, you're definitely an old man." Yulian, still calling him old man, gets a playful jab back from Arslan, who's like, "Seriously, you still think I'm that old?" Yulian gives him a playful smack on the head, and Arslan's all like, "Hey, I'm not that old." "Alright, enough talk. It's time for the real deal, sparring, start." They both get into position, Arslan hyped for their martial arts showdown. Swords ignite and clash in a blinding flurry, glowing trails marking every lightning-fast move. Mid-spar, Arslan's mind is already racing, thinking about how much martial arts must have changed over hundreds of years. He keeps moving, fluid and precise, still wondering about the insane martial arts upgrades over the last 5 centuries. Yulian hears Arslan's thoughts, and it hits him, the Marin family's been around for 500 years. This is going to be wild. But then, out of nowhere, a crushing heaviness hits him. He's totally disoriented, wondering, why does my body feel so heavy? His body is giving out, an overwhelming pressure crushing him from within. A deep, ominous rumble echoes as he continues to fall, his form cracking under the strain. Vincent observes the collapsing form, scoffing at how utterly useless this kid's body is, too fragile to withstand anything. Yet, within the blue glow of his meditative state, a thought surfaces, would it be better to just live a normal life? Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a surge of surprise washing over him as he notices something new. This unique flow of mana, could it truly be what he suspects? Meanwhile, in a different space, Arslan frantically calls out, his voice filled with worry as he searches for Julian. A soft yawn escapes him as Julian's own consciousness stirs, wondering why he's suddenly being sought. Arslan watches, stunned, as Julian's body, still enveloped in a blue aura, appears to float away. Kazan hits Julian with the ultimate question, "Why didn't you learn swordsmanship?" Julian's answer. A cryptic, "My specialty won't let me." Kazan's mind is blown, the words echoing in his head. Demanding to know why, Kazan gets the bombshell, Julian was born a mage. But Julian's mind is racing, thinking, "You've got the heavenly incarnation. Why aren't you a swordsman?" The intensity on his face is undeniable, a silent testament to his conviction. Julian drops another bomb, revealing Kazan can store mana everywhere, bones, organs, the whole package. Kazan's mind is reeling, stuttering, "Store mana, in my bones." Julian throws his hands up in frustration, "Ugh, this is driving me nuts. How do I even explain this?" as Kazan floats in confusion. Listen up. A mage's power to use mana for strength is next level, way beyond normal humans, and that miracle-making mana usually chills in the heart. He keeps dropping knowledge bombs, explaining how mana isn't just in one spot, but can literally flood your entire body, even your bones and organs. This isn't just some parlor trick, it means you can store mana not just in your heart, but literally everywhere, unlocking an infinite mana pool. Meanwhile, some other listener is totally blown away, thinking, "Wait, I had something like that?" He just shakes his head, looking at the kid, like, "You seriously have no idea how big this is, do you?" Then, bam. He flashes an image of this epic warrior, a woman with a glowing sword, the one and only Kazan, the freaking hero king. His jaw drops, dropping another bombshell. The hero king also had the legendary heavenly exoskeleton. Something's off, way off. He's staring out at the world, 500 years later, and a chilling unease just washes over him. But, like this future. It's just a sad, empty shell of what he remembered, making him question if this is even a reincarnation or just a cruel trip back in time. Later, a super cheerful guy with pink hair hits him with a question, alright, so how do I stop linking imagery to the heart? The pink-haired guy just stares, totally baffled, asking Yulian, imagery? What even is that? Seriously, Yulian? Where do I even begin to explain this to you? He tries to break it down, imagery, it's like an imaginary stone you can. Yulian, totally shocked, clutches his chest, in the heart. And what about mana from nothing? The pink-haired guy just looks thoughtful, totally stumped by Yulian's question, exactly what kind of meditation method are you even talking about? He's dropping knowledge bombs, revealing the first step of a game-changing meditation method, storing mana directly in the heart. And the secret sauce. It's all about imagery. Sounds easy, but this is next-level stuff. Master this, and you're not just a mage, you're a mana from nothing user. That's the real deal. But hold up, this isn't some common trick. It's so rare, so unbelievable, even he can barely wrap his head around it. This isn't just mana, it's the legendary mana from nothing, a power so exclusive, only 1 in 1,000 even gets a shot at it. He's not just talking, he's showing, his hand now gripping a sword that's practically humming with power, emphasizing the sheer magnitude of storing mana in the heart. Back in the day, storing mana in your heart was a pipe dream for most, but now it's happening, and it's all thanks to him. His eyes ignite with electric blue, matching the sword's blinding aura, as he drops the mic on his epic revelation. The unnamed man's red aura exploded in protest, as he shouted for a stop, challenging the very idea of a mage collecting mana in their heart. But Yulian, his hand radiating a calm, powerful blue glow, simply brushed it off, declaring his heart was more than strong enough. He then laid down the law, to even begin to understand, they needed to grasp mana from nothing, then dropped a bombshell, the one-armed Davin mastered it, and it got him killed. The unnamed man was stunned, demanding to know why Davin was suddenly relevant, and Yulian coolly revealed that Davin was one of the few who couldn't efficiently wield mana. Yulian just rolled his eyes, muttering about how loud the guy was being. Then, with a dismissive wave, he challenged them, is there a formula for mana's flow, mocking anyone who just let their precious mana vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Arslan's eyes lit up, a yellow aura crackling around him, as he burst out, there has to be a formula for efficient mana use. Yulian, turning away, simply pondered, so many must have crashed and burned trying to figure that out. As both Yulian and Arslan delved deep into the implications of heart-concentrated magic, Yulian's mind conjured a terrifying, swirling vortex of dark energy. He drops another bombshell, revealing that in another world, mana from nothing was straight-up heresy. Arslan is totally floored, demanding to know why he'd even bring up something so wild, but Yulian just shrugs, saying it feels familiar. Yulian's mind races, trying to grasp why this concept resonates so deeply with him. Arslan's jaw practically hits the floor in shock. Then, he starts breaking it down, physiognomy isn't just about the body's structure, it's about having the mana to fill it. Arslan hypes it up, declaring that anyone who could master this would be hailed as a god in the Baron family. He warns that this unique physiognomy has been craving mana for the first time ever. And without it, Vincent Adinkaga's body is doomed to perish before even reaching adulthood. The massive mansion loomed, a silent sentinel over the unfolding drama within its walls. But inside, he was spiraling, drowning in a sea of forbidden knowledge. He knew he could stop the inevitable, but there was a hard limit to how long he could hold back the tide. Only 10 years, maybe even less, a ticking clock echoing in his mind as he meditated, surrounded by swirling magical energy. It was a brutal truth, not enough time. Not for sword mastery, not for magic, not even for a normal life. The horrifying truth hit him, Vincent Adinkaga's very essence was fading, his body crumbling even as his soul screamed for survival. Those 10 years, a relentless nightmare, had been absolutely terrifying. And now, facing another decade of this torment felt insanely long. His rage exploded, his fist shattering the wall with a thunderous impact, as a voice from beyond the door bellowed, "What in the world are you doing, young lord? Answer me." He snapped his head up, his mind racing with a single, urgent question, "Who's there?" Suddenly, the door bursts open, and a voice booms, declaring his arrival. He scans the chaotic room. Then demands to know why the room is such a mess. The young lord, however, just sits there, unresponsive. Still, he just stares at the ground, deep in thought. Until his eyes finally land on the baby in the crib, and he names himself, Yulian. He remembers the old human's promise, a new body in 3 years. But he shakes his head, cutting off the mental noise. It's time to focus. His attendant, already there with fresh clothes, offers them up, and he finally gets to his feet. But as he looks at the baby, the attendant can't help but wonder why it looks so much like Yulian, and if this is the unchained body they've been waiting for. Then, he turns to Yulian, demanding to know if he's been doing some weird experiment, his face etched with worry. He's locked in, absorbing every word, his face a mask as Arslan's relentless questioning pounds down. But Arslan isn't backing down, demanding to know if he's learned absolutely nothing, practically screaming at him to ditch this obsession and leave the baby alone. He can't believe Yulian is still this clueless, especially when the stakes are this high. Yulian snaps back, a shocked, what, tearing through the air, while Arslan just keeps going, practically laughing at the idea of Yulian even daring to question his master's grand plan, let alone actually doing something about it. Arslan's voice is ice cold, reminding Yulian he just followed orders, and it's Yulian who's completely losing it. Yulian's eyes ignite, blazing with a furious, blood-red glow, his rage threatening to erupt. Arslan keeps pushing, demanding if Yulian honestly thinks he never did anything he didn't want to, and if he ever considers the fallout. His eyes still blazing crimson, Yulian snaps back, a raw challenge in his voice, am I wrong? Arslan just shrugs, turns his back, and walks off, coolly telling Yulian, fine, don't do it then. He's not waiting around. He's going to get those items himself, but Arslan's like, whoa, where are you off to, boss? He's telling the Chamberlain, look, I'm doing this myself, because my maid's slacking off. He's standing there, shirtless and totally serious, his determination burning bright. He clenches his fist, practically shouting, I'm getting it. Who's gonna stop me? Dressed and ready, he's walking out on Arslan and some other guy, striding through this massive hall like he owns the place. He's thinking, yeah, people might call me a wimp or too emotional, but one thing I'm not is disrespectful or full of myself. He's piecing it together, realizing, they totally put me in this spot on purpose. And the attendant, who's still hanging around, totally chimes in, yeah. I think so too. His eyes are practically glowing with resolve, a faint blue energy sparking around him as he declares, I'm gonna show everyone what Adinkaga's seventh young master is really made of. He faces Arslan, who's dropping some serious truth bombs about power, claiming it's all about the energy you absorb from those you've taken down. Arslan doubles down, saying anyone who's racked up a body count carries a distinct energy, a vibe that just screams, I've seen things. But Yulian's not buying it, sensing zero of that killer energy from Arslan, just a barely there vibe. Arslan's jaw drops, then he fires back, demanding to know if Yulian's truly innocent or just clueless about the real cost of power. A dark shadow falls over Yulian's face as he stares into the void of his past, a silent admission of the brutal life he's led. Arslan, picking up on the sudden shift in Yulian's vibe, presses him, his eyes locked on the raw intensity radiating from the young master. Yulian isn't waiting around. With a decisive swoosh, he's already heading for the door, dropping a clear ultimatum, if you're not gonna do it, I'll just handle it myself. But Arslan? He's totally stuck, panicking internally, how am I supposed to explain this to the young master when he asks why I'm personally here? Arslan tries to play the sympathy card, whining, I'm already in a tough spot, don't make it worse. But Yulian's having none of it, cutting straight to the chase, so. Get up and come with me. Yulian lets out an exasperated sigh, pulling out a glowing orb with a solid thump, clearly annoyed, seriously, how am I supposed to be a second? Then, a blood-curdling scream. Yulian's eye flares with a terrifying purple glow, unleashing an explosive wave of energy. Arslan is absolutely decimated, sent flying to the floor, while Yulian stands triumphant, radiating pure purple power. And just to drive the point home, he casually steps on Arslan's hand. A smirk plays on his lips as he delivers a backhanded apology, oops, my bad. Just got some nasty memories of getting jumped from behind. Arslan, completely shell-shocked, can only sputter, I've never heard anything like that, as Yulian hauls him up by the collar. He's not messing around. Standing over his defeated opponent, he lays down the law, this is great then, be my servant from now on. The other guy can only manage a pained groan. Ouch. A searing pain shoots through him, making him flinch. But he's not out yet. Arslan pushes himself up, trying to figure out what just happened, as Yulian just stares him down. With eyes burning, he snaps, what, you've got something to say. His eyes practically burning with power, that intense stare is enough to shut anyone up. Arslan, completely spooked, stammers, no. What did you say? He's trying to play it cool, but he's clearly shaken. A smirk plays on Yulian's lips as he taunts, didn't you say you didn't want to do it? Arslan, realizing he's cornered, quickly backpedals, I didn't say I didn't want to do it. He's trying to save face, but it's too late. The grand ceiling of the room watches over them, as this unexpected alliance is forged. Stepping out, the door slams shut with a loud creak, but he's quick to deny any involvement. A smirk plays on his lips, a silent jab at the little rascal who hadn't even uttered a sound. With a confident stride, he moves down the opulent hallway. Elsewhere, a determined figure, sword in hand, moves with a clear objective. His eyes blaze crimson, a furious snarl on his face as he vows vengeance against Yulian, revealing his true name, Wilson. Wilson stands defiant, staff in hand, a taunting grin spreading across his face as he challenges Yulian, promising no easy path to servitude. Yulian, book in hand, coolly confronts Wilson, dropping bombshells about his past betrayals and the true meaning of freedom. He presses on, exposing a painful truth about Wilson's past, the missing right arm a testament to his struggles. Yulian delivers the final blow, hinting at Wilson's tragic fate and a terrible ending to his life. He drops a quick thanks to the dude in front of him. A confident grin spreading across his face as he states, seriously, this never ends, right? Alright, my business here is done, so I'm out. And just like that, the fancy doors swing shut behind him, leaving him to figure out what's next. He's gotta get some serious training in. Gripping his staff tight, he gets ready to make his move. His steps hit the ground with a solid tack as he starts moving, gaining momentum down the long, fancy hallway. He's back at it, grinding hard with his staff, that intense look on his face. He feels the power, the heavenly sensation, but he knows this is just the beginning, the grind never stops. A quick huff escapes him, every move packed with raw effort. That power rush? It's pure adrenaline. He's moving like a seasoned martial artist, and it feels incredible. Then, bam. His staff smashes into something unexpected, and he's instantly apologetic, caught off guard. The hit sends a figure flying back, their shield taking the full force with a loud crack. The armored figure, rocking red and gold, quickly recovers, locking eyes with Yulian and demanding to know who he is. Standing tall and proud, the new guy declares, I'm Reincarnated. Revan starts to walk away, but not before dropping a bombshell, asking if Yulian is that useless Vincent. Alone again in the massive hall, Yulian stares at the ground, reeling from the surprise encounter and the blast from his past. He stands, a faint blue aura crackling around him, as the realization hits, Yulian is a huge deal, a critical figure in this whole saga. Revan drops another bombshell, revealing Yulian's also a top contender, expected to dominate the assembly of true swords. Then, a curveball, did you meet his father before? Yulian takes a beat, letting the info sink in, then a wry grin, so that's his kid, huh? A quick, impactful flashback, a foot slamming down. The voiceover reveals the past, I thought he was a minor god, the only one who could wield the awakened one's power and fight with me, so I figured he was a friend. The epic assembly of true swords is unveiled. Yulian's eyes narrow, absorbing the details, it's a brutal competition, bringing together every Adenka bloodline child to fight with actual swords. No official age limit, but here's the kicker, most contenders are just 15 when they step into the assembly of true swords. He's in a massive, opulent hall, the full weight of this revelation crashing down, and the crushing thought remains, Vincent is the weakest of them all. He's still reeling as Reincarnated keeps twisting the knife, taunting him about his weak body and how he was just a Buddha bridge in the assembly of true swords. Revan just cackles, then brags about his insane training, declaring himself the absolute strongest Adenka. But the protagonist, cool as ice, just tells Revan to watch his mouth. Revan just shrugs it off, sneering that even insults need some power behind them, and the protagonist has none, a jab that sends the protagonist's blood boiling, internally vowing to absolutely shred him for the disrespect. The brutal truth hits him, one-armed Davin was a joke, despised and disrespected on every training ground and sparring stage, and the memory just ignites a firestorm of fury inside him. Revan, completely missing the protagonist's boiling anger, just doubles down, saying he's not mocking him, just stating facts, he's too weak to be a swordsman, then drops a chilling final warning, back off, or face the consequences. That's it, the protagonist snaps, exploding in a furious roar at Revan for insulting his father. Revan doesn't even flinch, he just launches himself, unleashing a devastating flying kick straight at the protagonist. As the kick rockets towards him, the protagonist's eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, while a chilling voice reveals Revan is a level 7 star, wielding awakened steel mana, a terrifying power that makes him far, far stronger. He clenches the sword, purple power crackling, fully aware that a head-on clash right now spells disaster. But Reincarnated, sneering down, just keeps pushing his buttons. You're clearly the Adenkaga descendant he mentioned, Revan taunts, but you're still pathetic. Revan just keeps going, his voice dripping with venom, pointing out the wild mana and spilling secrets about the Adenkaga lineage. He's bleeding mana like crazy. A total madman. His own father disowned him, he doesn't even know the real Adenkaga truth. I even heard about some martial artist from their family who vanished a decade ago. The protagonist's hand clenches, purple power flaring, a silent promise burning in his eyes. Revan is about to get a harsh reality check. Then, a blinding flash. His eyes blaze electric blue, and a raw, purple power explodes from him, blasting Revan with pure shock. But Revan, quickly recovering, clutches a scroll and doubles down on his determination. I've still got a reason to fight. How dare you even touch the Adenkaga family's legacy? But before Revan can even blink, the protagonist is a blur, unleashing a devastating counter that sends Revan stumbling back. What? He reversed his own sword on me. Revan hits the dirt, utterly floored, staring up at the victor in pure shock. He has no mana, can't even use a sword, but he's this confident. The protagonist's eyes blaze with absolute certainty, purple power swirling as he declares his undeniable victory. Revan never stood a chance, but this fight isn't over yet. His eyes blaze crimson, scoffing at the idea that his power is just enough. Revan, stunned by the beatdown, tries to call a timeout, demanding they stop right here. Whoa, wait, a flashback. The protagonist, looking sharp in a suit, casually drops a line about hitting up the auction house if they've got the cash. Back to the present, his red eyes practically ignite as he lays down the ultimate challenge, asking Revan how he could ever betray the true sword's name. Revan's face twists into a mask of pure fury. Absolutely consumed by rage, he screams a death threat, charging forward with his sword glowing crimson. But before that blade can even touch him, the protagonist's hand shoots out, intercepting the attack with blinding speed. A devastating counterblow sends Revan flying backward, the sheer force exploding around him. Davin unleashes a devastating, red-hot thrust, screaming that he's going to finish this fight right here, right now. The blow lands with a massive crash, sending Arslan reeling back. He lets out a pained cry, his head whipping back from the sheer power. Davin's eyes blaze with an electric blue glow, his face locked in a terrifying snarl of pure rage. But just as he's about to go for the kill, Arslan grabs him, telling Julian there's no way he can actually hurt him. His voice cuts through the tension, demanding the young lord halt his attack right now. Then, out of nowhere, Revan Adenka's voice booms, warning them they absolutely cannot fight the young lord, Vinchin, here. His attack completely shut down, Davin looks up, utterly shocked by the sudden interruption. Arslan lets out a massive sigh of relief as Revan Adenka steps in, shutting down Davin's explosive rage before it could go any further. Revan Adenka clamps down on Davin's arm, laying down the law that this is not the place for a brawl, his voice cutting through the tension with an undeniable command. Davin's eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, his fury erupting as he spits out a taunt, calling Arslan a total scaredy cat. Later, in a completely different vibe, Arslan stares down at Davin, throwing shade about how fragile he seems. He's still thinking about that whole mess, realizing Davin would have been totally screwed if Revan Adenka hadn't stepped in. Arslan, chilling with a book, brushes off his earlier actions as just teaching a lesson to some disrespectful kid, but Davin, right there, vows to totally outdo him. He's like, yeah, I'm learning this stuff myself to crush you, and Arslan just gives a curious HM. The book Arslan's holding flips open to reveal a super detailed portrait, making you wonder, who is that? Arslan, chilling with his book, drops a knowledge bomb on Davin, finish your image theory, kid. No slacking. But then, he pivots, dropping the bombshell, blessings and traits. Davin's like, wait, what? Davin's mind is blown as Arslan casually drops the term, a man-made blessing. What even is that? Davin's jaw drops, eyes glowing with disbelief, screaming, you can make a blessing? That's totally messed up. Blessings are supposed to be natural. But Arslan shuts him down, saying, hold up, too much info for now. You'll get it when you get it. Davin, still buzzing, switches gears, asking, what about Revan's steel body trait? Arslan just gives him the silent treatment. Arslan finally spills some tea, revealing that the Dwarf King's blessings are all about boosting your body's power. A sick blue aura flares around Arslan as he drops another bombshell, the more traits you stack, the stronger you get. It's called the trait tree. Davin's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, a full-blown skill tree manifesting before him, as he silently absorbs this game-changing info, already plotting his path to ultimate power. Check out this Steel Man trait. It's a mid-tier powerhouse, packing both insane defense and destructive force. Flashback or future vision, Revan's dropping some serious wisdom. He's laying down the law, focus your martial arts, and you'll power up super fast. A dummy, sliced clean at the neck. He's seeing Julian's words come to life. Fast forward. Davin, now rocking blue hair and glowing eyes, is blown away by Revan's insane achievements, and he's asking the big question, is this the real deal with traits? Eyes blazing with electric blue energy, he's locked in. He knows he's got to get a handle on these insane new skills. The academy looms large, a monument to all the power within. Inside, Davin's moving like a boss, a sick blue aura exploding around him as he grinds under the stars. Someone's watching, and they're like, yo, he's back. Still swinging left-handed, can't use imagery with that hand, I know that trick. Davin's getting into his rhythm, and the observer's still glued to his every move. A powerful figure with dark blue hair dominates the scene, staring down at a kneeling man as a sharp warning cuts through the air. That kneeling man? That's Revan, the vice leader of the Adenka Guild. He's the only one who knows the Adenka family's deepest secrets, and he's living that legacy. His face twists in pure rage, demanding an apology right now. But the blue-haired powerhouse doesn't budge, his presence a rock-solid challenge. Revan's face hardens with a mix of frustration and resolve, a defiant thought brewing. This guy's arrogance is legendary, he'd stomp on anyone weaker and look down on everyone else, a total opposite to the blue-haired youth now holding a staff. Revan throws his hands up, yelling that they're aristocrats, totally different from everyone else, but the blue-haired youth just calmly points out his insane talent. Engulfed in glowing purple energy and ghostly visions, the blue-haired youth is deep in thought, he's used to being underestimated. He rises, consumed by the intense purple light, because absolutely no one expected the one-armed Davin to unleash the storm blade. Arslan's mind is racing. He's done it once, and he knows he can do it again, no matter what. Then, he pulls out an advanced recovery potion and chugs it down. But just as he's recovering, a new challenger steps up, and Arslan can only wonder, who is this guy? The new guy wastes no time, declaring himself Merlin, the vice commander of the Wyvern Knight unit. Merlin, clearly on edge, demands to know if Arslan is laughing at him. Arslan, ever the blunt one, just shrugs and says he's honestly shocked Merlin can even talk. But Arslan sees past the bravado, noticing the raw emotions in Merlin's gaze, and remembers the legend of a martial artist who dared to laugh at him. Merlin, now serious, looks back at Arslan and declares, he'll remember his name. And with a thoughtful look, Merlin is ready for whatever comes next. Merlin just dropped his name, and Arslan can already tell, something's different with this young lord. Then, with a look that says it all, Merlin just wishes him good luck and leaves him to it. Fast forward, Arslan is absolutely grinding, his sword a total whirlwind, smashing that dummy with insane power. He nails a flawless lunge, his blade slicing through the air like butter. Totally wiped from the insane workout, he just crashes, chugging water like there's no tomorrow. Later, he's chilling, totally absorbed in a book, with a little kid right next to him, also deep in their own reading. But his mind is elsewhere, deep in his own body, zeroing in on the perfect balance needed for his right leg. And as his senses go next level, he starts seeing the mana itself, a game-changer for the Hoff sword. His eyes blaze with this new power, it's undeniable, he's finally seeing it. Behold the legend. The one-armed Davin, a warrior of immense power, whose very name strikes awe and fear. But back in the present, Arslan is grinding. Cloaked in mystery, he's pushing his limits, the very air crackling with the mana he's mastering. His ultimate goal? To forge a sword path that lets him attack with everything, body and soul, unleashing his true power through pure, focused energy. Staff in hand, he's ready to unleash on the training dummy, a faint blue glow already hinting at the mana surging within him. This is it. The moment of truth. One word, pure focus. And then, bam. A lightning-fast sword strike explodes, a blinding blue aura erupting as the attack lands. The dummy? Absolutely obliterated. Cleanly split, still glowing with the raw power of the strike. Pure triumph washes over him, the absolute confirmation of his hard-earned victory. That's a winner's smile right there. Mana particles still swirling, celebrating his epic breakthrough. Arslan's sword ignites with a blinding blue energy, a declaration of absolute mastery as he proclaims his swordsmanship complete. The blade vibrates with raw, untamed power, ready to unleash its devastating force. He walks away from the perfectly split dummy, humbly admitting this incredible feat was all thanks to the Seventh Prince's insane teachings. Elsewhere, Merlin flashes a wild grin, hyping up a confrontation. Young Lord Davin is just trying to eat his breakfast, served by a diligent maid. But then, a sudden realization hits him, his eyes widening in disbelief. A dish clatters, food scattering as the tension rises. Davin confronts Merlin, demanding an explanation for his cryptic words. Merlin, caught off guard, clamps a hand over his mouth, realizing he's said too much and should probably just shut up. Merlin, ever the provocateur, leans in close, a smirk playing on his lips, dropping a loaded comment about the young lord's cuteness. Before delivering a chilling warning, just don't cross the line, got it? He presses on, a dangerous glint in his eye, reminding Davin, remember, I used to run the streets. A gangster, through and through. Davin, completely unfazed by the intimidation, retorts with biting sarcasm, oh, I'm absolutely terrified. Merlin holds his ground, but Davin just shrugs him off, yeah, and... Merlin, baffled, wonders how a village bumpkin could read his thoughts, then a shocking realization hits him, telepathy. A lord with mana. When did this happen? Davin's eyes darken as he coldly reminds Merlin that his innocent facade hides a bloody past, emphasizing his true power as a Grand Master. Merlin, momentarily stunned, can only manage a quiet, yes, before snapping back to his usual demeanor, sharply ordering Davin to cut the nonsense and acknowledge his own knightly standing. He then makes a bold promise: soon, Davin will proudly bear the Adenka name, ending with a cryptic, ominous declaration about fear. Amidst a cosmic backdrop, a mysterious blue-haired figure with intense red eyes is just chilling, casually eating, completely unfazed. Then, in a massive, sun-drenched hall, he's just staring out a huge window, and you can almost hear the whispers of a broken promise: there's no way loyalty can. A quiet thud, and he just turns, a slight smirk hinting at something big. His heart pounds, a frantic rhythm. And then it hits him, a thought exploding in his head: whoa. His coolness just blew up. Back in the present, the massive hall is just empty, waiting. Until Merlin, draped in his dark cloak, just powers through the huge space, eyes locked on his destination. His hand is already on his sword's hilt, ready for anything. Merlin's eyes are locked on a rolled-up practice mat, a single, stunned word escaping him as he tries to comprehend what he's seeing. The mat itself is absolutely shredded with countless, impossibly precise cuts, making him question if they were even made with a real blade. But then, he shakes his head, correcting himself, because he knows for a fact only tiny kitchen knives were used. He clutches the mat, a profound, unsettling thought hitting him: this level of precision, this explosive growth, is it even possible in just a few days? His concern deepens, a chilling realization dawning as he whispers the name of the one capable of such an impossible feat: the young lord. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched dining room, a young boy with dark blue hair is casually chowing down, completely unfazed, as a blonde-haired man watches him, utterly bewildered, asking what kind of crazy martial art he's even learning. A piercing screech rips through the silence as Arslan, trapped behind bars, stares out from his cell. But then, a sudden shift. He's now in a luxurious chamber, served by maids, a contemplative look on his face. He turns to a blonde woman, glasses perched on her nose, and drops a truth bomb: they know how to make this food, but they don't know how to make it well. Suddenly, a mysterious blue glow pulses from his hand, and the woman can only ask, "What is that?" Then he pivots to his threads, casually mentioning his clothes are woven from divine cotton, leaving her utterly confused and asking, "What even is that?" With a servant nearby, Arslan doubles down, declaring the clothes, despite being cost-effective, are totally beneath a noble's standards. His eyes then land on a blood-stained plate of food, and he slams the point home: the food's quality is a joke compared to their budget. The blonde woman, now completely fed up, snaps back: "What does that even mean? Someone's clearly stealing, or you're embezzling." After the bombshell accusation, Arslan's brain is on overdrive, the name Wilson hitting him like a truck. He shoots a quick look at Levine, the blonde woman nearby, then brushes it off with a dismissive, "Never mind." His face contorts in intense thought, declaring internally, "I'm not Wilson. No way." Then, a shocking realization hits him: I had to be someone power-up. Elsewhere, a shadowy blade plummets, vanishing into the void. Across dimensions, the ripped blonde warrior, Fen, is hyped and ready, clutching his giant club, totally geared for a fight. Suddenly, a shadowy, blue-haired entity with glowing eyes appears behind him, and a voice booms: "He's a reincarnated person." Fen's face twists into a savage snarl, his eyes blazing with furious red power as he roars. Arslan just explodes with crimson energy, a total power flex as he screams: "Who's scared?" He lets out a primal roar, the raw power just ripping through the air. But elsewhere, in some fancy, empty room, someone's calling out, "Revan, are you there?" Back with Fen, he's absolutely grinding through his training, huffing and puffing, swinging that massive club like his life depends on it. And check it out, that shadowy Arslan-like figure is still lurking, watching his every move, while someone confirms, "Yes, it seems your training is going well." Merlin, looking super intense, drops some wisdom about how rare real heroes are, his voice just dripping with gravitas. Then he lays it all out for Fen, telling him straight up, "You must defeat Vinchin, if they ever want to break free from the Branch family's grip." Fen, totally getting it, says, "I know, father," as Merlin squeezes his hand, driving home the point: "You must." And Fen's eyes just blaze with determination, knowing exactly what he has to do: become a main Branch family member to absolutely crush the main family. His back, a canvas of battle scars, is drenched in sweat as his mentor's voice pushes him to the absolute edge. Fen, with an unshakable resolve, declares, he's gotta get stronger to protect his dad and shatter the Branch family chains. Merlin, seeing that burning fire in his son's eyes, drops the truth bomb: real power means crushing the main family's tyranny. Then, with a burst of raw power, he shouts his training is done, a blazing red aura exploding around him. Later, looking sharp, he's buried in ancient books, devouring secrets about the assembly of true words. Merlin observes as Fen is blown away by the insane techniques in those old records, asking how the heck this power just vanished. Levine walks up, calling his dedication terrifying, and he just takes it as a compliment. As they keep talking, Levine drops a bombshell: there's a hero stone, a legendary artifact. Their talk leads them straight to a dazzling, multicolored mana crystal, the legendary mana crystal of the champion. A mysterious voice reveals the ultimate power-up. Ingest this, and your body and mana will explode with strength, instantly transforming you. Staring down with an intense gaze, Julian confesses he's been watching him, intrigued from the very first moment they met. He presses on, reminding him that even with all his martial arts prowess, he couldn't handle what Julian threw at him. Then, with a piercing stare, Julian lays down the gauntlet. Don't you dare stay the same weakling you were before I found you. His eyes blaze crimson, as he makes an irresistible offer. I'm giving you a life beyond your wildest dreams. He muses on the man's old life, then, with a sharp ring of a bell, he summons Wilson. Just moments later, a tired Wilson appears, asking his young master what's up. Julian, with a dead serious look, tells Wilson he's got a job for him. Clutching the bell, his eyes bore into Wilson. The quill flies across the page, a flurry of urgent script filling the silence. But the silence is shattered by a sharp knock at the door, as a voice cuts through. It's Wilson. May I enter? The silver-haired man, monocle glinting, freezes mid-stroke, his hand still clutching the quill. Wilson stands ready, and with a soft creak, the door begins to open. The door glides open, revealing the imposing figure of Grand Chamberlain Railgat, a silent sentinel of power. He glides back to his imposing desk, his gaze like a laser on Wilson. His purple eye, sharp behind the monocle, drills into Wilson as he commands, state your business. Wilson, clearly on edge, can't help but think, she's scary, as he faces the Grand Chamberlain. He finally manages, Young Master Vincent and some unknown person are in the public area, but Railgat fires back. Is that not reason enough for you to go see him yourself? With a quill scratching across parchment, the Grand Chamberlain received a critical update. The young master demanded the family head's direct presence at the Lord's Assembly. A purple-haired aide reported, the family head was a no-show, claiming the young master was too busy, but the higher-ups were already asking questions. With a sharp glare, she laid down the law. This was the price for messing with the budget. Railgat, with an icy stare, cut her off, demanding she make the impossible happen. Elsewhere, amidst the crowds, a green-haired man flashed a chillingly wide grin. Back in the office, the purple-haired woman frantically protested, swearing she was just doing what the young master told her to. Railgat cut her off, telling her to leave, and she scrambled out. Left alone, Railgat pondered, the young master could have just shown up himself to flex his power, it would have been way more impactful. But no, he sent Wilson, a calculated power play. Railgat wondered if Vincent was finally on his wavelength. Meanwhile, the young master, now a total powerhouse, is absolutely cranking it in a chamber, bare-chested and surrounded by insane blue energy rings, his body practically screaming with raw power. Every muscle is absolutely shredded, pulsing with insane power, the blue energy just exploding around him. He calls out, Railsa. He continues, yo, family head, young Master Vincent just invited you to the Assembly of True Swords. A super formal attendant, Railsa, stands perfectly poised before him, looking totally calm and collected. She delivers his message. He said he's gonna prove his worth as a main family member again. Vincent's eyes absolutely blaze with intense blue light as he questions, prove his worth. His gaze just absolutely cuts through the air. Seriously, do you even think you're good enough to question the worth of his lineage? Railsa kneels, absorbing the heavy words. That woman has promised to show his worth this time. Railgat, now visible, commands her, you will be the notary public. Railsa, stunned, can only ask what that even means. With a grave nod, she acknowledges the weight of the task, yes. If young Master Vincent fails to prove himself. She vows to give her head, but Railgat scoffs, telling her she doesn't grasp the true meaning of will. His eyes narrow, a cutting question on his lips, is this about your embezzlement of the budget? He cuts her off, revealing the shocking truth, Adenka has no intention of joining the Assembly of True Swords. Railsa can only stammer an apology. His formal attire gone, revealing a chiseled physique, Railgat declares, I have no reason to interfere. His voice drops, a chilling revelation, strictly speaking, you are that woman's. He finishes, a smirk playing on his lips, exactly. But this kind of method won't work. Adenka, he repeats, wants no part of the Assembly of True Swords. A new challenger appears. Bathed in a radiant purple glow, a mysterious sword wielder poses a chilling question, truly. Sarvana's child. Who is this? Back in the opulent chambers, Railgat, with a powerful, almost casual grace, pulls up his pants. His incredible, chiseled physique now on full display, he coolly finishes his thought, declaring, all participants in the Assembly of True Swords. It's the day of Revan's epic test of true swords, and the crowd is absolutely losing it. As two figures stride across the massive, gridded arena floor. Their steps hit hard, and one of them, a young warrior in red, is absolutely radiating pure hype. He hypes up the crowd, telling them to brace themselves, and declares he's gonna crush everyone today. Up in the VIP section, a cloaked figure is totally taken aback, muttering, "Who is that guy making all that noise?" Next to him, the legendary Patriarch Khan is like, "No way," while Merlin, with his fiery red hair, just watches the show. And someone else is just chilling on a throne, watching the whole thing unfold. Revan is totally feeling himself, knowing he's the one who can pull this off, and this test is his shot to become the absolute legend of the Adenka household. The Adenka banner snaps in the wind, declaring the epic test of true swords is about to begin. Revan Adenka explodes into action, his sword blazing with power, yelling for his foe to just drop dead already. But his challenger isn't backing down, meeting Revan's attack with a brutal counterstrike that sends sparks flying. The challenger pushes back hard, shouting a fierce warning to Revan, telling him not to get cocky. Steel screams against steel again, a massive impact shaking the very air. But Revan just grins, completely unfazed, practically mocking his opponent, asking if that was even an attack. His opponent fires back, a confident taunt, asking if Revan seriously thought that weak move would work. The challenger stands firm, blade still crackling with energy, ready for the next round. He launches himself into the air, his blade absolutely glowing with a fierce blue light as he executes a powerful, sweeping strike. Kahaha. Revan. That's how you do it, Revan, a voice booms, absolutely hyping up his technique. Merlin, observing the display alongside Arslan and Fen, nods approvingly, declaring the performance absolutely brilliant. Standing in the grand hall, Revan reflects that no matter the name given to a sword technique, the outcome remains the same. He's blown away by the profound insight of someone so young and inexperienced. Based on 200 years of experience, he knows that all martial arts are fundamentally the same, yet he finds a critical, glaring flaw in their execution. They lack true depth in their martial arts. Their strength, he concludes, stems mainly from their experience, but their movements betray a total lack of genuine fighting experience. It's as if they're just puppets dancing on top of an answer sheet, following predetermined motions. He wonders why someone could wield a sword so skillfully, yet remain so brittle in their understanding. He's back in the arena, and the energy around him is absolutely electric. While his dark-haired opponent tries to get under his skin, throwing shade about him not fighting. But the challenger, with that cocky smirk, just tells him to hurry up, promising he's not going anywhere. Meanwhile, from his VIP seat, Khan is just soaking it all in, his face giving absolutely nothing away. Then, with a sudden clang, a sword hits the floor, signaling the end of the fight. The entire crowd lets out a massive "oh-hitch," totally stunned by the sudden finish. The challenger gets absolutely rocked by an invisible hit, his body twisting from the sheer force. Then, Merlin's voice booms out, shutting down the match, and crowning Revan Adenka the undisputed winner. With Khan and Merlin looking on, Revan gets the official shout-out, he's absolutely crushed all his rivals. He stands victorious, the arena silent, the crowd's gaze fixed on his back as the triumph sinks in. But the action isn't over. Another challenger steps up, boldly stating, "Now, as dictated by the laws that all of our elders have set." He keeps going, his voice booming, "I'll be fighting with my close friend, Vinchin, for the last fight of the Assembly of True Swords. And then, the bombshell drops, I'll fight Adenkaga's direct descendant of our family." Meanwhile, Vinchin, with his intense, glowing blue eyes, takes it all in. The arena erupts. The challenger is down, and Revan Adenka is the undisputed victor. Merlin steps in, a hint of regret in his voice as he tells them, "Look, I'm sorry, but the winner from the previous rounds, both of you reap. So, just hold on a second." Later, Vinchin turns to his buddy, Wilson, who just gives a quick, "Yeah." Then, with a fierce resolve, Vinchin makes his bold statement, "I'll only use this wooden sword." He's got the wooden sword, right? And he's not holding back, announcing he'll use it for the first 3 attacks. Back in the hall, Fen, with Merlin and Revan Adenka, is absolutely bewildered, practically yelling, what is he even talking about? But Davin, cool as ever next to Arslan, doubles down, insisting he won't budge an inch. His eyes are locked, his resolve unbreakable as he declares, "I won't move from where I am now." Fen's face is pure rage, yelling, "Are you seriously trying to mock me?" The crowd is absolutely losing it, a wave of gasps and shouts, they can't believe what they're hearing from a martial artist. Then, from above, Patriarch Khan, with a stone-cold face, lays down the law, telling the young lord that real warriors show their true colors when they're losing. He lets that sink in, then drops the mic with a sharp, "Pardon." Now in the arena, Davin and Fen face off, with Arslan, Merlin, Revan Adenka, and Khan watching every move. The Patriarch delivers his ultimate challenge, "Vinchin, you better back up that talk with some serious action." He's locked in. Davin confirms his resolve to the Patriarch, ready to throw down. The tension is palpable as they face off in the massive arena, and Patriarch Khan's booming voice officially kicks off the epic showdown. A blonde-haired announcer hypes up the crowd, shouting for both sides to get ready for the action. Fen's eyes are practically on fire, daring Davin to bring everything he's got. The arena erupts with a booming start, as Patriarch Khan lays down the law, no free hits for Fen, this is a real fight. No mercy, no exceptions. No holding back. Davin explodes into action, a lightning-fast blur tearing across the arena. Eyes locked on Fen, Davin is ready to unleash the opening blow. High above, a young spectator watches the chaos unfold, predicting this fight is gonna be a bloody mess. Fen explodes into action, a crimson aura blazing from his hand as he snarls, let's see how long you can act conceited for. His blade becomes a crimson blur, tearing through the air, a devastating first move. Convinced he's landed the hit, he shouts, I got him. But Davin's movements are pure illusion, a whirlwind of feints, his speed absolutely insane. Fen, still cocky, lunges for a second, decisive, blow, roaring, I got you now, Vinchin. But it's Davin who connects, a lightning-fast, unseen strike, the impact rippling across Fen's chest plate. High above, the spectator boy is absolutely stunned, his mind racing, his movements are so fast, I can barely follow his attacks with my eyes. Since he's not even using his full strength, he's truly a monster. Davin, now holding a pulsating blue orb, locks eyes with Fen, his voice cutting through the arena, aren't meant for staring. As Fen stumbles back, utterly blindsided, Davin stands victorious, the battle's momentum now firmly in his grasp. Fen is absolutely floored. His attack, just, deflected. He can't believe it, realizing his opponent's senses are way beyond S rank. His eyes blazing electric blue, a dark, menacing aura radiating off him, Davin drops a chilling warning, you're blind, and you're gonna pay for it. Absolutely fuming, Fen lets out a furious bastard. With a furious red aura exploding around him, he charges, ready to unleash hell. But Davin, still glowing with dark power, just laughs off the attack, calling it petty trickery. Before Fen can even land a hit, Davin's counterattack slams into him with brutal power. A glowing blue fist, crackling with raw energy, lands a direct hit. The sheer force of the blow sends Fen's foot sliding back hard. He's sent flying, a red and white streak across the arena. Fen slams into the arena floor with a devastating impact, the ground cracking beneath him. A choked scream rips from his throat, blood erupting as he reels from the hit. Davin looms over him, a terrifying purple energy pulsing around him, the sheer force of his Hand of God attack leaving Fen utterly stunned and gasping. Julian's grip tightens on his staff, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he makes a silent vow. He stands tall, bathed in crackling purple power, the weight of his promise to his father fueling his every fiber. And with a chilling declaration, he announces that the real fight is about to begin, it's his turn to attack. Julian's hand tightens on a staff crackling with raw power, a fierce vow escaping his lips, Julian, I will keep the promise I made with you. His gaze sharpens, purple energy surging around him as he proclaims, I will, keep the promise with father. With an explosive burst of aura, he declares his intent, I will start attacking now. The grand arena roars, but all eyes are on Julian, standing defiant against three formidable foes, one already brought to his knees. Railgat, a seasoned observer, watches the spectacle with an intense, unreadable gaze. Beside him, Khan's face twists in a furious, disbelieving snarl. Merlin, one of the standing challengers, roars at his downed comrade, what are you doing, Revan? Get up. Julian, radiating power, stares down at the struggling opponent with a chilling smirk, his words cutting deep, why are you struggling against a guy who can't even use mana? He looms over his downed foe, a taunt in his tone, demanding to know what's going on and if Revan can even see straight. Julian then clarifies, that this is just a basic brawl. From the stands, Merlin absolutely seethes, roaring that standing there useless with a blade is not what a real artist does, and that there are countless ways to crush a foe without a weapon. Fen, watching the chaos, gives a knowing nod. Julian keeps pushing, pointing out a new trait Revan must have snagged in no time flat. Revan, still eating dirt, can only guess it's some tiny, minor god trait Julian's too ashamed to show off. Julian, completely unfazed, tells him to go ahead and think whatever he wants, but warns that his thoughts are about to hit a dead end. Absolutely furious, Revan lets out a primal scream, a blazing red aura erupting around him as he swears Julian's words are about to be silenced. Cool as ice, Julian fires back, that it is an embarrassing thing Revan has to dodge to survive, and he knows it. He moves with blinding speed, a glowing fist connecting squarely with Revan's side, sending the enraged warrior spinning helplessly through the air. Revan cries out in frustration, realizing his defenses have been utterly shattered. Before he can recover, Davin is already upon him again, his body crackling with blue energy as he prepares another devastating strike. The second blow lands with equal force, sending Revan reeling once more. Yet, Davin feels nothing from Revan's counterattack, a faint surprise crossing his features as he realizes the blows simply don't hurt him. Revan, however, is clearly suffering, clutching his neck in agony. Davin's voice rings out, filled with disdain, proclaiming that a pathetic defense could never break his own. He continues to mock Revan, asserting that a rotting bag of flesh like him couldn't even scratch his strong body. He's got his eyes locked on, already predicting the next move. If Revan gets even a hint of confidence, it's the same old attack, rinse and repeat. Just as predicted, Revan charges in, a blazing red aura erupting, shouting about the massive skill gap he's about to prove. But Revan's attack doesn't even land. Davin's already moving, his fist blazing with blue power, delivering a devastating counter. Revan gets rocked, a pained grunt escaping as he tries to block. Davin doesn't let up, following with a brutal kick, a burst of purple energy exploding on impact. Revan gets launched, sent flying across the arena. He slams into the wall, the whole place shaking. Eyes blazing red, purple energy sparking, Davin stares down moderator Japon, a challenge in his voice. The announcer is totally shocked as Davin demands, "So, my skills aren't good enough to be a moderator, huh?" A jolt of raw power courses through him. Davin knows this is it, his one shot to flip the script. He explodes into the air, a dark, menacing aura erupting around him, fully aware that if this insane move doesn't work, it's game over for good. But Revan, spotting his chance, charges with a shimmering blade, hell-bent on ending this while his enemy is still airborne. But before Revan's blade can even touch him, Davin's dark power explodes, unleashing a crushing impact that sends his foe flying. A guttural shriek tears from Revan's throat, his face a mask of pure agony. He lets out a furious curse as the sheer force of the hit launches him backward, blasting through the air like a ragdoll. Davin's eyes blaze crimson as he tracks every detail, his mind already dissecting the entire chaotic exchange. He sees it all, the exact spot where Revan's attack started, and the perfect arc of his own devastating counter. His mind maps the sword path, connecting their two movements, a crystal-clear diagram of victory. Then, with a searing keying, a laser-sharp red beam rips through the air. And right behind it, a matching purple beam, tearing through everything. The energies collide, forging a monstrous, crackling blade of pure power. The blade connects with an earth-shattering impact, exploding into a storm of crimson energy. And when the smoke clears, he's still standing, radiating raw power. The final wisps of purple energy vanish into nothingness. Meanwhile, the announcer and Railgat are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor. His hand glows with cosmic purple energy, a silent declaration that he can now rip through space, warp mana itself, and obliterate anything in his path. He stands, the energy blade still crackling in his hand, a chilling testament to the sheer power he just unleashed. But the real shocker. His opponent, Revan Adenka, is screaming, his face twisted in absolute agony. He's clutching his arm, now completely severed and gushing blood, the brutal injury leaving him screaming on the ground. The announcer is absolutely stunned, demanding answers from the victor, but Davin just casually asks if he needs to chop off a leg too to win. A discarded sword just lies there on the ground, a stark reminder of how fast this fight ended. The announcer, still totally shell-shocked, finally raises his flag, his voice shaking as he announces Vincent Adenka as the winner. Railgat and Merlin sprint to the downed Revan, Railgat screaming for first aid, but Merlin shouts back that it's no good, yelling to get a priest for the fever. Then, Railgat bows low to Davin, confessing his failure to stop the disaster, and takes all the blame for what just happened. Davin just stares down at the injured Revan, his face stone cold, telling him that as an Adenka, he's got no right to give up now. He flashes a confident, almost cocky smile, a silent promise hanging in the air, daring anyone to doubt him. Meanwhile, the Patriarch, looking intense, addresses someone with a commanding tone, acknowledging their title with gravitas. He lays down the law, reminding them of a crucial agreement, a promise to attest to the undeniable power gap within the direct lineage of the Adenka family. His gaze remains unyielding, reflecting the immense weight of his words and the power he wields. Below him, the Patriarch looks up, as the announcer's voice booms through the arena, declaring Vincent Adenka the undisputed, reigning champion of the Tournament of True Swords once again. His hand rests firmly on the hilt of his blade, a silent, powerful testament to his absolute victory. With the tournament concluded, the Patriarch gestures grandly, inviting everyone to enter the hall as the amazing ceremony is about to begin. Under the serene glow of the crescent moon, the night sky silently watches over the unfolding, epic events. Inside a magnificent hall, the Patriarch stands at the head of a long table, presiding over a grand gathering of many important figures. In a majestic hall, a dazzling, multifaceted crystal pulses with light from its pedestal, proclaiming that ultimate power and honor await the one who holds true divinity. The ceremony is in full swing, Patriarch Khan commands the room, as Revan Adenka kneels in deference, Merlin ever present at his side. The crystal just keeps on shining, its intense, vibrant light bathing the entire room in an otherworldly glow. But then, Revan's face twists in utter shock, shouting that this whole situation is completely illogical. His face contorted in anguish, he screams that it has to be a trick. Merlin, ever the calm one, coolly informs the distraught lord that someone must have just inherited the power of an apostle. Across the hall, Railgat rushes over, looking grim, announcing to Khan that they've got a small problem on their hands. Khan, his eyes narrowing, barks, "What's the issue, priest?" A visibly shaken Railgat starts to stammer, "It looks like young Lord Revong Kim." Davin is absolutely cracked, lying there in bed, bandaged up, but radiating an insane golden power that's just exploding off him. His face is twisted in a silent scream, the raw power surging through him is clearly pushing him to his absolute limit. Bandaged and battered, the young lord stands, surrounded by shimmering, spectral beings, as a chilling truth begins to unfold. His face contorts in agony and disbelief, the brutal reality sinking in, his arm is gone, and it's not coming back. The stark white bandages are a grim testament to the limb he's lost, a wound that refuses to heal. Time passes, and now, dressed in regal red, Davin confronts his loyal butler, Railgat, who can only offer a somber apology. But Davin's fury erupts. He can't believe it, even the most powerful priests are useless against this impossible injury. In a sleek dark suit, he faces a mysterious new arrival, who utters a name that cuts through the tension, Vinchan. His own body, once a powerhouse, is now actively rejecting him. The divine powers he wields are too much, even for him. Railgat, seeing the severity, warns them, if they don't move fast, even a high priest won't be able to fix this. Revan Adenka is shocked, shouting that an injury this bad, one even a high priest can't fix, must be something else entirely. Could it be a divine response? Railgat ponders the thought, a sudden realization dawning on him. Merlin nods, agreeing that it's all too sudden, and questions if there's more to this mystery. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, the announcer confronts Charles Adenka, daring him to speak his mind. The announcer presses on, declaring Charles a direct descendant of Adenka, the true heir to the patriarchy, a prophet born to be the ultimate victor. Patriarch Khan cuts in, declaring that Charles's words are a direct challenge to the patriarch's authority. Khan then directly challenges Charles Adenka, demanding to know if he truly dares to deny the patriarch's authority, especially here, where all special powers are gone. Revan's father, a total boss, just drops a single, icy word, Kelik. But Charles Adenka, totally confused, asks his attendant, "By that rag you mean?" The attendant confirms, "Yes, but then Patriarch Khan cuts in, absolutely furious, "Charles Adenka, you might be the direct descendant, but you're seriously questioning the patriarch's authority in a place where special powers are gone. That's just ridiculous." The attendant, looking totally serious, just says, "As you've commanded." And then, bam. He ties Charles Adenka up with heavy ropes, who screams, "WWH, what are you saying? Let me go." Charles, completely tied up, just stares, utterly shocked. Then, Railgat, from out of nowhere, drops a bombshell, "Don't you realize you owe Vinchan?" Revan's father just watches Charles, his face giving nothing away. Patriarch Khan then drops the mic, laying down the law about the Adenka family's ironclad rules. "We've seen plenty who wouldn't even dream of defying the patriarch's sanctions." Patriarch Khan looms over the defeated Charles Adenka, his words a chilling decree, "You will not speak again." Then, Khan shifts his gaze, showering Revan Adenka with praise for his incredible performance, as Fen, Merlin, and Railgat watch on. Revan blushes, a rare sight, as Fen teases him about his obvious joy, calling it an invaluable experience to earn the patriarch's commendation. But the grim reality remains, Charles is still on the ground, utterly defeated, under the unyielding gaze of Khan and Railgat. Suddenly, Revan is enveloped in a radiant, golden glow, his mind consumed by the fate of his missing right arm, a chilling thought, forever? Fen's voice cuts through the silence, calling out Vinchan, jolting him back to reality. Railgat, ever the pragmatist, then asks the young Lord Revan if he wouldn't prefer a miracle stone, and Revan, with a determined nod, agrees to his terms. Revan's golden aura flares even brighter as he weighs the offer, Fen's eyes fixed on his glowing form. He ponders the ultimate reward for his deeds, the miracle stone, can he truly wield its power? He weighs the odds, a flicker of determination in his eyes, then declares it's totally doable. Khan presses him about the dude who chopped off his arm, but Revan shuts it down, saying he can't put that guy in this mess. Then Railgat swoops in, apologizing and offering to hook him up with a new arm. Khan, totally cool with the plan, gives Railgat the green light. But Revan's still beating himself up, saying he's not worthy of martial artists anymore, while Railgat just tells him to chill, promising to keep a close eye on him. Revan's like, "Hand over the miracle stone," and Railgat's all, "Prove yourself first." The moment Railgat speaks, Revan just explodes with a vibrant golden aura, pulsating with raw power. Khan, seeing the epic glow, announces Revan's totally worthy, and the miracle stone is officially on to heal him. Revan, now bound by glowing chains, stares up at Railgat, demanding to know what he really wants. His eyes blaze with an intense, almost terrifying light, and that golden aura around him just goes supernova. Still down, he's totally conscious, but silent. Patriarch Khan watches, knowing the truth. Railgat just scoffs, calling him a total loser. Khan keeps going, frustrated that he won't talk, even with everything on the line. Railgat pushes harder, mocking him about his arm and how much he needs the Adenka family. Then, Revan Adenka snaps, standing up with a desperate shout, ready to sacrifice his right arm. The moment he vows, a wicked crimson energy bursts from his right hand, forging a glowing, intricate symbol. His face twists in agony as the red energy explodes around him, power surging like crazy. Watching the raw power, Railgat actually thinks, it's messed up, but it's still love for his kid, right? Revan Adenka's eyes burn with resolve, he has to do this for Revan, even if it means cutting off his own arm. Crimson power explodes from Revan's hand, a raw, agonizing surge as he commits to the ultimate sacrifice of his right arm. The pain is immense. His face twists in pure agony, he's thrown back by the sheer power, his hand still blazing with that terrifying crimson light. But Railgat, his eye burning with a malevolent red glow, is watching, and he's not happy, stating, I said to stop any mishaps. Then, a chilling command, Zeren. And with it, a blinding surge of electric blue energy erupts. Charles Adenka, now a streak of pure blue energy, launches himself forward, a lightning-fast assault aimed right at Revan. But Revan is faster. Charles is violently repelled, a shocked huff escaping him as he's sent flying. He hits the ground, his sword now a broken mess, the sheer power of Revan's defense leaving him stunned. Railgat walks up to the defeated Charles, his voice dripping with disdain, telling him, I hope you will use your power for a better cause next time. Charles, kneeling in submission, replies, it's been resolved, Patriarch. As the ritual unfolds, Patriarch Khan stands observing from a distance, his back to the viewer, the fur trim of his cloak prominent. A voice echoes through the ethereal space, uttering a single, significant name, Vinchen. Meanwhile, Khan holds a multifaceted gem, its surface shimmering with an inner light, reflecting the mysterious events unfolding. In another location, a different hand, clad in white, cradles a similar gem, which pulses with vibrant, emerald energy. The hooded figure performing the ritual stands before Charles Adenka, who watches intently as the gem glows. A golden aura erupts around the hooded mage as they raise their hands, invoking, O goddess of healing, please have mercy. With a blinding flash, the gem shatters into countless fragments, its power unleashed in a burst of light. The energy from the shattered gem courses through the mage's body, manifesting as glowing lines across their skin. Elsewhere, Revan's father reacts with a look of profound shock and horror, his eyes wide and mouth agape at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the plot thickens as Revan and Merlin are deep in conversation about an ancient miracle stone, with Merlin totally bugging out over how such a rare artifact could be used for physiological stuff. He's still reeling from the shock, but Revan's like, dude, you're the one who told me to give it to him. And just like that, with a quiet click, Merlin makes his exit. His steps fade into the distance as he's out. Revan's left to ponder, and he's totally blown away, thinking, this thing is so damn cool. He knows a moment of fear is coming. Back with Merlin, he's just chilling with a fork, but his mind is racing, mulling over the ultimate choice, loyalty or else. Revan just smirks, totally confident, and says, duh. Cut to a whole new vibe, Revan's dad is holding baby Davin, and both Revan and Merlin are just watching the adorable little guy. A cheerful young man with vibrant green hair beams, radiating pure enthusiasm. Inside a grand, ornate room, Merlin stands at attention by a massive desk, while Davin, now a young man with striking dark blue hair, sits lost in thought, his gaze far away. Rising from the desk, he turns away with a slight frown, clearly deep in thought about something urgent. A blonde-haired attendant, sporting glasses and brandishing a detailed drawing, confidently declares, of course not. I drew something much larger than. Back at the desk, Merlin informs Davin that it's time to move, his lord is expecting him. In a grand hallway, the blonde attendant bows respectfully, asking the young master if he's been well. Davin closes the distance to the attendant, his face serious as he starts to talk. He stands alone, hands clasped, a solemn, determined look on his face as he stares ahead. Davin, ever the strategist, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why the Pontifex has dared to show his face. The Pontifex, a blonde-haired intellectual, bows deeply, revealing his true purpose, to thank Davin for a miraculous bottle. Then, with a flourish, he reveals it, the legendary miracle stone, pulsating with raw, magical energy. Now sitting across from him, Davin coolly points out that this very miracle stone was meant for the Pontifex as payment for healing him. The Pontifex lowers his gaze, a thoughtful look on his face, as he delves into his past, from his humble beginnings to his rise as a powerful Pontifex. Clutching the glowing stone, he confesses, that after meeting young Master Revan, he understood the true worth of the miracle stone, and the immeasurable value of a single human life. Davin, seeing the genuine change in him, can't help but comment, that the Pontifex just casually tossed aside the miracle stone he'd earned, almost like a challenge. With a silent acknowledgement, Davin extends his hand, and the Pontifex gently transfers the glowing miracle stone into his grasp. Davin fixes his gaze on the Pontifex, delivering his final verdict. Because of him, they were forced to look inward and truly reflect. The Pontifex, with a grand gesture, presents a mysterious card to Davin, insisting he take it. But Davin, ever the humble one, brushes off the credit, claiming the Pontifex figured it out himself, though he's clearly a little uncomfortable accepting such a big deal. Not giving up, the Pontifex pulls out another card, revealing it's a VIP pass for temple help. Meanwhile, Merlin, watching from the sidelines, is absolutely floored, gasping at the sheer power this card represents and the temple's struggle to even handle it. He shouts, demanding to know from Julian what it even means to be a second-class Pontifex, his mind blown by the revelation. The Pontifex, cool as ever, explains the card is the proof of his second-class status, no questions asked. But Julian? He's totally clueless about what a second-class Pontifex even means, just shrugging off the massive power-up. The Pontifex just smiles, confirming the gift is for him, and thanks him again. Julian clutches the card, a sly smirk hinting at his true intentions. Merlin is absolutely floored, eyes glued to the card in Davin's hand. How could this kid, this child, have something so ridiculously powerful? He's practically reeling, thinking, has this guy been hiding his true power all along, or have we just been totally underestimating him? Merlin's brain is in overdrive, trying to process this insane revelation, barely managing to stammer out, oh, right. Peace, huh? But Davin? He's just chilling at his desk, deep in thought, the Pontifex's words replaying in his head, and one burning question on his mind, who was it? His mind flashes to a shadowy figure, second child or goddess that the world somehow forgot, their identity still a total mystery. Back to reality, Merlin, still reeling from the card's power, hits Davin with another bombshell question, wait, are you telling me there's a chance you're ditching us tonight too? Davin just slumps back, letting out a tired groan, confessing, ugh, I'm so drained, and I can't even catch a break right now. Merlin, not buying Davin's non-answer, pushes back hard, laying down the law, I said it was 50-50. If you said it, it's 100%. If I said it, it's like, 1%. Merlin's face goes beet red as he processes his own words, realizing just how cringe the whole situation is. Merlin is absolutely floored, staring up at the young master, his voice cracking with disbelief at the sheer, overwhelming energy radiating from him. He's practically shaking in his boots, completely overwhelmed by the raw power, his mind struggling to process this insane transformation. Davin, however, is already locked in, thinking about the family head's trust, a massive responsibility he absolutely cannot mess up. He's totally blown away by the family head's insane foresight, who apparently saw even this coming. The epic mansion glows under the night sky, a total powerhouse of history and prestige. Inside, Davin strides through a super luxurious hallway, his steps barely audible on the gleaming floor. A servant rushes him along, calling out his alias, Vincent. His mind shifts to a woman with flowing, light hair and soft eyes, the one he calls mother. Flashback to a pivotal moment. A powerful woman, draped in a stunning red and white ensemble, drops a bombshell, I heard you've accomplished an incredible feat at the academy. But this isn't just any woman. Vincent's birth mother was gone, and this formidable lady was his stepmother, a new force to be reckoned with. Meet Versa Merlane, the legend herself. This woman was a martial arts powerhouse, earning the nickname Giant, and get this, she was running the entire Adenka household. With a subtle smirk, she gave the command, let's go, your father is waiting. He followed her through the opulent halls. His tiny footsteps echoing as they closed in on their meeting. Finally, they stood before the imposing figure of Khan, the head honcho himself. With a piercing stare, he spoke the boy's name, Vincent. Vincent is hit with an insane, crushing pressure. It's like his lungs are about to explode. This isn't just some bad feeling, his whole body is screaming, pushed to its absolute breaking point. Forget the usual daily grind, this burning in his lungs and the poison taste from his food are a whole new level of messed up. This isn't just bad luck, this crushing weight is being deliberately aimed at him. Khan, from his throne, stares him down, demanding to know why he thinks this is happening. Vincent fires back, pointing out that his mother summoned his father, not him. Khan, radiating power, gives a knowing look, confirming Vincent's sharp observation of the pressure. With an intense aura, Khan lays it down, he called him here for two big reasons. And the second reason, he warns, is all about the consequences Vincent is about to face for what he's done. Charles Adenka's expression tightens, the gravity of the situation hitting him hard. As the family head explodes in frustration, demanding to know how a mere third-class Pontifex could unleash such devastating power. Charles Adenka, still reeling, declares this must be a trick, that no proper method could achieve this. Suddenly, a raw surge of energy erupts from him, a crimson aura blazing around his form. The very ground beneath him shatters and splinters from the sheer, uncontrolled force. While Versa Merlane, her eyes burning with an ominous red glow, stands revealed as the terrifying source of this immense power. Charles Adenka, his gaze locked on the spectacle, can only acknowledge the chilling possibility, an apostle. He stands amidst other stunned observers, seemingly untouched by the distant power, yet a profound unease settles deep within him. An awful, gut-wrenching feeling washes over him, a terrifying premonition that this isn't just power, it's a monster's power, something far beyond anything he's ever faced. Versa demands to know the martial art's true form, as an internal voice screams about the impossibility of accessing its power without the heart. He reveals it as an ancient, generational martial art, but the air crackles as a sharp question pierces him: how did he, her son, master such a technique? A vivid memory ignites, his father's blade dancing with bizarre, potent swings. The devastating technique rages, legendary for its ability to devour any wicked power. Charles's face twists in confusion, the revelation shattering his grasp on a twisted history. Versa's gaze sharpens, her mind racing with Kazan and the sacred sword, demanding answers about the ultimate goal. Her voice cuts through the tension, demanding his confession. The echoes of that swordplay, the very heart of chaos, resonate with chilling power. Versa's intense stare locks onto him, her voice a steel trap as she reiterates her demand: how did he learn it? His eyes wide with a desperate, haunted look, Charles Adenka is pushed to his limit, as the chilling question echoes: won't you tell your mother? A dazzling interface pops up, flashing a standard of reincarnation card, loaded with stats like name, age, ability, rank, skill, and status. This wild system, now fully online, is the reason he's standing here right now. Inside a lavish, opulent room, a mysterious woman with dark hair lays a hand on the blue-haired young man's shoulder, her face giving nothing away. She speaks with a chillingly serious voice, accusing him of acting just like the head of Saman. He stares back, a storm brewing in his eyes, demanding to know the real story. His mind flashes to his father, chillingly regal on his throne, remembering he thought his old man had summoned him. But his stepmother cuts him off, sharp and clear, making it known that she's the one who wants to talk. He gets it now, he's being grilled about his martial arts. And it's clearly getting to him. A twisted, aggressive vision explodes in his mind, screaming distorted magic, and Julian clutches his head, reeling from the pain. He's staring into a fiery red eye, and a voice inside him is screaming: if you can't even handle her, how are you gonna face the one who killed you? The one who's even stronger. The inner turmoil rages, as a terrifying, red-eyed specter mocks him from the shadows, calling him a foolish boy, too weak to even face her. But even with that crushing doubt, he rips his arm free from the worried attendant. Then, his stepmother's voice cuts through the tension, sweetly telling him, don't feel bad. Just tell me. Pontifex, the attendant, glances at Julian with a worried expression, whispering, Julian, hurry up. The stepmother's terrifying aura flares, and Pontifex is paralyzed with fear, thinking, ugh, I'm actually scared of her. I was so terrified I couldn't even move. I look like a total good-for-nothing. He flinches, his eyes wide, letting out a shocked, pardon. Julian is on his knees before his stepmother, who towers over him, coolly telling him he just needs to take one step, and everything will just come naturally. Julian, with an unyielding gaze, boldly declares he's taking that first, game-changing step. But then, a flicker of surprise crosses his face as he asks, did he just get a revelation? His stepmother, Versa Merlane, coolly fires back, doubting his ability to take that step without her watchful eye. A hint of irritation in his voice, he snaps back, why don't you trust me? He pushes, accusing her of avoiding the revelation trial, to which she coolly replies, I am. Pontifex, utterly bewildered, can only whisper, a revelation. A subtle gasp escapes Versa Merlane, as Julian relentlessly pushes, or do you just want to face the judges of judgment yourself? Then, with a sharp turn to Pontifex, Julian barks, follow what I say. Unfazed by his sudden authority, Versa Merlane coolly proposes a deal: if you're so suspicious, then come with me to the temple. Julian's mind races, the word temple now a critical piece of the puzzle. He's deep in thought, wondering if there's any darkness lurking inside him. Clutching a glowing purple miracle stone, he's left to question if even a top-tier relic could purify his soul. Across the room, Versa Merlane, regal on her throne with Pontifex watching, casually drops the bombshell that she got the stone as a present. With her eyes blazing with an intense blue glow, she shuts him down, calling him a liar because her senses picked up nothing. Julian fires back, demanding how she can be so sure he's faking it, revealing he's lived a life of epic romance but has zero memory of it. He drops a bombshell: he just unlocked the power to read his past lives' memories, but even with that, he can't pinpoint his birth date, or even confirm if he was actually born. This is the raw truth he's laying bare, a truth he desperately wanted to rewrite. And even if it meant facing judgment from a million eyes, he was still going to stand his ground and live his own truth. He's convinced he had to conceal something, believing it was the only way to fully unlock the memories of his past lives, the ultimate truth of who he once was. In a stark memory, Julian faces a purple-haired ally, who challenges him, asking if he truly has what it takes to pull this off. Back in the present, the tension is palpable as Patriarch Khan lays down the law, no excuses, period. Versa Merlane, on her knees, reveals her trust, stating she believed her father would deliver the perfect judgment. But as she rises, a chilling realization hits her: with the temple gone, Julian's choices are now beyond all judgment. The Patriarch, deep in thought, simply strokes his chin, his silence deafening. Versa watches his telltale gesture, a clear sign of his satisfaction, even if the old man himself doesn't grasp the full picture. Then, with a decisive tone, Khan finally announces his verdict. Flipping back to the memory, the purple-haired figure presses Julian, demanding to know if he's truly going through with it. Back in the present, Versa Merlane, with Julian and Pontifex by her side, starts to speak, dropping a bombshell reminder of the legendary feats of both hero King Kalin and the terrifying great demon King Davin. Versa Merlane watches, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. Patriarch Khan, with an iron will, lays down a decree that simply must be made. But in a flashback, Merlin challenges, demanding to know if this monumental choice has the Confederation's full backing. A question Versa Merlane seems to silently pose in the present, her eyes locked on the powerful Patriarch. Khan, absolutely unyielding, doubles down: this decision is final, no turning back. Versa's gaze lifts, a storm brewing behind her calm facade. Back in the past, Charles Adenka, standing over the tiny Vincent, refuses to accept the Patriarch's ruling. Understanding it's not just a warning, but a full-blown, undeniable approval. He promises to remember this moment, as the shocking truth is revealed: even as an infant, Vincent has already shattered the limits of the Academy of Magic. Charles Adenka confronts Patriarch Khan, dropping a bombshell: "You've forgotten I'm the Adenka family's first concubine." But Khan isn't having it, retorting, "That's not what I mean. Just be more careful." Charles, clearly not backing down, fires back: "What, a concubine can't do what they want now?" Khan changes tactics, softening his voice: "Tell me, what can I do for you?" Later, Charles corners Merlin, demanding, "Spill it, what's hidden in my library?" Merlin, caught between them, reveals, "Just a legend. But they say there are ancient books, passed down for ages." Charles, taking it all in, confesses, "Never been there." Then, with fierce determination, "That's why I'm asking. I'm heading to the Academy of Magic. I'm becoming a wizard." Khan, left to his thoughts, nods, "I'll get everything ready. A secret library, a stop Martin, I've heard the rumors." Just as things wrap up, Versa Merlane steps in, delivering a final, cryptic command: "My lord, prepare the Academy of Magic's Li Chun Chan." The plot thickens as Merlin drops a bombshell: the Adenka family's secret library isn't just old books, it's a treasure trove of generational knowledge about the legendary Cronin Lord. The Patriarch, perched on his opulent throne, is all ears. Suddenly, a vision of pure power ignites the air: a magnificent, glowing blade, none other than the Cronin Lord itself. Merlin's voice booms, revealing this isn't just any sword, it's the sky-splitting weapon of legend, wielded by the first emperor himself to challenge the very gods. Charles Adenka, now gripping the legendary Cronin Lord, feels its immense power surge through him, declaring it the exact artifact he needs, even if he'd only heard whispers of its existence until this very moment. The weight of such power settles upon him. Merlin, now a shimmering, ethereal projection, challenges him, asking if this power would really bring him joy, but Charles scoffs, declaring he's far beyond such trivial motivations. Merlin, with a knowing smirk, remarks that Charles's unique drive is exactly why he can operate on this insane level. Charles, with a fierce glint in his eye, declares his ambition: he'll accomplish more than anyone ever has. His father looks back, a pang of regret hitting him. If only he'd known the kid would be this big, he'd have been way nicer. He ponders, could he have achieved this much if he'd just stuck to his original plan? The ultimate power of the Cronin Lord demands an insane price. Not just the Academy of Magic's brutal trials, but the exorcism of a terrifying demonic beast. Charles Adenka knows this insane challenge must be completed. Merlin, ever the strategist, leans in and whispers for him to play dumb. But Charles plays coy, claiming he's not sure yet, a response Versa Merlane finds suspiciously out of character for the attendant he'd supposedly arranged. Inside, Charles is absolutely fuming, seeing right through Versa's manipulative game to get him to confess. But on the surface, he keeps his cool, calmly agreeing with her, even calling her mother. With a piercing gaze, Versa Merlane demands his undivided attention. Subduing this demon isn't a one-day job. A chilling, shadowy figure warns that Charles will be nothing more than a puppet in his mother's hands if she so wishes. Approaching a massive estate, Versa Merlane makes a chilling declaration: the Crimson Demon is hers, and no one can rip it from her soul. Elsewhere, in a stunning garden, Pontifex is totally confused, asking why they're getting money but their mother is acting so cold. But Charles Adenka just smirks, noting that his stepmother seems to be warming up to them. Pontifex, totally baffled, demands an explanation, and Charles just drops a bombshell about his brutal past, constantly hunted by foes from every direction. Versa, with a stone-cold face, internally vows that even if she doesn't like them, she'll absolutely protect them. Merlin drops into a deep bow, promising her he won't fail, no matter her worries. She trusts him completely, but her mind can't help but wander to the one who vanished without a trace or a single ally. Still bowing, Merlin mentally hypes her up as an incredible martial artist, absolutely fearless and never hesitating. Davin, sharp in his uniform, feels an electric surge of anticipation. Elsewhere, Sarvanna, with a striking yellow flower in her dark hair, catches someone's eye, wondering aloud if they're watching her every move. Back to Davin, his eyes burn with resolve as he proclaims, this is the day his brother finally steps up, becoming a true knight. Elsewhere, a green-haired servant is on the grind outside a massive estate, swearing total loyalty to the young lord. But his chill vibe instantly shatters as he yells in pure frustration, demanding to know what fresh chaos just erupted. Just moments later, his rage flips to pure terror, as he freaks out, wondering what on earth he messed up. Close by, a white-haired maid, her face a mask of worry, shouts out a name. A maid, bag in hand, strides with a scoff, already anticipating trouble from someone. She confronts a male servant, who stands defiantly, arms crossed, a grim look set on his features. Her jaw drops as she challenges him, "What? Are you serious right now?" The maid boldly states that with the young lord's transformation, she, the first maid, has also leveled up. But then, she pivots, demanding to know the latest on the young lord. He scoffs, calling her out for being behind the times, telling her she's way too slow on the young lord's latest developments. Meanwhile, inside the sprawling, majestic family estate. Deep within the exclusive library, a sanctuary for only the family's martial artists. Davin is found, cross-legged and completely absorbed, surrounded by a mountain of books. He's tearing through ancient texts, but it's all coming up empty. He screams in disbelief, how can there be 0 records from 5 centuries back? Then it hits him, a cold, hard truth, that entire era is just, gone, like someone wiped it from existence. His form crackles with energy, eyes blazing red as he connects the dots. The Great Demon War, 500 years ago, wiped. He saw this coming, but this feels like a targeted attack on history itself. Surrounded by the forgotten past, he wonders if he, a mere mortal, somehow messed with the timeline. He weighs his options, knowing full well that dropping the bombshell of his true identity as Davin the Demon would absolutely send the other into a total meltdown. But then, a flicker of doubt, should he really spill the beans? No, that would be a total slap in the face to Julian, the original owner of this body, who's stuck in the same messed up situation. A smirk tugs at his mouth as he muses, Julian, try not to freak out too much. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding, searing pain explodes, his eyes burning with an insane red glow, like he just got hit by a cosmic truck. Julian, the blonde-haired manifestation, gets absolutely rocked, flailing his hand out like he's trying to catch smoke, begging for someone to tell him what the heck just happened. A monstrous, dark energy vortex explodes around him, unleashing a terrifying, guttural roar, a sound like a black hole just ripped open reality itself. The blonde Julian screams in pure panic, his voice cracking with desperate worry. Even as the raw power threatens to tear him apart, he somehow manages to grit out a response, claiming he's totally fine and absolutely refuses to know what the heck is going on. Charles Adenka stares down at the young lord, who's practically buried in books, a wild look in his eyes as Charles drops a bombshell, anymore. Davin, the young lord, can barely believe his ears, really, he gasps, as the books around him start to pulse with an eerie light. And one book, practically radiating energy, bears the bizarre title, First Love with a Watermill. Charles, now surveying the vast, family-run library, can't help but wonder why these scandalous romance novels are even here. Charles holds the strange book, and Davin shouts, no way. This isn't just any book, it's a secret record of the past. Davin starts reading, and it's wild, detailing a scorching summer day and someone getting naked in a watermill, definitely not what he expected. With a look of pure shock, Davin blurts out, the truth is in a form like this? Talk about an unexpected twist. His face goes from shocked to totally grossed out, the spicy details clearly not sitting well with him. The book's hero is a blank slate, but the love scenes are described like a tent, making Charles confirm, this isn't your average novel. A dazzling, complex energy network lights up, revealing a core secret, traits aren't just some random mana byproduct. No, their manifestation is directly fueled by mana's flow, and to pull it off, you gotta ditch all the old, outdated theories. This mind-blowing concept makes Pontifex flinch, wondering if it's the ultimate cheat code or just a death sentence for anyone trying to stack mana for traits. Then, he shoves a book at Davin, exposing a record of someone who actually stacked mana without dying, a move everyone thought was pure fantasy. The pages practically glow with a mana flow and a trait, proving this method can actually manifest traits. Pontifex lays it all out, He's found a way to power him up, a mana stacking technique everyone else wrote off as impossible. The glowing mana particles swirl again, solidifying the fact that a path to insane power actually exists. Davin, still reeling, calls out Pontifex's past doubts, reminding him he once said this was impossible, but Pontifex just impatiently tells him to get moving. As he heads out, a maid shouts after him, calling him, "Young Lord." He stands, a silent judge before the kneeling maid, and a flood of memories hits him hard. He remembers the maid and butler, their loyalty a rock in his turbulent past, and questions if this quiet life is even real. A ghost of a smile plays on his lips, a silent nod to the past, a moment of understanding. He was so lost in his own fight, so laser-focused on his mission, he completely missed the real love these people had for Julian. The maid's voice cracks with worry, her words pouring out her concern, as the butler stands by, ever watchful. Her face twists in pure anguish, her eyes brimming with tears. He takes in their desperate pleas, their fears for his strange actions, and it hits him, they think he's sick, or worse. The maid pours out her heart, her loyalty burning bright, and the butler backs her up, both servants desperate to save their young master. Meanwhile, outside the massive estate, Merlin waits, eyes locked on the entrance, a loyal guardian ready for anything. Inside the lavish mansion, Davin chills with his maid and butler, but that calm is about to get shattered. Then, out of nowhere, a knight in sick red armor screams, "Lord Revan." Talk about an entrance. Davin's like, "Whoa, they know my name," as the knight's shout hits him, "Vinchin." Chilling in another room, Davin still in his head, while his worried servants watch him like hawks. The maid's face is pure worry, totally stressed about what's up with her young lord. Meanwhile, outside, Merlin's just chilling, deep in thought, probably plotting his next big play. Davin peeks out the window, spotting the knight, and he's thinking, "Dude, I thought you had something important to say." The butler, always on point, smoothly asks, Lords, sandwich time." Outside, Merlin's getting ready, gearing up for whatever's next. Merlin and Charles Adenka are locked in, ready for the next move. He drops the bombshell, "I came to repay you for the assembly of true swords." But then, a mind-bending shift. Davin, in a totally different, adult form, is absolutely raging, his eyes blazing as he hears his name called out. Vinchin. Pontifex, in his red training gear, whips out his sword with lightning speed, a faint blue energy crackling around him. Meanwhile, Charles Adenka looks on with worry, as Pontifex's face is locked in intense concentration. But then, out of nowhere, Pontifex is hit with a searing pain, his face twisting in agony as a sinister red glow bursts from him. In a desperate move, he shoves Charles away with shocking power, his eyes wide with a frantic urgency. Leaving Charles stunned and reeling, his mind scrambling to understand what just happened to his friend, realizing that raw skill won't be enough against this unknown threat. Some time later, Charles is seen in a massive hall, gripping an enormous, ornate sword, as the maid and butler watch him intently from afar. His face is a mask of pure determination, a fiery resolve blazing in his eyes as he braces himself for the coming challenge. But the maid, her expression a blend of worry and fierce loyalty, makes her stance clear, she's not leaving his side. She thinks of Vin, a profound debt weighing on her heart. She looks up, a question on her lips, then recalls his incredible forgiveness, despite her past as his disciple's enemy. Kneeling, Charles Adenka's mind races back to his own moment of weakness, the shame of trying to conceal his arm when facing his brother. His arm is back, but the weight of his inability to repay the debt still crushes him. He was a coward then, but that ends now. His hand glides over the hilt of a colossal sword, a new resolve hardening his gaze. He rises, sword in hand, a declaration on his lips, right now. He pledges his absolute loyalty. Charles Adenka, now fully committed, drops to one knee before the young Lord Revan, his resolve absolute. The maid, witnessing this pivotal moment, can only gasp, realizing just how serious the young Lord Revan truly is. Charles Adenka, staring up at the powerful figure, declares, he is indeed the young Lord Revan. Revan, with an intense stare, simply acknowledges Charles Adenka's presence, his eyes piercing. Then, a sudden spark of recognition ignites in Revan's eyes, a crucial piece of the puzzle falling into place. Wielding a massive, ornate sword, Charles Adenka makes his solemn vow, he will serve and repay his debt. Revan's eyes ignite with an ethereal blue glow, a silent testament to his immense power. Then, with a commanding voice, Revan accepts the oath, sealing Charles Adenka's fate to his service. Charles Adenka, his face a mask of fierce resolve, looks back at his past cowardice and the new destiny he's embraced, questioning if he can truly stand as a pillar beside Revan against the coming storm. With a determined gaze, he looks down, a fierce conviction burning within him that he'll never regret his oath of loyalty. Elsewhere, the maid stares, utterly stunned, a shocked whisper escaping her, "My God." Her eyes widen, a profound realization hitting her, he's completely transformed. The once feeble young lord now radiates a power that feels like a direct blessing from the heavens, a divine trait from Revan himself. The young lord, now sporting glasses, ponders the moment, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Was it rude to cut off that loyalty oath? His eyes blaze with an otherworldly glow as he challenges, shall we try it? The opulent estate looms, a silent witness. Ornate windows gleaming with the day's light. Across the estate, the young lord's father sits, absorbing every word, a calm, knowing, "I see," escaping his lips. Then, with a piercing gaze, he drops the bombshell question, what about the Crimson Demon conquest? The tension builds as Charles Adenka, ever the loyal attendant, exudes unwavering confidence, his conviction palpable. He lays out the stakes, declaring his exclusive communication with Julian, the second son of Adenkaga, and then drops a bombshell. The Crimson Demon conquest isn't just a big deal, it's already taken root. With a final, impactful statement, Charles turns to Merlin, leaving the knight stunned and questioning. But elsewhere, Revan's inner world is exploding with power, his core blazing with raw, untamed energy. Revan, now a beacon of serene power, meditates, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him, as Pontifex and the butler watch in awe. Pontifex, ever the motivator, pushes him further, demanding another perfect cycle of power. The butler, ever watchful, offers a word of caution, reminding him to stay sharp. Post-meditation, Revan dives headfirst into forbidden knowledge, devouring the secrets held within an ancient tome. His eyes, now blazing with an otherworldly blue behind his spectacles, devour the ancient script, unlocking the mysteries of the Crimson Demon conquest. He stares up at the blonde, who's straight up asking for his help. He's in, but only if this deal isn't total BS. The blonde lays out the terms, he'll guide, Revan operates right beside him. Revan knows this is a life-or-death trust game. Pontifex hits him with the loyalty card, a sharp reminder of his oath. Later, Pontifex challenges him, asking if he'd really go into battle without fully trusting someone in his spot. Revan's answer is a hard no. Pontifex grins, confessing that this loss actually feels pretty good. Meanwhile, raw, wild mana explodes around Revan, a chaotic surge without reason. He's blown away, wondering who's insane enough to shatter the very laws of reality. Blue energy spirals wildly around his face, eyes shut tight. Pontifex looms over him, barking orders not to just do whatever, but to go get some. Revan fires back, demanding to know if he's just a pawn, even against his own family. The raw mana ripped through him, Davin's eyes blazing with unstable power as Pontifex, ever the provocateur, pushed him to break every limit. A faint blue aura pulsed around him as he knelt, but Pontifex's voice sliced through the chaos, screaming that he was already beyond his limits. The internal turmoil was immense, a chilling thought that he couldn't even fathom what lay beyond this life, as Pontifex, with Charles Adenka by his side, chillingly revealed this was his method for judging Julian. Then, a violent burst of jagged purple energy exploded from him, his mentor's voice roaring for him to risk everything and push on. The raw mana continued its chaotic spiral, crackling with untamed fury, a maelstrom of pure, destructive power. His body twisted in pure agony from the crushing pressure, and Pontifex's chilling voice cut through the pain, a stark warning that he was on the brink of death. But through the torment, a desperate resolve ignited within him, a silent, burning plea for just a little more power. His eyes flared crimson, mana surging around his face, a single, burning thought, connect the flow, complete the surge. Then, with a final, earth-shattering explosion of energy, the ground beneath him simply imploded. His body contorts, veins popping as raw red energy explodes around him, the mana surge threatening to rip him apart. No, Vincent. It's still too early. But the warning is too late. A powerful burst of purple and blue mana explodes from him, swirling outwards in a devastating wave. His eyes blaze with an electric blue light as he lets out a guttural scream of pure agony and power, the sheer force of the release threatening to tear him apart. I did it. Streaks of concentrated purple energy lash out, ripping through the very air. The mana culminates in a violent, localized explosion, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The very ground beneath him shatters and cracks, unable to contain the raw, destructive power. Finally, utterly spent, he collapses to the floor, a faint purple aura still flickering around him. His face is a mask of pure pain and exhaustion, eyes squeezed shut as he fights for breath. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Pontifex stands before Charles Adenka, who is seated at a desk. Is there still about half a month left until the next cornerstone entry? Pontifex asks, to which Charles replies, yes. That's correct. Versa Merlane, with a knowing gaze, acknowledges Vincent's insane progress, hitting the second star like it's nothing. But then, the tension spikes. Noah absolutely loses it, yelling at Vincent, calling him foolish right to his face. He's absolutely flabbergasted, how could Vincent have done all this in just half a year? He's already a major player, and he's still going. Back to Versa Merlane, still deep in her own thoughts, her face giving nothing away. An elder, looking grim, can only wonder if the young lord had just thrown in the towel again. But Vincent's not backing down. He's got 1 month to take down the Crimson Demon, and he's locked in. Merlin, eyes blazing with blue energy, is absolutely stunned, demanding to know what he just heard. A sharp, deliberate step breaks the silence of the opulent estate. This was the moment. Revan, the young Lord Vincian of the Adenka family, entered the world. But the Grand Chamberlain's face is grim. The God-blessed child is already a month old, and time is running out. He frantically searches, his voice booming through the lavish halls, demanding to know where the young lord is. A sudden turn. His eyes flaring with desperate urgency. Moments later, he confronts the household staff, who acknowledge his presence, calling out to him. Explaining Revan's birth, the Grand Chamberlain's hand shot out, his mind screaming one urgent question. Purple energy crackling around him as he stared at the glowing infant, he screamed internally, "Miss this window, and the child is doomed." Elsewhere, a shirtless Charles Adenka, looking utterly drained, tried to brush off the maid's worries, claiming he was just meditating. But even as he confessed his post-meditation struggles, a state no one else could grasp, the maid shot back, demanding if he'd really keep putting them through this stress. A curt "sorry" escaped him, his eyes burning with resolve as he vowed to end the cycle of worry for future generations, a stark contrast to the echoes of his past lives. He let out a heavy sigh, turning his back on her, leaving the maid to simply watch him depart. The Grand Chamberlain, utterly bewildered and fuming, cursed under his breath, demanding that Charles speed up his meditation and labeling the Adenka lord a complete lunatic. He then stormed over to Charles, who was meditating on the floor with the butler watching, and laid down the law: the rite of passage must be finished in 1 month. Arm bandaged, face grim with exhaustion, Charles Adenka stood firm, proclaiming himself Lord Revan, the Adenka family's eldest, ready to conquer the sacred rite. He stands tall, his eyes burning with resolve, fully aware of the immense expectations riding on his shoulders. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a silent, powerful acknowledgement of the immense burden he carries. Meanwhile, Pontifex rushes in, his face a mask of worry, urgently reminding him, "Young lord, you're already past the time limit for the sacred rite. You have to hurry." He continues, stressing that even the legendary Sir Noah would need at least 2 months to defeat the Demon King, but the young lord is expected to pull it off in just 1. Pontifex can only repeat the impossible challenge, but 1 month. Later, a maid rushes up to him with the same desperate urgency, "With only 1 month left, you better hurry, young lord." She adds, her voice filled with genuine worry, "You can't ever give up, okay?" Charles Adenka locks eyes with her, his resolve burning as he declares, "Okay, I promise." The maid, noticing the faint, shimmering particles around him, gasps aloud, "This is mana." Charles Adenka was deep in his sacred rite, and the maid attending him couldn't help but notice the sheer, overwhelming amount of mana pouring out of him. She got it, but then, a desperate plea. She begged him not to be left alone with Revan, clearly terrified of the implications. The grand chamber doors stood firm. Meanwhile, Pontifex was there, pushing Charles Adenka on the 1-month deadline for the rite, and Charles Adenka, ever the determined one, was ready to meet it head-on. But then, a spectacle of raw power. Vibrant, multicolored mana erupted from his chest, swirling into incredible, glowing patterns. Pontifex, absolutely stunned by the sheer power on display, could only confirm, this was the sacred mana. Across the room, the Grand Chamberlain and the butler were absolutely floored, the Chamberlain shouting in disbelief that the rite was actually finished. He quickly added that with the rite done, a brand new manifestation was now on the table. The Grand Chamberlain and the butler were absolutely speechless, eyes wide with shock, muttering a stunned, "Oh my!" in unison. The sacred rite culminates in an explosion of power, Charles Adenka radiating a fierce purple energy, his eyes blazing red as he vows to shatter every limit. Fast forward 3 weeks. The world transforms into a breathtaking, sun-kissed forest, a new chapter unfolding with palpable anticipation. Charles Adenka takes center stage, flanked by a sharp-looking companion and a formidable, grown-up Revan, who's clearly locked in on the action. With a chilling declaration, he announces the start of the manifestation of death, his focus absolute, his power about to unleash. Revan can't help but gulp, the sheer magnitude of the upcoming event hitting him hard. Even the sharp-eyed companion gulps audibly, his apprehension clear for all to see. Charles Adenka tells Revan to back off, but our hero isn't budging. No way. Revan refuses to leave, declaring he has to see this power with his own eyes, a testament to Charles Adenka's incredible achievement. Charles Adenka gives the signal, a cool "alright," as Revan, watching him, can't help but acknowledge his absolute loyalty. Locked in on his goal, Charles Adenka kicks off the ritual, a fierce blue light pulsing from the orb in his grasp as he announces, "I'm starting." From his hands, wild purple and electric blue energies clash and spiral, building to an insane crescendo. The raw magic explodes outward, forming a glowing, hourglass-like vortex that pulses with unearthly power. Golden particles burst from the surging power, and Revan is hit with a weird, unsettling vibe, wondering, but what's that feeling? Charles Adenka keeps pouring in the power, the magic around him going absolutely wild as Revan stares, a mix of shock and worry on his face. Then, from the core of the raging magic, a massive, spectral death god erupts into existence. Its skeletal frame, complete with horns and a flowing beard, pulses with terrifying purple energy. Charles Adenka and Revan both look up, their eyes locked on the monstrous, newly summoned entity that dominates the sky. Glowing energy crackles across its spectral skull, a silent, terrifying testament to the sheer power now unleashed. A young man with glasses is absolutely shaking, his mind blown as he screams, "Are you the one that got rejected?" He can't even fathom how a god like him could witness such a thing. Amidst the swirling chaos, a ghostly hand shoots out with an explosive force. And just like that, it's complete. The terrifying spectral figure of death stands fully revealed, vibrating with raw, ancient power. Completely overwhelmed, the young man screams in pure horror, desperately trying to shield himself from the entity's crushing aura. But elsewhere, a mind-blowing column of pure golden light just explodes from the ground, tearing through the trees and shooting straight into the sky. Engulfed in that blinding light, he unleashes a primal scream, his entire being radiating with an insane surge of power. His focus locks on, and his eyes blaze with an electrifying, blood-red glow. With absolute determination, he grasps a brand new, intricately glowing golden orb, pulsating with raw power. Beside him, a red-haired knight stares at the orb, which is apparently the blessing of countless warriors, and it's packed with Revan's own power. He actually pulled it off. Just 7 years old, and in only a month, he's already crushing it. And get this, even with the Demon King's subjugation still on the horizon, he'd already snagged the warrior's blessing. A dismissive thought flashes through his mind, like he's telling someone to just go back home already. Now, he thinks, he can totally conquer the Demon King's subjugation, with just the warrior's blessing left to lock down. His buddy is all, "Thanks, Revan, seriously, you're the best," and he just coolly responds, "Thank me after you've actually won." But then, his companion drops a bombshell, "There's one more favor I need from you." Just 2 days later, a fancy carriage is rolling through the landscape. The Grand Chamberlain, with Charles Adenka and Pontifex in tow, makes a grand entrance, announcing, "I'm here to visit the lady of the Adenka house." He lays out his mission, it's all about the hidden treasure of the Adenka house, and he swears he'll return it once he's done. He lays down the law, to maximize the Lord's time, only 2 weeks a year are on the table. Elsewhere, Charles and Pontifex are on the move, Charles wondering, what's going on? They ponder the massive implications for their lord, his brothers, and everyone else in the Adenka clan, this whole family saga unfolding. The Grand Chamberlain, eyes fixed on a mysterious silhouette, declares with absolute certainty, no one has ever failed this trial. He sighs, admitting his own body is the first to truly feel the strain of it all, but quickly tells the young master not to sweat it. Charles and Pontifex gaze at the peacefully sleeping young Revan, sending him happy thoughts, and hoping he gets everything he needs. Suddenly, a powerful vision erupts. Charles Adenka stands engulfed in a blazing red and purple aura, with the spectral forms of his brothers and countless Adenka ancestors looming behind him, a chilling reminder of his heritage. The vision twists, revealing Versa Merlane, radiating a fierce purple glow, and a voice booms, declaring that no one has ever managed to defeat her. Cutting back to reality, the Grand Chamberlain, looking sharp in his glasses, coolly states, telling them not to sweat the small stuff, especially baseless rumors. Charles Adenka, with a confident smirk, reassures the Grand Chamberlain, declaring that absolutely nothing will go wrong. Elsewhere, a carriage barrels down a road, its wheels kicking up dust with every turn. And from inside, a mysterious hand reaches out, its purpose unknown. He's locked onto the screen, a guardian with a mission, but he knows the stakes are high. Merlin, meanwhile, is straight up asking, why are they still studying the Crimson Demon? Merlin keeps pushing, asking why they'd even bother with something so dangerous, and Charles Adenka drops a bombshell, the Crimson Demon is the only one not watching them. Then Merlin hits him with it, have you studied the Crimson Demon? The tension is palpable. Elsewhere, a stern, gray-haired official is laying down the law, yeah, it's good to know the Crimson Demon exists, but you definitely don't want to know too much. Now with the official, Charles Adenka quickly clarifies he only knows the bare minimum, and she just waves it off, telling him not to sweat it, the Adenka family has always been in the thick of this stuff. He thinks to himself, the Crimson Demon is the first thing he's ever subjugated, and that's a heavy thought. The official isn't done, warning him that even with his power, he can't afford to drop his guard, stressing that constant vigilance is key. Then, with a touch of humility, she claims she's not a very important person, even though her authority is crystal clear. Finally, she drops the mic, revealing her true identity, she's the guardian and proctor of this entire realm, and her words hit hard. Unreasonable. He snaps, his eyes burning red. You were seriously going to hide this from me? The carriage clatters, but the thought just won't go away. It's stuck. Maybe you wanted me to catch on, she suggests, a knowing smirk on her face. Her eyes narrow, deep in thought. Fine, if you want to play games, he says, looking down, then let's make a deal. The horse lets out a loud neigh, pushing forward. We're here. she declares, as they step out. Boots hit the ground with a thud. With Pontifex by his side, Charles stares out at the ominous, sprawling landscape, the legendary lair of the Crimson Demon. An ancient, forgotten ruin, shrouded in mystery, looms large on the horizon, the legendary old temple. After an intense hunt, Charles Adenka and Pontifex have finally cornered one of the Crimson Demon's remnants right here, at this desolate temple. But a familiar frustration crosses his face. Arslan, that slippery remnant, has escaped again, defying all logic. But Pontifex isn't waiting around, he's already channeling his power, a brilliant orb of light manifesting in his hand. And with a determined gaze, he grips his sword, ready to face anything. As he prepares, a shimmering, ethereal barrier erupts around them. Its light exploding outwards, forming an impenetrable, hexagonal dome. Charles Adenka is stunned by the sudden mana barrier, but Pontifex remains stoic, his focus absolute. A shadowy, cloaked figure looms, radiating an immense, oppressive aura, a power so profound, only the absolute strongest could ever hope to reach this level. A deep, guttural growl rips from its core, as a vibrant, menacing purple energy swirls around it, hinting at the raw, destructive force contained within. Meanwhile, a hand, clad in a pristine white sleeve, reaches out, a silent command or keen observation in its gesture. The shadowy figure unleashes a deafening roar, its glowing red eyes burning with malevolent intensity as crimson energy explodes around its face. Charles Adenka stands with Pontifex and another man in a white coat, their expressions grim as they survey their surroundings, the tension palpable. Charles then turns to a kneeling, armored figure, commanding him to report everything he sees, reminding him of his sacred word to the imperial family. The shadowy figure, staff in hand, is once again engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy, its power surging with terrifying intensity. Charles observes the scene, his back to the viewer, a silent, intense contemplation of the unfolding chaos. He wonders aloud how this individual can possibly wield the Crimson Demon's power, with Pontifex grimly concluding that he must be a remnant of the Crimson Demon itself. With a decisive stomp, Davin explodes into action, his sword a blur of blue energy as he charges. Arslan, eyes burning red beneath his hood, prepares for the impact. But Davin's strike is devastating, slamming into Arslan and sending him reeling. With crimson eyes blazing, Davin roars, "Don't even think of swinging that scythe." The relentless assault continues. Arslan's dark energy erupting in a desperate, futile attempt to resist the onslaught. As he's launched backward, Arslan defiantly claims, "Doing a clone is as easy as breathing," only for Davin to coolly counter, "It should be difficult." And just like that, Arslan is sent plummeting, a narrator revealing this was Davin's epic first fight at just 14 years old. He moves with an otherworldly grace, a voice observing that his very presence defies common sense, as if he hails from a different dimension. A powerful orange aura erupts around him, the trait of the Dwarf King manifesting with incredible force. Meanwhile, Merlin soars through the air, confident in his enhanced mobility, declaring he can move this much with an awakened body. Arslan, cloaked in a red hood and crackling with purple lightning, reveals his true intent. All of this is merely a distraction for the real attack, a sword rain. Davin's eyes blaze with an intense red glow, his expression grim as he prepares for the coming assault. Merlin continues his aerial maneuvers, a vibrant blue aura trailing behind him. Arslan raises his staff, purple lightning coiling around it, ready to unleash his deceptive strike. But Davin moves first, a powerful blue aura exploding from him as he declares, "Now." Arslan is caught mid-air, purple energy erupting around him as he plummets downwards, his attack intercepted by a superior force that can bridge any distance. Davin drops in, purple energy crackling around him, ready to throw down. The Crimson Demon, a massive red energy beast, closes in, sucking away his mana, and he's got to shut it down. No way he's letting his power get drained like this. He's already thinking ahead, knowing the next move will be sluggish, leaving huge openings, and right on cue, a barrage of crimson spears blasts out from the demon, flying straight for him. But before they even touch him, he's already there, his blue energy blade igniting, smashing the incoming attack with a burst of raw power. A blinding blue energy ball explodes from his sword, annihilating the red attacks in a single, devastating blast. He sees the Crimson Demon's opening, a split-second weakness, and he knows exactly what to do next. His eyes blaze crimson, his determination burning. He's not just fighting, he's declaring war. He will not lose. Then, with an explosive burst, one eye ignites in a brilliant purple, unleashing a brand new power, Slippermanship, the ultimate Dwarf King's trait. Arslan's terrifying scythe, crackling with dark energy, is ready to unleash pure destruction. Then, in a flash of pure power, he unleashes a devastating purple energy slash. The attack connects with an explosive flash, and a scream rips through the air. Arslan's eyes blaze crimson with pure rage, his body erupting in a menacing red aura as he unleashes even more power. Then, his Crimson Demon manifestation explodes into being, a monstrous, shadowy entity with a pulsating red core. But just as quickly, Davin emerges victorious, his blue energy blade still humming, as a shattered red orb, a piece of Arslan's power, crashes to the earth. He turns, his face grim, to the Grand Chamberlain, demanding, "Did you see that, Grand Chamberlain?" The Grand Chamberlain's face contorts in utter shock, completely stunned by the sheer power he just witnessed. The Grand Chamberlain's face tightens, a silent, burning question searing through his thoughts. Does he seriously not get it? But the real secret of the Crimson Demon's insane durability starts to drop, explaining why one hit just won't cut it, as a wicked red energy core pulses with dark, swirling power. That's right, because the Crimson Demon has a wild, hidden trick up its sleeve, unleashing a razor-sharp, crimson energy blade. Yeah, it literally has two lives. A grim reaper-like shadow, scythe in hand, radiating pure, dark power. But as the enemy's ultimate cheat code gets exposed, Davin isn't just standing there, he's unleashing his own epic power-up, rocking a sharp noble outfit, sword in hand, and absolutely massive red energy wings exploding from his back. His eyes blaze with an insane purple glow, a raw, surging aura blasting out from him. You think you can take down the Crimson Demon with one hit? Think again. Its very core pulses with untamed, destructive energy. Because the Crimson Demon isn't just living once, it's got two lives. And as that shocking truth drops, Charles Adenka's eyes blaze with an insane purple glow, his face set in a fierce snarl as pure power explodes from him. Then, boom! A colossal inferno erupts, wiping out everything in a fiery blast. A title card flashes, but the real action begins with a desperate, echoing cry. As a female attendant, sword drawn, screams, "Young Lord!" The scene cuts sharply to a single eye, burning with an ominous red glow. Then a cloaked warrior, engulfed in a crimson aura, winds up for a devastating strike with a blade of pure red energy. The impact ripping through reality itself. Charles Adenka observes, a knowing look in his eyes, stating, "Even that's the same as 500 years ago." Then, his own eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, and a blade of crimson energy erupts into existence in his hand. Just as a monstrous, red-scaled beast lunges forward. Only to be met by Charles Adenka's swift, decisive strike, tearing through the beast and shattering the very ground. But then, a chilling vision of the red-hooded warrior, eyes burning crimson, rips through his thoughts. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed woman in glasses watches on. Charles Adenka pushes even harder. He slams into the monstrous red creature. The fight is insane. He hits the ground in a crumbling, rocky wasteland. The monster is right there, blocking his way. A giant, clawed hand lunges. The monstrous red demon is absolutely relentless, its glowing claws ripping through the ancient temple like paper, sending rubble flying everywhere. Every single strike lands with a deafening impact, a brutal display of its raw, destructive power. Trapped in the chaos, Charles Adenka screams out, his voice raw with desperation, "Vinchen! Vinchen!" The brutal battle is tearing apart the very foundations of the temple. Then, with a burst of blue energy, he whips out his sword, his face set in pure, unyielding determination. Meanwhile, from the shadows, a blue-haired ally freaks out, shouting, "This is bad. We have to help him. Our lord needs us." But his glasses-wearing friend is cooler under pressure, holding him back, "Not yet. He's still got something up his sleeve." The red demon, now fully revealed in its terrifying, hulking form, is gearing up for a devastating blow, and the observers are panicking, it's going for its ultimate attack. We are not ready for this. With a chilling, evil grin, the monster snarls, "Right now, I'm just going to shred their whole plan." A monstrous, guttural roar rips from its throat, shaking the entire temple to its core. While the young lord was throwing down, Arslan was just chilling, watching the whole thing unfold from the sidelines. He balled up his fist, thinking, if he jumped in, it'd be a total fail for the young lord. He was practically begging, like, "Please, don't let me mess up Adenka's whole future." But hold up. A new player just entered the game, Lady Sarvana. She flashed a huge grin and was like, "Whoa, you are seriously strong." She kept going, saying it was a total waste for someone so powerful to just chill, then dropped the bomb, "We're on a martial arts expedition, wanna come along?" Meanwhile, Arslan was spilling the tea on his background, dropping, "Yeah, I'm from a Sydney family, survived the border battle, and I'm a knight from the country border." Sarvana, still buzzing from the fight, confessed, "Dude, seeing that monster was wild, but the young lord totally crushed it. I thought he was just some random human." Then, she had an oopsie moment and was like, "Oh, snap. I totally forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sarvana. What's up?" Sarvana, ever the leader, challenges her crew, "You guys are cool with this, right?" But Arslan, cool as ever, just shrugs it off, "I didn't care." Sarvana, clearly amused, retorts, "You're so." Sarvana finishes her thought, calling him, "So stubborn, just like the young lord, always doing his own thing." Arslan, lost in thought, wonders if the young lord's immense power stems from a past life, a path he himself might have strayed from. Was it her influence? Or something even deeper, pulling him off his destined path? Then it hits him, joining the young lord, it was all part of Aden Kaga's legend. While Arslan's mind races, the trio presses on through the desolate, rocky terrain. Suddenly, a monstrous presence. Massive, clawed feet slam down, and a hand ignites with raw, destructive power. A colossal ogre, a beast of pure muscle and fury, bursts forth. Arslan stands his ground, ready to unleash hell. With a blinding flash, Arslan's glowing fist connects, a powerful strike that echoes with a soft, almost regretful, "I'm sorry, ogre." Raelsa, a warrior of immense power, absolutely charges forward, her spear a blur of pure kinetic energy. And with a confident smirk, she drops a bombshell, "I'm not the protagonist." Then, her spear explodes with a blinding, purple energy burst, unleashing a devastating impact on her hidden enemy. A confident, almost playful smile graces her face, her eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy, monstrous figure, with eyes like burning coals, strikes from the void, its razor claws ripping through the very fabric of space. But Raelsa is simply too fast, her entire being now a vortex of vibrant purple energy, ready to unleash an even more devastating counterattack. With a final, earth-shattering impact, the shadowy monster is utterly annihilated, leaving Raelsa standing triumphant. She acknowledges the fallen foe's power, even its beauty. A triumphant, almost smug grin spreads across her face as she declares, "Conquest weapon succeeded." Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, the Grand Chamberlain, sporting some new glasses, looks down with a pensive expression, reflecting on Raelsa's incredible ability to captivate and conquer, even in his own bleak existence. He closes his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, remembering Raelsa, a literal ray of light in their dark, dark world. His mind then shifts to another, equally impactful figure, proclaiming Lady Sarvana as truly amazing. But the moment of reflection is shattered as a piercing wail rips through the opulent silence, revealing the tiny Davin, swaddled tight and absolutely inconsolable. The Grand Chamberlain, his face a mask of complex emotions, looms over the crib, while two servants keep a respectful, yet watchful, distance. A single tear escapes his eye as he softly utters Sarvana's name, the baby's wails showing no sign of stopping. He reaches into the crib, a desperate attempt to calm the crying infant. Davin's tiny face is a picture of pure misery, his cries a heartbreaking symphony of despair. With a heavy sigh, the Grand Chamberlain finally scoops the wailing infant into his arms, a grim understanding settling over him. This is no time for personal reflection, for this child holds a destiny far greater than anyone can imagine. Meanwhile, away from the infant's cries, Lady Sarvana is caught in a whirlwind of past grievances, haunted by the sting of being abandoned, feeling like a mere bug, even with her formidable martial arts prowess. But the crushing reality hits hard. A discarded ribbon, a stark reminder of shattered hopes, lies forgotten. And her despair consumes her. Completely broken, she crashes to the ground, a raw cry tearing from her throat, "You're so cruel." Crumpled and defeated, she begs the invisible tormentor, "Why can't you just be nice to me for once?" She whimpers, a defeated acknowledgement escaping her, "Yeah. Sister." Then, a woman with sharp purple hair and icy blue eyes sneers down, her mocking laughter ringing out, "Ahaha. You actually fell for it just because I told you to." Her face twists, a fake sweetness in her tone as she presses on, "Don't you think we're buddies, Sarvana? Honestly, I thought about it for a bit." Sarvana's mind races, a furious question burning, "What good is that pathetic Vincian to me? Should I just ditch Adenka altogether?" Merlin, eyes wide with awe, peeks through a door. But his awe turns to absolute shock as a terrifying shadowy entity erupts behind him, its voice booming, "You're capable of your father's behavior, my son." Merlin and Raelsa are utterly stunned, the Grand Chamberlain frozen in place, as Merlin can barely stammer out that this isn't the Grand Chamberlain. Raelsa's mind races, the truth hitting her, the young lord has been recognized by the Overlord. Her eyes snap open, a surge of understanding electrifying her. A determined grin spreads across her face. "Finally. I started to see hope," she declares, a silent plea for him to never give up. Then, a monstrous scythe appears, a single, ominous word echoing, "You." Merlin is paralyzed with fear, staring at the colossal, red-skinned demon now fully manifested, crackling with raw purple energy. The demon's face, a mask of pure, glowing red fury, dominates the scene. A chilling command rings out, demanding everything to stop, and then Arslan unleashes. He's absolutely radiating a vibrant purple aura, his eyes blazing with an ominous red glow, standing in the heart of a crumbling ruin. The power just explodes, surging around him, and the moment is now. His gaze is locked, absolutely fierce. Responding to that insane power surge, Merlin and Raelsa are gone. Just blurs of red and blue energy, moving at impossible speeds. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain is just staring, eyes bugging out, absolutely floored and terrified by what he's witnessing. Fiery energy is just going wild, and someone's thinking, is this really the one who passed the test? The air just shatters, as a devastating golden-red energy blast absolutely explodes with blinding force. But Merlin isn't backing down from that raw power, he's charging straight in, a crimson aura blazing as he closes the distance like a bullet. Amidst the swirling, chaotic energies, a voice screams, confirming the identity of this absolute powerhouse, Revenadenka. His eyes are absolutely crackling with electric blue energy, a fiery, reddish-orange aura exploding around him as Arslan clenches his jaw, the sheer, unbridled power of his transformation going absolutely wild. Arslan's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips as he recognizes the impossible figure. Reven. But before he can even process it, a blur of red armor and crackling blue energy rockets forward, closing the distance in an instant. Arslan's eye snaps open, the sheer speed of the attack burning into his vision. Too late to defend, a glowing gauntlet slams into him, sending him careening through the air as a voice booms, the guy who passed. Reven. A blinding explosion of orange and yellow energy erupts at the point of impact, a testament to the sheer, unbridled power. And there he stands, Davin, a beacon of crackling orange and yellow energy, the dust settling around his triumphant form. His eyes blaze with an infernal yellow glow as the stunned question hangs in the air, Revenadenka. His jaw clenches, a silent, unyielding resolve etched onto his face. An epic clash unfolds as a white-haired powerhouse goes head-to-head with a fiery red-haired warrior, their powers exploding in a maelstrom of blue and orange energy. But elsewhere, an elderly woman with lavender hair and glasses is locked in on a glowing vision, her voice firm as she talks about the young lord, Revenadenka, and his deep trauma, declaring it's on her to help him conquer it. Eyes glued to the otherworldly glow, she whispers, I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, the young lord is losing it. His white hair is flying, eyes blazing green, one arm glowing blood red as he fights an invisible enemy, with Charles Adenka looking on in total panic, Davin screaming, end it before I fall. His power just explodes in a blinding flash, a torrent of blue energy and glowing particles ripping through the air. Then, he finally calms, settling into a meditative pose, his eyes now a serene blue, surrounded by floating orbs of light as he tries to get a grip on the insane power raging inside him. Back in her study, the elderly woman freaks out, her face twisted in pure alarm, shouting, oh my god. Is he losing his mind? Fighting for control, Davin screams internally, I can't lose myself to this trauma again. But a dark voice echoes back, kill you. Then, a terrifying, red-hooded monster with blazing eyes bursts into existence, its aura screaming pure, unadulterated malice. Davin's eyes blaze green with raw power, as the monster's chilling voice sneers, heh, where are you going? I'm the one who's going to kill you now. No longer holding back, he clenches his fist, and a blinding white light explodes from his grasp. Clad in blood-red armor and armed with a wicked weapon, Davin explodes forward, slamming into the monster in a brutal, high-speed collision. The monster screams in pure fury, its face twisting into a grotesque mask of rage. He's a red flash. Davin moves so fast he's practically teleporting, leaving glowing trails behind him. His eyes burning with resolve, the monster's voice snarls, if you didn't lose to Vincent, then you're mine. Power surges. His armored hand ignites, unleashing the devastating power of Steelman. Davin goes all out, his armored fist blazing with crimson energy, absolutely demolishing the red-hooded monster. With his eyes blazing green, he just scoffs, totally unimpressed by the monster's weak defense. The monster screams, reeling back, its body twisting from the sheer force. But it just won't go down. Davin curses, his frustration boiling over, and his power practically explodes around him. But then the monster hits back, not with a punch, but with a verbal jab, calling him Vincent. Davin brushes off the taunt and unleashes another devastating, pink-glowing punch, hitting with incredible force. But those words hit different, sparking an even deeper rage inside him, his face twisting into a furious snarl. The monster just keeps pushing his buttons, relentlessly repeating Vincent again and again. Fueled by pure, unadulterated power, Davin unleashes a blinding, focused strike with his glowing hand. Still caught in the shadowy grip of his opponent, Davin is absolutely trembling under the immense pressure. His face contorted in a desperate struggle, sweat beading on his brow as he pushes back with every fiber of his being. A guttural cry escapes him, yet an unseen voice commends his efforts, acknowledging the sheer, raw power he's unleashing. Suddenly, glowing blue energy lines snap into existence, pinging with an ethereal, almost electric resonance. Then, with a surge of crimson power, Davin retaliates, his glowing red blade absolutely tearing through the air towards the white-haired figure. He unleashes a devastating swordsmanship technique, swirling energies of purple and white absolutely erupting around him. From the maelstrom of power, a glowing red orb manifests, surrounded by dark, swirling energy and crimson particles, radiating pure menace. The orb begins to crackle and splinter, red lightning absolutely exploding across its surface with a sharp, creaking sound. Davin's red energy orb, now a volatile core, begins to crackle with unstable power. Before erupting in a cataclysmic burst of purple energy that engulfs everything, sending both Davin and Merlin flying back from the sheer force. Merlin, ever the quick one, recovers with a grateful smile, clearly impressed by the raw power, shouting his thanks to Revan. Meanwhile, Davin stares at the magical aftermath, a flicker of guilt crossing his face for the sheer devastation he just caused, even as Merlin asks if that insane power really came from him, Julian, the young lord. Then, Charles Adenka steps in, his face serious, to congratulate Merlin, but quickly warns him that his father might not be okay with him getting help like this. Charles pushes, reminding Merlin of his promise to surpass his father's expectations, and Merlin just fires back with a sharp remark about Charles's impatience. Merlin changes the subject, revealing that the monster Davin created was specifically designed to let only one creature through at a time, a small, fluffy red monster with glowing eyes. As his hand reaches out towards the creature, he clarifies that this was just the beginning. And just as he says it, a massive, terrifying red beast with glowing eyes rips its way out of a swirling portal, confirming that an even deadlier one is right behind it. Arslan, fueled by an unyielding determination, stands ready to face his challenge. Vowing to prove his worth. He clutches a dazzling, power-infused miracle stone. Suddenly, a torrent of raw purple energy explodes from him, engulfing his entire being. His body now supercharged, he can finally unleash the miracle stone's incredible mana. Confronting a colossal, terrifying monster, he remembers the rejection that once held him back. Realizing it was all because he couldn't control this very power he's now mastering. Eyes blazing, he unleashes a devastating skill. He faces down the monstrous red creature, a faint purple aura already swirling around him, ready for battle. The code of the swordsmanship ignites, its power surging, multiplying his strength with every opening he finds, a glowing red orb with a single, piercing eye manifesting as the core of his devastating skill. The monster unleashes a guttural roar, its multiple eyes locked onto him with murderous intent. He meets its furious gaze, a determined, unyielding expression etched onto his face. His mind races, visualizing a weakness, a path to victory that is much easier to exploit, represented by a terrifying blue-skinned demon wielding a glowing purple blade. With that critical insight, he unleashes a devastating purple energy slash, tearing through the monster with explosive, overwhelming force. From a distance, the Grand Chamberlain watches, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief. The miracle stone pulses with vibrant pink and purple energy, its immense power flowing freely and unchecked. It turns out, the Grand Chamberlain had absolutely nothing to worry about, as the young man's control over the stone was far, far greater than anyone anticipated. Towering over the fallen beast, Arslan is met with Merlin's awestruck declaration. The sheer exertion of his power evident in the sweat beading on his face. He stares intently at the pulsating miracle stone in his grasp, realizing that only with its aid, combined with sheer motivation, can he possibly endure such overwhelming power. Merlin, seeing his exhaustion, urges him to rest, promising Raelsa's care, and marveling at how Arslan's swordsmanship mirrors the legendary Adenka families, the very essence of the swordsman units. With a fierce grip on the stone, Arslan's eyes blaze with unyielding determination, a silent promise that he will never, ever fall. The Grand Chamberlain observes the young lord, a knowing, approving smile spreading across his face. The world itself seems to breathe a sigh of relief, as the view sweeps over a serene forest, birds taking flight. Then, a powerful magical circle ignites, pulsing with an otherworldly blue luminescence. The light explodes outwards, revealing ancient, glowing ruins now bathed in the same potent, mystical energy. Merlin's eyes widen, a single word of disbelief tearing from his throat. With crackling blue energy engulfing their surroundings, Charles Adenka and Merlin are utterly baffled, their synchronized HUH echoing the surge. The Grand Chamberlain, staff gripped tight, analyzes the overwhelming force, recognizing it as an unstoppable, punishing blow. The very air shimmers as a colossal, intricate magical construct, ablaze with pulsating green and purple energies, dominates the view. A blinding blue light erupts from its heart, a raw, untamed power threatening to burst forth. A chilling realization dawns on the Grand Chamberlain, his voice trailing off in stunned apprehension. The horrifying truth slams into him, a monstrous relic guardian, unleashed. Whoa, check out this insane surge of raw, untamed magical energy, just crackling with vibrant blue and purple power, lighting up everything around it. And deep inside that ethereal glow, this super weird, organic structure is just pulsing with an inner light, totally screaming ancient and powerful. Then, a woman with purple hair and glasses looks down, her face a total blend of awe and fear, barely managing to whisper, "This is." But her words get totally cut off by the terrifying sight of this colossal, rocky hand, with a single, evil red eye glowing ominously in its palm, as someone else shouts, "A relic guardian." Both the woman and a red-haired guy are just standing there, totally dwarfed by this monstrous entity in the massive chamber. The fact that a guardian this huge hasn't been found until now means it was probably sealed super deep inside the temple, its single, glowing eye still staring out into the darkness. But the monstrous hand of the relic guardian isn't just sitting there, it's glowing with an eerie blue energy, its power surging. Raelsa's face hardens, her concern for the young lord palpable, demanding he be whisked to safety at once. Charles Adenka, cradling the tiny Davin, wastes no time, barking at Sarvana to move, their escape already underway. An aerial view shows Raelsa tearing across the ground, racing towards the others, the relic guardian's massive hand still looming, its power intensifying. The guardian's hand erupts in a blinding, fiery red glow, pure energy surging from its core. Raelsa's gaze sharpens, a fierce resolve burning in her eyes, as a brilliant blue aura explodes around her, she's powering up. Charles, Davin still in his arms, and Sarvana burst through a shimmering blue portal, leaving the danger behind as the tunnel blazes with light. Raelsa watches them vanish, a curious hum on her lips, just as a voice shouts her name, pulling her attention away. Raelsa and Merlin brace themselves on the crumbling ice, a fierce wind tearing through the air. The relic guardian's eye flares with an unholy, crackling light, its power surging. Blow, northern wind, a voice commands, and the world explodes into a cataclysmic ice storm, freezing everything in its path. A colossal, glowing ice structure erupts from the ground, radiating an almost unbearable cold. The very earth shatters, ice splintering and groaning under the sheer, raw power. Raelsa, staff in hand, unleashes an absolute torrent of brilliant blue energy, a devastating blast that rips through the air. Her hand blazes with an intense, frigid mana, a swirling vortex of destructive power. The Grand Chamberlain, watching from afar, is utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock as he finally comprehends the scale of this power. That's the level of a 7th star, he gasps, as Raelsa stands like a goddess of winter, her blue aura dominating the frozen battlefield. Merlin clutches the young Charles Adenka, a grim resolve etched on his face, knowing the true battle hasn't even begun. But the Grand Chamberlain, eyes locked onto a terrifying spectacle, points with an ominous "over there." Suddenly, a cataclysmic wave of purple energy explodes across the terrain, ripping through everything in its path. The Grand Chamberlain observes, stone-faced, as the earth-shattering impact continues, its sheer might warping reality itself. Meanwhile, Vincent thrashes in Merlin's grasp, frantically yelling, "Hey Vincent! What are you doing?" But Merlin's mind is elsewhere, a cryptic whisper escaping him, "I should have gone at nothing. To tell me something." The Grand Chamberlain's eyes snap wide behind his glasses, a gasp of realization tearing through him, "Yes that?" And then, the horrifying truth, a monstrous, mechanical guardian looms into view, forcing the chilling question, a guardian. Is that the real form? Merlin, still clutching Vincent, stares in utter disbelief, a single, panicked thought echoing, when did it escape? Arslan is caught mid-air, engulfed in a blinding blue aura, his mind reeling from an unseen impact as a system alert blazes across his vision, Milky Way Wanderer's blessing trait. Then, from the depths below, the guardian's shadowy form bursts forth, its piercing blue eyes burning through the void, a terrifying spectacle of raw power. Arslan slams down, black wisps of energy erupting around him, the sheer force of the guardian's appearance shaking the very air. But the guardian is already gone, a lightning-fast blur across the landscape, its speed absolutely mind-bending. The guardian's insane burst of speed blindsides Arslan and Merlin, their faces frozen in shock as Arslan instinctively clutches a mysterious red box, barely registering the blur that just shot past. Merlin's eyes narrow, his entire being surging with crackling blue energy, locking onto the impossible speed of the guardian. But it's all for nothing. A colossal blue energy barrier, Merlin's desperate defense, explodes into a million shards, utterly overwhelmed by the guardian's raw, destructive power. As the dust settles, Charles Adenka is instantly there, checking if his comrades are okay. Merlin, still reeling, thinks they are, but Arslan can only utter a single, stunned observation, so fast. The Grand Chamberlain is deep in thought, realizing the Guardian's true purpose, to protect this incredible treasure, even if it's totally out of the ordinary. But Charles Adenka is still reeling, blown away by how the young lord not only found this but also warned them. How did he even know? Suddenly, the Grand Chamberlain points, commanding attention, convinced that this is the real prize the Guardian was protecting. And what they see is breathtaking, a massive, frozen cavern, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Just beyond, a lush, green forest sprawls out, a wild contrast to the icy depths. Back in the chamber, the Grand Chamberlain peers out a window, a chilling sound cutting through the air. The whole crew is now gathered in the rugged landscape, Charles Adenka demanding to know what incredible secret they've unearthed. The Grand Chamberlain dramatically presents a small, glowing relic, declaring it a dragon skeleton, or even more mind-blowing, a dragon's heart, as he suggests to Merlin. Charles Adenka and Arslan are absolutely stunned, shouting about this super rare magic material, this priceless treasure, and it all clicks. This is what the Guardian, the one Arslan set up, was protecting this entire time. Bowing low, the Grand Chamberlain offers the ultimate prize to the young lord, practically begging him to take what's rightfully his. Arslan's gaze sharpens, as he declares that he, and only he, was meant to uncover this power, making it his by destiny. But the Chamberlain quickly brings him back to reality, warning that the church will be all over this, and if anyone else finds out, it's going to be a massive headache. But elsewhere, Charles Adenka grips the legendary blade, a surge of raw power thrumming through him as he prepares for his next move. The sword itself is practically screaming with power, a vibrant blue glow emanating from its core, ready to unleash chaos. His eyes burning with fierce determination, Charles Adenka makes his ultimate vow: he's not just aiming for power, he's going to be an overlord. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain is still gushing to Arslan, admitting he'd be nowhere without the young lord's help in snagging this treasure. And Arslan, ever the gracious leader, returns the thanks. But in the end, the mighty sword is left behind, stuck in the barren ground, its destiny still unwritten. Deep within Adenkaga's grave, a legendary sword, long believed to be lost forever, was finally unearthed. And the moment it was found, it was immediately reported to the church, because everyone knew this was no ordinary relic. Meanwhile, the Grand Chamberlain, looking intense in a lush garden, is clearly deep in thought, reflecting on the monumental discovery. He declares that what he saw was beyond anything he could have imagined, which is why he's here now. His face is etched with deep thought, a clear sign of the gravity of the situation. Raelsa, ever sharp, immediately asks if he's talking about the young lord who took down a demon, a story that's been making waves. The Grand Chamberlain's face is still locked in a serious expression, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. He confirms it: the young lord single-handedly took down a dragon's bone demon, a truly insane display of power. And then Raelsa drops the bombshell, identifying the legendary weapon as the half-dragon sword. Raelsa can't believe it. Did Vincent really pull off that insane feat all by himself? He confirms the young lord's solo win, but Raelsa's mind is racing, convinced she's overlooked a massive detail. But the Grand Chamberlain's mind is already elsewhere, fixated on the dragon's bone, and how it was utterly shattered. Suddenly, Raelsa gets a small, fancy box, an order for payback. She takes it, ready for whatever comes next. But then, boom! A massive magical impact blasts from the ground, unleashing a shockwave of blue energy. Both Raelsa and the Grand Chamberlain are stunned, reeling back, as she instantly whips out her sword. Glowing with a fierce blue aura, Raelsa starts charging up a massive spell, muttering an apology to the Adenkaga princess for what she's about to unleash. The magic surges, twisting into a furious vortex, as she roars, "Flow, northern wind." And with a final, explosive surge, the northern wind spell unleashes, blasting everything with a torrent of icy blue power. Following the magical fallout, a massive ice block materializes, its crystalline form holding an unknown secret. Then, with an explosive "chang," the ice explodes outwards, unveiling a humble wooden sword at its heart. Arslan, now gripping the mysterious wooden sword, is utterly baffled, exclaiming, "How is this even possible? You'd need a blacksmith to break a dragon's bone." His eyes blaze with an intense purple light as a single, profound word escapes his lips: "Father." The wooden sword now stands proudly, impaled in a stone pedestal, a silent, powerful symbol of pure devotion. Merlin, standing beside Arslan, declares with certainty that Vincent wields an extraordinary power, urging him to protect the boy at all costs. In the tranquil garden, the weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing a dramatic path of revival and destiny. Arslan's eyes are wide with shock, a desperate whisper escaping his lips as he calls out to the young lord. Elsewhere, Charles Adenka, Raelsa, and Merlin are gathered, and Charles Adenka is practically shouting that Wilson, the young lord, needs to crash after that insane subjugation. Merlin, clearly fed up, barks at Charles Adenka to shut up, demanding to know why he's still acting like a prisoner and if he has no shame for being so loud. Suddenly, a terrifying, shadowy entity with blazing red eyes manifests behind Arslan, making him gasp in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Sarvanna coolly drops a bombshell, revealing a fortune-teller's prophecy, that she's a chosen one, a fact even the great prophetess Sarvanna confirmed. Charles Adenka, still trying to make sense of things, turns to Merlin, asking if Julian still hasn't figured it out. Arslan, still shaken, suddenly shouts in disbelief, "The mana is coming from Sarvanna's body." Sarvanna's calm facade shatters as she reacts with a shocked gasp, utterly bewildered by the mention of mana. Arslan's face is etched with a dark intensity, his mind racing back to a chilling past event, a phenomenon he knows, deep down, is happening again. But his blonde-haired assistant, picking up on the heavy vibe, cuts in, demanding to know Hixley's full name. Arslan, jolted back to reality, drops a bombshell, revealing he's from the very island of Hixley. The assistant's mind is blown, completely lost, confessing he's never heard of Hixley's magic body. Arslan drops more lore, revealing the Hixleys have a secret, magic body linked to the heavenly exoskeleton, and suddenly, a terrifying skeletal figure and a glowing skull manifest. The magic body pulses with raw, purple energy, a clear sign of its mana-infused power. The assistant pushes for answers, and Arslan reveals the shocking truth: a complete magic body is the key to stopping the heavenly exoskeleton from vanishing. Across the estate, the Grand Chamberlain grills Railsa about the Hixley family and the magic body, but before she can even respond, a bombshell drops: the young Lord Revan's body has been discovered. Railsa's face darkens with a heavy realization, remembering the young lord she knew, hinting at a profound and unsettling transformation. She's still reeling, but the Grand Chamberlain quickly cuts in, telling her not to worry. She wasn't kicked out of the Assembly of True Swords to the site of revenge. But then he drops another bomb, asking why a minor noble even got an invite to that elite assembly, and she's quick to connect the dots, thinking it's all about the Sarvana family. And just like that, the Sarvana family clawed their way up, becoming the royal family. The Grand Chamberlain then remembers someone else, the young lord's mom, who's already gone. Railsa's jaw drops. The young lord's mother was a Hixley, and a healer. They both confess they had no clue about this, totally in the dark. The Grand Chamberlain figures it out: it's probably forbidden to even whisper Lady Sarvana's name, which explains everything. Yeah, because Lord Adenka would absolutely lose it, exploding in rage every time her name came up. And you can see that ancient, burning rage in his stern face, his white hair and glowing blue eyes practically crackling with power. Railsa can't help but wonder about Lady Sarvana's incredible legacy, even after the Grand Chamberlain's stern warnings. He reveals the shocking truth: Lady Sarvana was a Hixley, a healer who rose to royalty, only to be brought into the Adenka household. A grown Charles Adenka confirms, dropping the bombshell that the young lord's mother was also a Hixley. The Grand Chamberlain, sensing a presence, calls out, "Young lord, are you here?" His voice laced with a mix of respect and desperate urgency. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, declaring, "Leaving." Merlin, now a formidable young knight, stands poised on a forest path. Joined by Charles and the Grand Chamberlain, who confirm their mission to secure the Crimson Demon is complete, and they can't linger. But Merlin, ever the strategist, has one more crucial favor to request. The ancient family history of the first king and his bloodline is laid bare. Charles Adenka faces a fully grown Davin, now a warrior in striking red and black armor. Charles, humbled, admits his initial judgment was wrong. Davin, remembering a profound connection, likens their encounter to a first love with a water spirit, affirming that he has recovered a vital part of himself. A powerful grip, their hands lock, sealing a new pact of understanding. Davin kneels, a sign of respect, and Charles vows his unwavering support, promising to never again bring shame upon him. In the tranquil garden, Charles and Davin stand united, their past differences now resolved. Elsewhere, Railsa challenges the Grand Chamberlain, demanding to know if his apparent goodwill is just a facade to prove his allegiance to her mother. Merlin, mission accomplished, reaches out, his last demand a crucial favor regarding Adenka's son, Vincent Adenka. Charles and Merlin depart, leaving Merlin's significant request to resonate. With fierce resolve, Davin meets their gaze, his demand unequivocal: "Train me." With his eyes blazing crimson, he unleashes a declaration of pure, unyielding resolve. There's no stopping him now. But Railsa, with her striking purple hair, confronts him, challenging his very core. "Will you truly dedicate yourself to young Lord Vincent?" she demands, not as a son, but as a master artist. The tension is palpable, a knife's edge mirroring her words as she pushes him, forcing him to confront his dedication to young Lord Vincent. But Railsa stands firm, her resolve unbreakable. "I will never falter," she declares, "and I demand your answer." A silent battle rages within, a fleeting thought of, "Forgive me, my weak resolution," before she steels herself. Her eyes narrow, a fierce glint in them as she lays down the law: "I will not be soft on you." She expects nothing less than absolute dedication. Davin meets her gaze, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he accepts her challenge, declaring, "I'm counting on you, Railsa." The trust is real. Meanwhile, the sheer majesty of a colossal, ornate building dominates the skyline, a silent testament to the epic scale of this world. He's there, sword drawn, facing her down, ready to train. "You can learn the sword manner," she challenges, her voice cutting through the air. His answer is a simple, resolute yes. Her hand grips her blade, a silent threat of the brutal training ahead. "All right. But since you asked as a martial artist," she declares, "I will not simply tell you everything." Davin, locked in, challenges her weapon choice. "You're not using the blade of the rite of passage." Railsa's eyes narrow, her expression stone-cold. And a fierce blue-green aura explodes around her. "You have 5 months until going to the Dragon Fortress," she declares, the power surging. The aura pulses, a raw display of her power. "If you wound me even once," she warns, "I will teach you the trait." Her eyes blaze with otherworldly light, a smirk playing on her lips as she throws down the gauntlet. "Try to cut me with that strange sword path of yours." Davin's face twists with alarm, grasping the weight of her words. "Wait, didn't you see before?" he demands. "A permanent wound could be They stand, locked in, surrounded by Raelsa's shimmering blue-green power, ready for the brutal training to begin. A raw, blue energy explodes around Davin, and he throws down the gauntlet, practically daring anyone to mistake him for young Lord Revan. Raelsa's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, instantly locking onto the sheer power of his trait. Cloaked in a blazing purple aura, she rockets forward with insane velocity. She unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, and he barely gets his shield up, the shockwave practically tearing the air apart. She coolly states that she knows his power inside and out, which means she's absolutely not holding back. He can only stare, a single thought escaping him, that was absolutely insane. Then, Raelsa drops a bombshell. She knows he's tight with Arsene Julian, and if he gets into trouble, he's on his own. She lunges, sword flashing, forcing him to block, and he can't help but ask, seriously, aren't you being a little too brutal? A smirk plays on her lips as she doubles down, making it crystal clear, she's not going easy on him, ever. 1 week later, under the moon's watchful eye, the brutal training regimen was still in full swing. The sharp clang of steel ripped through the night. As Raelsa, blazing with a vibrant blue aura, unleashed a glowing energy blade in a lightning-fast lunge. Davin met her assault head-on, his arm erupting with a powerful purple energy. His face a mask of pure focus as their powers clashed in an explosive impact. But Raelsa's speed was just too much, her voice slicing through the chaos, declaring, your precision is too slow. A blinding blue explosion detonated around him. Raelsa, utterly unfazed, calmly declared, 2 swordsmanship attacks, more would be overdoing yourself. We will stop here. Davin lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated, muttering, that was rough. Julian watches the barrier, feeling his power grow, but even he knows he's not quite there yet, needing to summon his master for the next phase. Suddenly, the barrier shimmers and cracks, about to shatter again, a testament to how many times it's been pushed to its limits. With a deafening crack, the barrier finally shatters. The master, a hulking, bearded powerhouse, observes the barrier's collapse, his body still radiating a faint, raw power. The master quips that his title must have vanished since their last meeting, while Julian stands behind him, silently assessing the shattered defense. Elsewhere, the elderly lord grimly ponders the implications, knowing it would be a disaster if anyone dared to complain about the barrier's constant breakdowns. Back at the training grounds, the master stands in deep thought, his eyes piercing the horizon. The Grand Chamberlain, with an icy glare, drops a bombshell on the massive, red-bearded man. They've lost the bet, and his life is all that remains. She doesn't hold back, declaring it would be an absolute disaster. If he dared to supply garbage to the Adenka royal arsenal, then cuts him down, calling him Hansen. Hansen, caught completely off guard, lets out a shocked gasp. His eyes practically popping out as reality hits him. Later, in a chaotic workshop, the Grand Chamberlain confronts him head-on, demanding to know if he's here to annoy her with his pathetic junk, then orders him to witness something incredible. And with an explosive crack, an object explodes into dazzling, shattered pieces. The Grand Chamberlain isn't letting up, slamming Hansen with the truth, his top-tier blades couldn't even scratch a monster's hide. Hansen, completely blindsided by the revelation, can only stammer out a weak okay, his world crumbling around him. She's not done, demanding if he'd faced some toothy monster or a martial arts master. Hansen shrugs it off, claiming he'd be the first to know if a real threat emerged. Then she drops the bomb, asking about a blade forged with 7 runes, and Hansen, clearly rattled, snaps back, you think I want to die? But she doesn't flinch, pushing harder, demanding to know if that exact blade had ever met a great sword in battle. Hansen, completely stumped, confesses he knows nothing about a great sword, but his mind immediately jumps to the terrifying possibility of an ancient demon at play. The Grand Chamberlain's jaw drops at the name Vincian, and the ugly young lord comment clearly sparks a realization. Hansen, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn, shouts, why are we talking about the Crimson Lotus? The Grand Chamberlain confronts Merlin in the courtyard, demanding to know the reason for this urgent, late-night summons. Moments later, the Grand Chamberlain is already apologizing to Hansen for the sudden, late-night summons, revealing that a mysterious figure demanded information about the Crimson Lotus. But elsewhere, Merlin is already turning to Davin, confirming the Grand Chamberlain's cryptic mention of Vincian. Back to the blacksmith, Hansen's eyes practically pop out of his head in pure shock, the name, Blacksmith Hansen, hitting him like a hammer. He can't believe it, muttering that he's a dwarf who could even call him desired, a subtle flex of his own legendary status. Merlin keeps dropping knowledge on Davin, revealing Hansen is a legendary blacksmith, the absolute best in the Adenka family, a prodigy, but get this, he's not even one of them. Behold the Adenka royal arsenal, a fortress where only the absolute elite are permitted entry. It's a stark reminder that even prodigies and geniuses are bound by the iron grip of lineage. Davin, completely absorbed, can only marvel at how utterly incredible Hansen sounds. And then Merlin drops the final bombshell, Hansen is famous for protecting the weak. A revelation that clearly blows Davin's mind. He stands before Merlin, a young lord of Adenka, Vinchin, making a bold declaration. Merlin, with a knowing smirk, greets him, then drops the bomb, master. Merlin's face splits into a massive, booming grin, roaring that this guy is a master at clowning around. But the young lord is all business, hand to his chest, apologizing for being late and asking if they're good to go. He quickly clarifies he wasn't trying to humiliate anyone, his face still etched with genuine concern. Merlin's expression softens, telling him he absolutely made the right call. But Merlin knows Hansen's path is just built different, a totally unique trajectory. He flashes back to a time he was laying down the law, his stare intense as he spoke to the whole crew. With Hansen, the Grand Chamberlain, and other big shots listening, Merlin drops a heavy warning, someone's gonna get clowned by everyone, but he keeps on talking. Merlin, with that signature smirk, just knows it. He's seen the future, and he's confirming the absolute rightness of a choice. But wait, what's got Hansen's attention? That eye-widening, oh-ho, means something big just caught his gaze. Back in the cosmic void, Merlin's dropping truth bombs on young Davin, telling him this thing is totally a family heirloom. Davin, ever the quick wit, flips Merlin's burden comment on its head, turning it into a compliment like a total boss. Meanwhile, Hansen's getting hands-on with the legendary Crimson Lotus, it's time for a full weapon inspection. He's got it. The Crimson Lotus is in his grasp. Hansen's deep in thought, his eyes practically burning into the sword. Merlin's getting real with the young lord now, dropping the bombshell that Davin's gonna be stuck with Adenka's seventh son. Hansen's jaw just hit the floor. That's a face of pure, unadulterated shock. Hansen is still locked onto the Crimson Lotus, a mysterious blue light pulsing from its hilt, totally baffled by the blade's intense damage. He's thinking, this thing cut itself with its own power, not from some outside attack. Merlin, right there, demands to know what kind of crazy damage he's even talking about. A visibly exhausted Hansen just sighs, muttering that he's too drained to even hold the sword anymore. Elsewhere, Merlin gently holds baby Davin, thinking about the massive weight of being Adenka's seventh son, a destiny he knows the child will face every single day. Suddenly, back in the workshop, Hansen jumps as someone calls his name, his face a mask of pure shock. It's Raelsa, and she's like, are you seriously making a mountain out of a molehill? The whole crew, Merlin, Hansen, Raelsa, Sarvana, and the Grand Chamberlain, are all together, and it's revealed that Hansen basically adopted Raelsa and her siblings when they were dirt poor, and they've been part of the family ever since. So yeah, it's official, Raelsa and Hansen are basically father and daughter. Hansen stares at Raelsa, a flicker of worry in his gaze, as she presses him, are you really leaving? Did you find someone else? Suddenly, Merlin steps up, announcing his plan to check on the horses tomorrow, and Hansen's in, confirming he'll bring Sari too. Elsewhere, the Grand Chamberlain locks eyes with Sarvana, demanding a promise, you have to bring him back. Promise me. His face is dead serious. Later, Hansen strides off, leaving Raelsa to watch him disappear, a voiceover revealing the depth of his kindness, he took her and her siblings in when they were just kids, a true fool for his daughter. Her thoughts drift to the young Davin, and the crushing burden he's destined to bear. The view sweeps to an epic, ancient fortress, its towering stone piercing the vibrant, cloud-streaked heavens. Then, a.m. A young man, eyes blazing electric blue, erupts with a torrent of raw purple energy, dark particles exploding around him as he unleashes pure power. The vibrant aura explodes outward, consuming everything in its path with overwhelming force. The magical burst hits critical mass, crackling with raw, untamed energy, a blinding, destructive spectacle. After the earth-shattering display, the Grand Chamberlain and Hansen are left speechless, surrounded by an ethereal glow, their eyes wide with awe at what they've just witnessed. Hansen, ever the keen observer, can't help but notice the sheer, overwhelming power emanating from the source, a force he equates to a demon king, even if the creature itself is supposedly low rank. A dangerous smirk spreads across his face, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow, a chilling, not bad, escaping him as he acknowledges the raw power. Shifting scenes, Raelsa steps up to Hansen and the Grand Chamberlain, cutting straight to the chase, asking if this is enough for them. Hansen, ever observant, pivots to the Grand Chamberlain, calling him out for his seemingly detached demeanor. The Grand Chamberlain, however, remains utterly unfazed, his expression unreadable. A heavy sigh escapes the Grand Chamberlain, as he finally admits that one vital piece is still absent. Hansen presses for answers, and the Grand Chamberlain reveals a small, pulsating red object, declaring it's a royal commission that desperately needs a core to complete it. Hansen's face lights up with a mix of surprise and intense curiosity, his gaze locked onto the mysterious, glowing artifact. He unveils a bizarre, furry artifact, dropping a bombshell, this thing is so rare, money literally can't buy it. With Raelsa watching, he casually reveals its true identity, a freaking mastodon horn. The sheer audacity of it hangs heavy. And the horn itself pulses with an otherworldly glow, its raw power practically screaming. He then brings this mythical artifact to Hansen, asking if he can forge a sword from it, and the blacksmith is absolutely floored, barely able to stammer out a response. Hansen's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out, as he screams, "Mastodon horn," in pure shock. Still totally freaking out, the blacksmith shouts his amazement, demanding to know how they even got their hands on something straight out of legends. But then, a grin breaks out on Hansen's face, like he just realized this was his fate, and he's totally ready for it. He's in. He'll make the sword, but deep down, he's thinking, if it were his choice, he'd totally turn this into a demonic lotus instead of just a sword. Hansen grips the freshly forged blade, but the Grand Chamberlain isn't impressed, demanding to know why he'd bother with a new sword when the legendary Crimson Lotus is already out there. The Grand Chamberlain quickly corrects him, insisting on a sword from the Mastodon horn, not the Crimson Lotus. But Hansen's mind races, he's always believed that horn was destined to become a demonic lotus. But duty calls. He pushes his own thoughts aside, confirming he'll integrate the horn into the Crimson Lotus, just as ordered. Fast forward 3 weeks. A young Davin, with Sarvana and Railsa by his side, stares at a horrifying sight, the air choked with the stench of burning wood. Railsa lets out a horrified gasp, barely able to believe her eyes, as the workshop is consumed by a raging inferno, flames dancing wildly. The blaze is out of control, a furious inferno, devouring everything in its path. Davin's eyes go wide with pure shock, a single, stunned word tearing from his throat, the workshop. Amidst the smoldering ruins, Hansen stands utterly broken, his face a mask of pure devastation, while Davin, Sarvana, and Railsa can only watch, powerless against the Inferno's wrath. Whoa, check out this system interface. It's like a game, showing off all the key players and their stats, a total reincarnation vibe. But then, out of nowhere, a building just explodes into flames. Massive smoke clouds are billowing up, this is intense. Davin, Railsa, Merlin, and Sarvana are all just standing there, staring at the blaze, you can practically feel their worry. Railsa's totally freaking out, turning to Sarvana and practically yelling, "Get a hold of yourself, SIR. This is chaos." Davin's face gets super serious, he's putting the pieces together, realizing something seriously wrong at the blacksmith's. Merlin sees Davin gripping his sword, ready to go, and he's like, "What are you going to do? You're not going to jump into the fire." He knows Davin's crazy enough to do it. But Davin's not backing down, no way. He's convinced his blacksmith is too tough to die from something so lame. He totally ignores them, exploding into action with a blinding purple aura, leaving everyone else in the dust, absolutely shocked. That purple energy just explodes, a massive surge of power as he charges in. With eyes blazing a furious purple, Davin locks in, pure determination radiating from his every pore. And then, a raw burst of power. He unleashes a purple torrent, ripping a path straight through the inferno. The ground shatters, debris explodes, and the flames themselves flinch from his overwhelming might. Enveloped in a swirling purple storm, he's ready to plunge even further into the firestorm. He spots Hansen through the inferno, and charges like a bullet, heat be damned. Hansen, beaten and barely holding on, lets out a guttural cry as the building crumbles. Every powerful stride he takes, shatters the ground beneath him as he closes in. He's got Hansen. A purple aura pulses from his hand as he desperately tries to snap the blacksmith out of it, screaming for him to get a grip. Suddenly, a voice slices through the inferno, and he whips around to face Merlin, demanding to know what he's doing here. But the fire isn't just fire, it's the terrifying Crimson Lotus, burning with an unholy intensity. Sarvana, eyes wide with terror, can only gasp, is that really the Crimson Lotus? The Grand Chamberlain, surrounded by Merlin and Railsa, grimly states that the demon skeleton's power was way beyond what Hansen ever imagined. Merlin, cutting straight to the chase, insists they need to get Hansen out of there, now. With a powerful blue aura flaring around him, Davin charges, Hansen in tow, deeper into the blazing, crumbling ruins. His face contorts in a grim realization, the gravity of their predicament hitting him hard. The way out is gone. He's got Hansen, but the Crimson Lotus is absolutely exploding around them. Still, his resolve. Unbroken. Even if this whole place goes down and they're engulfed in fire, he's not letting Hansen die. No way. Elsewhere, a guy with glasses is watching the whole thing go down, and he's got to wonder, is their defense even holding up? The Crimson Lotus is just a straight-up vortex of pure destruction, and it's not letting up. Its power is absolutely insane. This magical fire is so massive, it makes you think, can this kind of power even exist? Davin's still fighting through the flames, and Merlin, Sarvana, and Railsa are just watching, Merlin totally bummed he can't jump in and help. His eyes are practically burning with blue and purple energy, showing off the insane power he's unleashing. Suddenly, a flash. A younger Davin, maybe from his Saban Adenkaga days, pops up in the chaos, giving us a peek at where all his crazy power came from. The Crimson Lotus is going wild, but something's fighting back, a gentle steel that's about to shut this whole inferno down. He absolutely explodes with power, a blinding torrent of orange and purple energy ripping through the air. With an unshakable will, he proclaims that the soft blade shatters steel, his very mana quantum bending to his command. The purple energy intensifies, his eyes blazing with raw power, as he doubles down, his mana's essence now fully unleashed by his sheer will. Then, with deliberate precision, he slowly extends a hand. And with a devastating strike, he intercepts the incoming flow of mana. A colossal wave of purple energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. Merlin is absolutely floored, his jaw dropping as he gasps, "Oh my god." The sheer, overwhelming power radiates from Davin, who stands unfazed amidst the chaos. Leaving Merlin utterly bewildered, demanding to know just who this old man truly is. The air crackles, still thick with dust and shimmering particles, the raw aftermath of an insane power surge. The echoes of pure chaos finally starting to die down. A smirk, almost imperceptible, touches Davin's face, his eyes still faintly glowing with residual power. He drops to a knee in the wreckage, a calm voice cutting through the silence, "We're alive." Close by, a hulking, muscular figure with a top knot hacks violently, clearly dazed and trying to get his bearings. Merlin, finally pushing himself up, gapes at Davin, his mind absolutely blown by what just happened. "How are you all right? How did you even?" The muscular man, finally conscious, locks eyes with Davin, his voice a gravelly whisper of pure bewilderment, "How are you, using the Aaron brothers?" Davin just smirks, brushing off the man's bizarre question with a cool, almost playful tone, "If you're spouting nonsense, you're definitely fine." Merlin, still utterly baffled, stares at his own hands, mumbling to himself, "Seriously, if that was your escape plan, that wasn't agility. That felt impossible. Let me check my everything." The epic forging is finally complete. The freshly forged blade, now fully revealed, explodes with an intense, fiery glow, radiating raw power. Hansen stares in utter disbelief, while Merlin's eyes are glued to the blade. "I've never hammered a dragon skeleton before," Hansen exclaims. "How could I have known mana would just explode out of nowhere and spit out flames?" Merlin's hands instinctively reach out, grasping the hilt of the magnificent weapon. The moment he lifts it, a brilliant golden aura erupts from the blade, enveloping him in its raw, radiant energy. The light intensifies, swirling around his form. And a profound, mind-blowing realization hits him. "It's as if the blade is communicating with me," he shouts, his eyes wide with pure awe. The sword itself vibrates with power, its intricate patterns glowing with an inner, mystical light. Still radiating with the sword's golden power, Merlin is absolutely captivated by the newly forged blade, completely blown away by what he's experiencing. Hansen, the blacksmith, is absolutely fixated on him, his jaw practically on the floor as the sword practically screams with raw power. But then, a weird thought hits Merlin, this blade. It's not just powerful, it's different. Hansen, seeing his stunned face, can't help but ask, "Dude, why are you so shocked, Julian? You don't like it?" Julian, still reeling from the sword's sheer presence, realizes this isn't just some fancy metal, it was literally born from a dragon, a creature beyond human comprehension. Meanwhile, some noble watching the whole thing mutters, "If Arslan made this, he'd have left a warning. Wouldn't he have saved it for a moment like this?" Julian's eyes lock onto the blade again, and it all clicks, this sword. It's just a warm-up, a practice run for forging the next real dragon. Hansen, totally confused by Julian's intense vibe, presses him, "What is it, Julian? You're saying a new dragon will be born if we forge this sword?" Julian, now radiating pure determination, confidently states that with this practice under his belt, the next attempt is going to be absolutely epic. He surveys the chaotic aftermath of the forging, a massive cleanup looming. But with his mana completely depleted, he wonders, what's even the point right now? But Hansen is not having it, glaring at Julian and demanding if he expects him to survive another dragon skeleton forging. Julian stands, the dragon bone sword radiating power. Before revealing a small, rectangular object that pulses with an intense, golden light. Presenting the glowing item to Hansen, confirming it's the legendary artifact the blacksmith has been desperately seeking. Hansen's jaw drops. "Another dragon skeleton," he exclaims, the implications of the item hitting him hard. A faint glow emanates from his head as the sheer power of the artifact washes over him. Hansen is overwhelmed, clutching the artifact and letting out a pained grunt. Julian, ever the calm one, simply states that only the fairy race could even find something like this. Hansen then drops a bombshell, Sarvanna's sister is a loyal fairy, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. He screams that this item is pure gold for the fairy race. Hansen, the legendary blacksmith, can only sigh, completely swayed by the sheer force of the young lord's will. He finally gives in, accepting the impossible challenge of forging the dragon skeleton sword. Elsewhere, Railsa strolls through a magnificent courtyard, her mind racing back to a time when she was on the verge of quitting. A wave of pure awe washes over her as she realizes how the young lord tamed the very beast that had defeated her, leaving her absolutely stunned. Julian, now standing before Raelsa, offers a quick apology before dropping a bombshell request. He tasks her with a new mission, presenting a mysterious, glowing rectangle that instantly grabs her gaze. The Grand Chamberlain, utterly bewildered, watches as Julian dramatically announces this glowing artifact is the final payment for the dragon skeleton, a debt from 14 years past. The Grand Chamberlain's jaw drops in utter shock, demanding to know how Julian acquired such an impossible, priceless fragment of the dragon skeleton, a treasure beyond compare. With a knowing smirk, Julian hoists the glowing artifact high, teasing Raelsa that her joy is about to skyrocket once she grasps its true, mind-blowing power. Merlin's hand clenches around the hilt of a glowing, intricate sword, absolutely radiating raw power. He lays out his master plan, revealing he'd already devised a control device. A way to absolutely dominate his foes and dissect their every move. The Grand Chamberlain, eyes now blazing with an electric blue glow, remembers Merlin's earlier challenge. Acknowledging the repeated warnings, but making it clear he's not going down without a fight. A deep, ominous hum rips through the grand hall, as a massive surge of electric blue energy explodes with a thunderous crash, spreading out like an unstoppable, overwhelming tide. Amidst the chaos, Sarvana goes all out, unleashing a torrent of glowing blue particles, blasting them directly into Merlin, who can only brace himself against the brutal magical onslaught. The impact sends a shockwave of pain through him, his face contorting in agony as the raw energy washes over him. Sarvana, now airborne and absolutely dominating, continues her relentless assault, her form wreathed in a vibrant blue aura as she unleashes another devastating wave of power downwards. The cascading energy threatens to completely overwhelm him. As she taunts, "You said you would defeat me, but you're not even close to winning." Merlin is absolutely rocked, sent flying backward by a devastating magical blast, blue energy exploding all around him. Sarvana, however, stands completely unfazed, her blue magic absolutely surging, a terrifying display of raw power. Then, where Merlin crashed, a colossal magical explosion just erupts, shattering everything in its path. But then, a shimmering blue barrier just snaps into existence, absorbing the full force of the explosion. And just like that, Merlin's sword slices through the air, meeting Sarvana's magic head-on in a blinding explosion of sparks. Even with the block, a guttural cry of pain rips from Merlin, his face twisting under the immense magical strain. But he holds his ground, now absolutely blazing with a powerful red and gold aura, he actually blocked it. Watching from afar, the Grand Chamberlain's eyes widen, completely stunned by Merlin's impossible block. Merlin's blade deflects yet another magical blast, but Sarvana's smirk says it all, "He still can't beat me with that mana." Blue magic explodes from her, a blinding wave of raw power. But he, now absolutely crackling with a vibrant purple aura, stands ready, his sword practically screaming for action. He's a blur, moving with impossible speed through the shimmering energy field. She's caught off guard, a flash of surprise on her face as the blue energy still swirls around her. The Grand Chamberlain, watching from afar, can't believe his eyes, realizing the insane power he's now wielding. Even Merlin is questioning this new level of power, a purple glow still radiating from him. His eyes drop to the sword, now absolutely blazing with an intense, fiery red and orange light. This isn't just any blade, it's the Lotus Armorer's masterpiece, a sword built to absorb its user's power. This is the Crimson Lotus. Merlin, now armed with the supercharged Crimson Lotus, stands ready against Sarvana, who can't help but recognize the blade's raw power, exclaiming, "The Crimson Lotus has been strengthened." He coolly responds, "Yeah, Master Hansen really put in the work." With a determined glint in his eye, he ups the ante, announcing, "Then I'll try to be more rough." But before he can even blink, Sarvana's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, and she's gone in a flash, Kwang echoing where she once stood. Merlin's eyes widen in shock, as he shouts, "She disappeared." He spins, eyes darting, as blue energy particles swirl around him, his opponent nowhere in sight. Then, out of nowhere, a barrage of razor-sharp blue energy blades rips through the air, a deafening "Kwang" announcing their arrival. But Merlin is ready, his glowing purple sword a blur as he parries the onslaught, deflecting every single blade with a furious "Kwang." His gaze unwavering, he steels his resolve, muttering, "Can't let her overwhelm me. Gotta find an opening, now." Then, with a burst of purple energy, he unleashes a devastating, sweeping slash, roaring, "Over here," as a massive "Kwang" erupts. The magical energies were going absolutely wild, a blinding purple aura exploding, signaling the sheer power unleashed in this fight. Merlin, sword blazing with an electric blue glow, held his ground, his gaze sharp as he shot back, "You're wrong." His face was pure intensity, those glowing blue eyes locked on his target, absolutely unyielding. But then, a chilling smirk crept onto Sarvana's face, her voice dripping with pure taunt, "Oh, yes, of course I was wrong. But Merlin wasn't playing games, his hand clamping down on that golden staff, it practically pulsed with raw, unleashed power. Then, it was on. The two warriors slammed into each other, Sarvana a blur of fiery orange energy as their weapons screamed on impact. Meanwhile, some poor soul with pinkish-brown hair and glasses was absolutely losing it, gasping, with her bare hands. And he hit the 8th stage in just. The fight was a whirlwind of power, auras flaring, and then Merlin's voice ripped through the chaos, a shocked shout, variation. A legendary dwarf bursts onto the scene, axe blazing with raw power. This is the power of a king. Blindingly fast, the dwarf is a whirlwind of destruction, closing in. Switching to a gleaming sword, he winds up for a game-ending blow. Boom! The impact is explosive, a pure burst of destructive energy. Back in the arena, Sarvana is absolutely stunned, looking down and realizing, her opponent's mana is gone, but seriously, was he always this strong? Her eyes lock onto her own weapon, just lying there, and she's like, my sword is gone. Then, a calm, powerful voice cuts through the tension, telling her to just pick up her sword already. Merlin, now with striking blue hair, stands his ground, making it clear, he's not fighting someone who's disarmed. Merlin's gaze burns with raw power, his eyes blazing with an electric blue as he gears up for something massive. Facing down the young master, he lays it out, that was some serious arrogance, young master. He then adds, not every powerful artifact or monster is yours for the taking, young master. And neither am I. A blinding blue aura erupts around him, and Merlin drops a truth bomb, opponents who are weaker than you. A massive, intricate magic symbol ignites behind him, pulsing with raw power, as the young master gets a crucial lesson, you must remember this, young master. The epic display wraps up, and the young master, finally getting it, just says, all right. I get it. A subtle smirk crosses his face as he processes the sheer power he just saw, muttering, what an incredible man. Merlin's glowing eyes sharpen, his face dead serious as he delivers one last, crucial command, please take care in conquering this. He brings his foot down with absolute resolve, blue energy exploding around it. Meanwhile, a fierce, gray-haired woman with glasses, sword in hand, is poised for battle, a subtle blue glow radiating from her. A devastating blue attack slams down, leaving a glowing symbol scorched into the earth. His gray hair flying, Merlin gasps, caught off guard. Eyes wide behind his glasses, he can only manage a stunned, huh. Before he can even blink, Davin is on him, a lightning-fast strike connecting. Holding his stunned mentor tight, Davin coolly declares, I wounded you. Merlin, regaining his composure, starts to break down the fight, explaining that there's only one way to block his double sword stroke, and he's baffled how Davin pulled it off. This is the legendary double sword stroke. This was it, Encounter with the Heavy Knight Forged, Part 3. Still reeling from the shock, Merlin demands, he sliced through my mana to block my attack. His mind blown, he can't believe it's even possible. He presses on, his eyes locked onto the young prodigy, laying out the terms of their agreement and the massive expectations now resting on his shoulders. As he keenly observes the subtle shifts in Davin's aura, Merlin can't help but notice the mana flowing through his body is already incredibly smooth, a clear sign of raw, untapped power. With a knowing smirk, he then reveals the true nature of his blessing, a signature of regeneration that will be absolutely vital for Davin's journey, especially in his upcoming clash with the Heavy Knight Forged. As Merlin's words hit, a powerful, glowing symbol of regeneration explodes into existence, its ethereal light practically blinding. Later, Davin is locked in intense meditation, soaking up every ounce of that blessing, with Raelsa keeping a sharp, watchful eye on his progress. She's already calculating, believing he'll master this new power in just 2 days, blown away by his potential to manipulate mana once he fully unleashes its flow. He's still deep in meditation, but now a soft, blue glow starts to pulse from his body, a clear sign his inner power is awakening. The glow explodes, swirling around his torso in a vibrant blue energy storm, the regeneration blessing visibly taking hold. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of brilliant blue mana explodes, crackling with raw, untamed power. And as that energy just absolutely goes wild around him, Davin stands, his mentor Merlin watching with a mix of awe and worry, hoping this insane power surge doesn't blow the roof off. His eyes, normally just a chill brown, are now absolutely blazing with an intense, ethereal blue, reflecting the insane power coursing through his veins. That blue aura around Davin just explodes, enveloping him completely, while Merlin, now radiating his own soft blue glow, stands absolutely steadfast behind him. Merlin's magical energy takes on a distinct, almost spectral form, a clear sign of his own formidable power. But far from that insane power-up, a new location just drops into view, the legendary Crimson Fortress. Perched dramatically atop a snow-dusted peak, that grand fortress stands as an absolute beacon of strength amidst the brutal winter landscape. Inside, a man with glasses is absolutely laying into a red-haired woman, demanding to know why she hasn't touched any of the documents, or if she's just gonna bail again. She fires back, saying as a magical artificer, she can't deal with this boring paperwork. With a dramatic sigh of resignation, Meredith Schill, the headmaster of Crimson Fortress, finally gives in and agrees to work. Meredith's jaw drops, her eyes wide with shock. Wait, Vincent Adenka. The truth bombs drop, isn't he from the main family? Yes, he's the seventh son of the main family. But the man's got a dark take, someone bothering is coming again. The lowest tier son, Vincent. He's a total loser, just like the rest, destined for the front lines. His face turns grim, we absolutely cannot let the Emperor find out about this. Davin unleashes. His ripped physique glows with an insane, swirling blue aura, radiating pure, unadulterated power. His hands are practically exploding with that same wild energy, intricate pattern sparking to life as the magic goes critical. The blue light twists and surges, exploding into a complex, glowing symbol that just hangs there, radiating power. He turns to a stunned young man with light hair and glasses, dropping a bombshell, with that said, I have already gone through the body. His eye, now a vibrant, cosmic blue, is practically burning with the sheer power he's unleashing. The young man, now faintly glowing with a blue aura himself, can only stare back, completely overwhelmed by the display. Then, Davin just casually exhales a cloud of shimmering blue energy, a silent, chilling display of his absolute control. The young man's jaw drops, his glasses reflecting the insane light, as he's left completely speechless by the sheer power he just witnessed. Davin is absolutely going all out, a vibrant blue aura exploding around him, his form practically glowing with raw power as he floats amidst mind-bending symbols. His eyes are practically burning with electric blue energy, and he drops a bombshell, the galactic empire he serves is just, him. The blue energy goes absolutely wild, swirling violently as he lets out a powerful cry. The sheer cold from his power is insane, and he casually mentions, she's gone, as the energy fades around him. Suddenly, back in a normal room, Davin is chilling cross-legged, with the young man in glasses totally fixated on him as he drops another cryptic line, nothing, not even a trace, will remain on the frozen book. His eyes are still faintly glowing blue as he finally drops the name of his insane ability, Frostwalk. He's holding a glowing blue orb, intricate symbols practically vibrating on its surface, the last remnants of his incredible power. Later, Davin is totally absorbed in a book at his desk, still subtly glowing blue, while the young man with glasses is right there, also with a faint white aura, watching him intently. He points to a crucial spot on the map, his hand pulsing with a faint blue energy, revealing the exact location deep within the treacherous mountains of Adenka. He recounts a time long past, when the Abyss unleashed its terrifying invasion on Adenka, plunging the land into chaos. It was then that Aryan, a crimson-armored legend, alongside other heroes, drove back the Abyss and became the revered head of the training academy. As they chased the fleeing enemy, they uncovered whispers of a frozen book, a potential treasure from the very heart of the Abyss. But the man with glasses corrects him, revealing it wasn't the frozen book at all, but a completely different, legendary treasure from ancient lore. This treasure, he reveals, is none other than the heavenly fruit, a golden apple radiating pure power. This fruit is rumored to be more powerful than any artifact, capable of even raising the dead. Only the truly worthy, it said, will ever find the key to this legendary tree. The man with glasses ponders, confessing he'd have scoffed at such a myth before, but their desperate situation now forces him to believe the impossible. He lays it all out, the heavenly fruit isn't just some myth, it's real, but its location is a total enigma, and they absolutely have to get their hands on it. Then, the man with glasses drops a bombshell, they're on a ticking clock, with only 3 years left until disaster strikes, maybe even less, because they've pushed themselves way too hard already. Merlin, taking it all in, turns his back, a soft rustle echoing the gravity of the situation, as the grim reality sinks in. But the man with glasses isn't backing down, he's fired up, vowing they'll crack the heavenly fruit's mysteries and seize it. His eyes are practically burning with resolve, a laser-focused intensity blasting from him as he talks about their insane mission. Merlin, chilling with a book, glances up, calling him by his other name, like, yo, Julian. He keeps going, dropping the lore bomb that the heavenly fruit is guarded by some insane power, and they'd have to take down the king of the golden forest just to get a sniff of it. The man with glasses throws his hands out, conjuring up a mental image of gold coins and tiny figures, as he grapples with the insane amount of cash they'd need to avoid any screw-ups. Then, he hits another wall, realizing every other major player will be gunning for this fruit too, leaving him scratching his head about where they're gonna get all that cash. As the weight of their mission settled, the man with glasses confidently brushed off Merlin's concerns, declaring, "Don't worry." Then, a sudden thought struck him, his gaze sharpening as he uttered, "Magic Tower." He laid out the game-changing strategy, rebuild the Magic Tower, unlock their own research and development, and count it as Merlin's cut. The plan was simple, yet brilliant: sponsor the mages, fund their research, and watch their investment return with interest. A vision of a colossal, shimmering Magic Tower materialized. As he unveiled the crucial detail, his mage partner had already drafted the blueprint. Then, a new player stepped into the light, a striking figure in purple, introduced as Annabella Mason, the formidable 6th Magic Tower co-owner. Annabella, with a confident air, confirmed the man's bold move. He'd put his own capital on the line to become a co-owner, now urging them, come in. With a knowing glance, she affirmed, he's exactly the kind of person I'm working with. A blinding surge of magical energy erupted, the tower roaring to life. The magic tower just went off, unleashing a blinding torrent of green energy that ripped through reality. But wait, a chilling thought cuts through the noise, could a co-owner really just drop dead like it's nothing? The power surge just kept coming, now a deep, dripping blue, overflowing with raw magical might. And right in the middle of this magical storm, Annabella Mason was there, absolutely crackling with purple energy, her eyes burning with an electric blue glow. Then, out of nowhere, a sickening splatter of blood exploded across the scene. What just happened? And there it was, a document with an official seal, just lying there, hinting at some seriously messed up legal drama. Watching this absolute train wreck unfold, the man with glasses and Merlin were just frozen, their faces screaming, how is this even possible? The man with glasses just lost it, throwing his hands up, screaming about his money and how this was no time for anyone to be disrespecting him. His eyes were practically bugging out with rage, as he doubled down on his fury, absolutely livid at the sheer nerve of it all. The man with glasses can't believe it, a furious scoff escaping him as he glares down. Elsewhere, Merlin and a mysterious blue-haired young man pore over a document, the narration box dropping a bombshell, Adinkaga's 7th son, and Magic Tower co-ownership. But then, a grim-faced official with black hair cuts in, shouting, we're going to be starving in the fortress. His voice drops, heavy with resignation, as he adds, I know we were born into the pagoda family. Cut back to the blue-haired young man, now gazing at a colossal magic tower, its power radiating. He mutters, a hint of doubt in his voice, wasn't I considered a failure? Just how? His eyes still locked on the distant tower, he finally concedes, I suppose so. His face hardens in a close-up, the narration box dropping a critical detail, the time remaining is 4 months. He stands firm, the narration screaming the need for intel, then BAM. 4 months flash by, landing him on the outskirts of the Crimson Fortress. We must gather as much information as possible soon. 4 months later, the epic trek to the Crimson Fortress kicks off, cutting through colossal, snow-dusted mountains. Before plunging into the thick, ancient woods that shield its entrance. The sharp-eyed man in glasses lays down the law, security demands they proceed on foot from here. The blue-haired young man, ever composed, simply nods, all right, I understand. Every step on the forest floor echoes his determination, pushing him further into the unknown. His guide gestures forward, confirming this very path through the forest is their direct route to the legendary Crimson Fortress. The young man, overwhelmed, struggles to find words for his immense gratitude. I don't know how I could express my gratitude to you for everything. But his companion, cool as ever, brushes it off. Yet, a deeper thought lingers, I'm sure my mother would think the same. If that was overcome, it'd be overcome. The guide gives a final, serious warning to the young lord as their epic journey nears its end. The carriage keeps pushing through the brutal, snow-covered landscape. Its wheels grinding against the frozen earth. Inside the Crimson Fortress, the guide drops the bomb, Vincent, the young master, is almost here. Meredith Schill, the headmaster, just can't deal, letting out a massive groan of annoyance. She snarkily declares dealing with bold people isn't her vibe, but the guide quickly shuts her down, reminding her it's literally her job. Then, the guide unveils a terrifying glowing blue crystal, confirming it's Sephra, a real monster, a threat so massive it needs a top-tier magician to even stand a chance. But hearing monster changes everything. Meredith snaps to attention, declaring she'll go herself, embracing her headmaster duty to protect everyone in the fortress. Yet, with a sly grin, she quickly adds a crucial detail, send some backup, because this real monster is no joke. She stares down the glowing blue crystal, Sephra, a new monster demanding a high-ranked magician, as her attendant nervously reiterates the danger. Then, a thunderous HEY rips through the air, jolting them to attention, signaling chaos has erupted. Merlin, without a second thought, dives headfirst out the window, a blinding blue aura exploding around him as he streaks through the downpour. Leaving the attendant utterly flabbergasted by his insane leap. Cursing the dunce who just pulled that stunt. Below, Merlin sticks the landing, staff ready, as 2 fortress guards instantly move to intercept him. His blue aura still crackling around him. The guards, framed by the epic, snow-dusted mountains and the Crimson Fortress, loudly proclaim their humble respect to absolute glory. Then immediately grill Merlin about his intentions concerning young Master Vincent. From a high vantage, Davin and his guards are locked on, one of them shouting, over there, as the chaos unfolds below. Davin snaps his spyglass up, a sharp cutting through the air as he zeroes in. Below, Merlin is already facing down the guards, who are freaking out, isn't that SIR Merlin? Railsa. Davin's guard confirms the intel, yeah, Railsa. With the private bodyguards. The pieces are falling into place. A flicker of concern crosses Davin's face, the rumors of Merlin being a magician clashing with his official title as vice commander of the Wyvern Knight unit, a power level that just doesn't add up for a mere knight. He pivots to his attendant, the man with glasses, demanding, "What about the examination? Did you crank up the difficulty?" The attendant coolly responds that they're fully staffed from last year, and he'll be personally putting Merlin through the ringer. A cold resolve hardens Davin's gaze, his thoughts echoing, "I was going to weed him out." Blue energy crackles around his hand, ready to unleash. The blue power surges, Davin's eyes burning with fierce intent as he vows, "Anyone who gets in my way, the first trial." This is it. In a shadowy chamber, a red-haired knight and a blonde-haired scholar are plotting, debating whether to eliminate their young master, but ultimately deciding he's too valuable to get rid of just yet. But Davin, the young master himself, is already thinking about who he's going to take out. Blue energy explodes from his hand, as he plans to wipe them out before they even get a chance to enroll. Davin, holding a glowing orb, is already over it, calling the first exam, a monster subjugation, totally boring. Meanwhile, a green-haired guy and a blue-haired girl are on an epic trek through a snowy mountain pass, heading straight for some massive, mysterious fortress in the distance. Their eyes pop as they finally recognize their destination. The woman gasps, "Wait, is that the Crimson Fortress?" The epic journey continues. A breathtaking, snow-dusted panorama unfolds, revealing a massive city waiting in the distance. But wait, who's this? Two mysterious figures are trekking through the snow, their destination clearly the city ahead. What secrets do they carry? Whoa! A monstrous roar rips through the silence, stopping our blue-haired hero and his companion dead in their tracks. What just happened? Look at that. Intense blue energy explodes in the sky, creating a mesmerizing, yet terrifying, light show. Someone's asking, "Is that so?" Our heroes are totally stunned, staring up at the chaos, one of them letting out a shocked gasp as the sky lights up even more. And there she is. A fiery red-haired warrior bursts onto the scene, ready to unleash pure fury and make someone regret everything. Our blue-haired protagonist's red eyes are burning with resolve, matching the intensity of the moment. He's ready for whatever comes next. With a powerful step, blue energy sparks around his leg, his eyes locked onto the legendary Crimson Fortress. The real adventure begins now. A terrifying, shadowy entity with blazing red eyes just materializes out of nowhere. But a lone figure in a white cloak stands firm, sword ready, facing down the unknown. Then, a colossal, clawed paw just smashes down, ripping up the earth. Out of the darkness, a gigantic white tiger with glowing blue stripes bursts forth. Its intense blue eyes lock onto its target. This is the legendary blue-eyed white tiger. It towers over them, its sheer size making Davin and his crew look tiny. Davin's face is serious, he knows the threat is real, and his red-haired friend is clearly worried. No time to waste, he charges. A blue streak heading straight for the colossal monster. Blue lightning erupts around him, his eyes burning with pure resolve as he gets ready to fight. The massive blue-eyed white tiger, crackling with electric blue energy, instantly locks onto the lightning-fast movement, its entire body coiling with raw power. A deafening roar rips through the air, as the beast unleashes its primal fury, the blue energy around it exploding with intensity. Davin, a fierce glint in his eyes, confirms his strategy worked, he's got its full attention now. But then, a strange feeling hits him, a nagging suspicion that something is seriously off about this monster. Those piercing blue eyes hold a secret, a mystery that screams, this isn't just any blue-eyed white tiger. But no matter what it is, Davin's determination is absolute, he's going to take it down. Then, in a blinding flash, he rockets forward, a streak of blue energy blurring behind him. The very air screams around him, as he maintains his impossible speed. And then, a crack. Davin's strike lands hard, drawing first blood from the beast's face. He absolutely decimates the blue-eyed white tiger with a devastating, blue-infused strike, sending shockwaves through the air. But before he can even process the hit, his eyes snap open, sensing something else. Another one. His leg flares with an intense, fiery glow, powering up with body strengthening for the next wave. He rockets down from the heavens, a blue comet streaking behind him, crashing to the ground as Merlin and the other guy watch in awe. Back on the ground, Merlin points frantically, shouting, "Brother! Look over there!" Davin instantly leaps up a tree, getting a tactical vantage point on whatever's coming. Merlin, eyes wide, starts counting them off, 3, 4, 5. And some on the hill. Leaving the massive impact crater in their wake, Davin and Merlin press on, ready for the next fight. The crater is swarming with blue-eyed white tigers, a terrifying count revealing there are 18 in total. He listens as the glasses-wearing ally freaks out, totally against the idea of facing so many illusory tigers, even if they're fake. But something's not right, and Merlin drops a bombshell, they're illusions, but they reek of blood. The illusory tiger just stands there, menacing, its form flickering with a terrifying, almost real presence. Merlin's not messing around, he starts channeling his magic, a glowing blue circle pulsing with power. Davin's eyes narrow, a single thought burning in his mind, did he see it too? Merlin's all in, vowing to expose the illusion, even if it costs him every last drop of mana. Davin's hand tightens, a wave of self-doubt hitting him hard, questioning his worth as the good-for-nothing seventh son. Merlin's tone is heavy, doubting if they can even survive long enough to figure things out. Elsewhere, a colossal, ancient tree looms over the land, its sheer size screaming ancient power and elemental mystery. He's dropping some serious knowledge, revealing a game-changing method for picture spells. Forget spamming individual spells, just use one assembly element. This isn't just efficient, it's next-level mana management, letting you branch out spells with way less energy. The glasses male drops a truth bomb, find the original, and everything else vanishes. Merlin's like, yeah, but how in the world do we even find it? But Davin's got this. He confidently states he can find it, because humans are just built different, especially when monsters are playing on a whole other level in these magic zones. The glasses male points out the big one in the middle, that's the forest boss. Merlin's mind is blown, asking if they're actually dealing with the ancient forest itself. He's not waiting around, he's moving in. Blue energy rings explode around him, as Davin unleashes his Galactic Wanderer's Blessing trait. The colossal blue-eyed white tiger lets out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes blazing with raw power. Then, a massive, crackling wave of blue energy explodes, and the ground itself seems to rumble with a deep growl. The blue-eyed white tiger unleashes a devastating, blue-charged roar, its raw power shaking the very fabric of the magical realm. But before that beast can even process it, he unleashes Frostwalk, a blinding blue aura exploding around him as he moves with impossible, game-breaking speed. Leaving nothing but a frozen blur in his wake. The glasses male's jaw drops, utterly stunned, can that even be Frostwalk? Merlin, absolutely floored, instantly recognizes the legendary trait, shouting about Raelsa's power and how it's even possible. And just like that, he's there. Davin teleports to the assembly point, closing the distance in a blink. His eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow as he locks onto his prey, confirming, that's the one. The blue-eyed white tiger roars back, its entire body erupting in a blazing red aura, ready to throw down. But Davin isn't backing down. He raises his arm, blue energy surging around his fist, ready to strike and seize the moment. No hesitation. He unleashes a vibrant blue magic circle, pulsating with raw, untamed energy. With an explosive surge, he rockets forward, a lightning-fast blur closing the gap on the stunned tigers. His gaze locks onto the blade, his Crimson Lotus sword, now supercharged with the very essence of demon's blood. The blade flares with intense power, devouring his mana's properties. His hair ablaze with ethereal light, eyes burning crimson, he unleashes the absolute sword sense variation. With a devastating swing, the skill explodes, a powerful blue-purple energy field ripping through the air, hoisting the tigers, even the mighty blue-eyed white tiger, helplessly skyward. He's still pouring on the power, that blue-purple energy field just exploding around him, launching those beasts even higher. Hanging in the air, the Wanderer skill is just pumping with raw power, blasting them even higher. His eyes are practically on fire with pure focus, mana exploding around his hands as he locks down the attack. Then, with one last, powerful command, he roars, send them flying beyond the sword path. The energy fades, and Davin drops, his devastating move now finished. That blue-purple power just keeps going, launching those white tigers into the stratosphere. Above the snowy mountains, those magic trails just vanish into the distance, taking the beasts with them. Just faint wisps left, then nothing but the horizon. Elsewhere, Merlin ponders the incredible power he just witnessed, thinking, he won't forget that lesson. He adds, if you want to become a true swordsman, you must forget the sword. A sharp-eyed officer can't help but marvel at the profound magical insight someone possesses. The name, Vincent Adenka, reverberating through his thoughts, leaving him to wonder just what kind of caster this person could possibly be. Meanwhile, Davin, looking absolutely regal and radiating power, ponders if the Crimson Fortress ceremony was up to his exacting standards. Across town, a scarred officer, looking stressed, asks how they're supposed to handle these crazy examination results. His glasses-wearing colleague stares back in utter disbelief, demanding to know what he means by his magic being utterly wiped out. The scarred officer grimly confirms the impossible, even their most powerful artifacts are useless, leaving his colleague to snap a stunned, yes, sir. The conversation shifts, highlighting that while the fortress is usually for martial arts training, it's absolutely unheard of to find mages with this insane level of power there. Back in the epic hall, Davin is met with an explosive shout of, young master, as he makes his entrance. Standing with his blonde attendant, Davin coolly agrees that such talent is practically non-existent, concluding that he's simply in a league of his own. The Crimson Fortress, a bastion of power, stood ready for a new arrival. Davin, flanked by his entourage, commanded attention, the name Vincent Adenka echoing through the halls, marking him as the young master of this formidable fortress. A phalanx of soldiers stood guard before the imposing gate, but the officer's declaration cut through the tension, the seal was broken, and his entry was granted. The black-haired officer, with a respectful bow, extended a formal welcome. Welcome, young master. Your entrance into the Crimson Fortress is permitted. You will be assigned to our division. A subtle nod from Davin was all it took, a silent acceptance of their terms. But the rules were strict, no family funds allowed directly into the fortress. His blonde attendant, however, had a solution, a loophole. The attendant laid out the plan, a sponsorship system. Talented cadets could be funded directly within the fortress walls. A cunning grin spread across the attendant's face as he declared, "We're about to rack up some serious points with this fortress," and then. Davin's eyes narrowed, his voice cutting through the air with a chilling finality, "Get back all the money." With a sly grin and a powerful blue glow radiating from him, Vincent Adenka drops a bombshell, "We went all in on the magic tower." Headmaster Meredith Shill lays down the law to a fresh batch of cadets, making it clear they're only here because she said so. But warns them they better follow every single rule of the fortress, and get ready to share their space with a bunch of strangers, because comfort isn't on the menu here. The officer with glasses keeps dropping the rules, but Davin, cool as ice, just states he's not gonna be bothered. He then drops the bomb. Once they're in, they're full-blown members of the fortress, and whatever fancy titles they had before. Gone. Poof. Davin's electric blue eyes narrow, taking in every word, the weight of the new rules settling in. Meanwhile, Annabella Mason, the scarred officer, and the black-haired officer are watching the whole thing go down, and someone can't help but let out a wow. The officer with glasses keeps going, telling them their status will be checked tomorrow, with tons of info dropping, and Davin, ever the pragmatist, cuts straight to the chase. "So, what rank am I?" The answer comes swiftly, "Everyone starts at rank 1, and if you want to climb the ladder, you gotta pass the annual advancement exam." The rules are laid out, crystal clear, ranks from 9 to 1, and if you want to level up, you better be ready to shatter your limits in martial arts or magic. The ultimate goal. Graduate from this place by mastering a whole new martial art. But hold up, Davin's got a question, he's not just going to sit there and take it all in. The officer throws out, "Assembly element," trying to catch him off guard, but Davin fires back, reminding him that the legendary blue-eyed white tiger was his magic score. The officer's like, "Yeah, you got that right," but then he hits him with the real zinger, "How do you know magic when you're just a martial artist?" Davin, with a somber look, confesses he was terrible at martial arts, that there was no other path for him. But then, a spark ignites in his eyes, he declares that knowledge is power, and there's no reason to keep such valuable insights hidden. The officer, now clearly impressed, can only nod, recognizing the sheer talent and insight before him. And with a knowing smirk, his true identity is finally dropped, Vincent Yulian. He then hits them with his own question. And the black-haired officer, completely missing the point, immediately fires back, asking about monthly pay. He scoffs, thinking this kid is greedy, and wonders if it'll be even harder to recruit someone so legendary. Then, he drops a bombshell, hinting that the legendary blue-eyed tiger might pick its own owner, maybe even Davin. Meanwhile, the guy in glasses just scoffs internally, thinking the dean probably sees it as total BS. But Davin, ever the realist, just nods, knowing that real recognition won't come easy. The carriage rolls on, wheels groaning. Until the officer's voice cuts through the air, announcing their arrival. And there it is, the massive, intimidating fortress, home to rank 9. He's just been told his room is on the 3rd floor, but get this, he's actually staying on the 2nd floor of Residence Hall 9 as a cadet. Then, the officer drops another bomb, explaining the sun badge's meaning, it officially makes him a rank 9 cadet. That golden emblem? It's absolutely gleaming. A total power symbol for his new rank. Davin stares at the badge, and you can practically feel him absorbing its power, a silent nod to the absolute glory it represents. He takes a beat, soaking it all in, and then it hits you, this is the legendary academy at the Crimson Fortress. Then, the black-haired officer, standing sharp and formal, gets his official intro, he's rank 9 Cadet Vincent. And then, Davin drops a single, loaded word, Dean. He makes his grand entrance into Residence Hall 9, hovering effortlessly in the doorway, catching the blonde attendant completely off guard. Stepping into the opulent hall, he's instantly surrounded by a squad of uniformed figures, his pristine white robe making him stand out like a beacon. A tense gulp escapes him, while the blonde attendant shoots him a look that's pure annoyance mixed with utter bewilderment. The attendant leans in, his voice a frantic whisper, demanding to know what's going on and if Julian has messed something up. He nervously eyes the sun badge on his chest, completely at a loss for words. Just then, a booming voice shatters the silence, shouting his arrival and making the attendant gasp in shock. It's none other than Malone Adenka, a rank 9 Cadet Residence Hall officer, who immediately calls out Vincent as a good-for-nothing and demands to know why he's even there. Malone glares down at him, fuming about why he's not at the academy, as the blonde attendant nervously observes the whole scene. He trembles, barely managing to whisper Malone's name, while the attendant gasps, realizing he's absolutely terrified and can't even look up. Pure dread washes over him, his eyes flaring with an intense, purple glow. He realizes this memory, this nightmare, isn't just in his head, it's real. He remembers the cadet who used his power to bully the weak, day in and day out, a chilling echo of the man standing right in front of him. And it looks like that same brutal behavior is still going strong here. Meanwhile, the attendant quickly explains, Malone is gathering all the cadets for a massive meeting. A heavy thud reverberates through the hall. Then, a chillingly familiar voice cuts through the tension, directly at him, long time no see, Vincent. He can barely manage a terrified, yeah. Malone presses on, his voice dripping with condescension, I don't think we're in a relationship where you can talk to me like that, do you? His glowing eyes fixed on the ground, his inner turmoil is clear, he never could have imagined this nightmare becoming real. Davin's eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, a chilling grin twisting his features as he stares down his tormentor. Malone Adenka, completely blindsided by the sudden shift, can only stare back, his eye flaring with shock. But just as quickly, Malone snaps back, dismissing Davin entirely, barking, hey Sizen, come forward. Before Davin can even blink, Malone's hand lashes out, snatching his collar and yanking him into a brutal face-off. The sheer force of the grab jolts a terrifying memory, and Davin's voice cracks as he gasps, you are Vincent Adenka. Malone's grip tightens like a vice, his voice dripping with menace, the next time that happens, you're going to get hurt. Got it? Malone's threat rips through Davin's mind, dragging him back to a haunting shadow, a voice screaming, he's the worst. And the chilling thought, to think our lord is a descendant of goblin. His crimson eye burns with a volatile mix of terror and fury, the past trauma exploding back into his consciousness. Malone, utterly unbothered by the chaos he just caused, coolly stands with the blonde attendant, already moving on to his next target. He locks eyes with the guy, a single word ripping from his throat. But the other dude, his face twisting, snaps back, ready to throw down. Before he can even finish, Davin's fist explodes into his face, a raw burst of purple power rocking him. He snatches him by the collar, a death grip that won't let go. Davin's face twists into a primal scream, pure fury unleashed. Two officers, one with slick black hair, the other scarred, are absolutely stunned, watching the chaos erupt. Malone Adenka, a chilling smirk spreading across his face, drops a name that hits hard. With a twisted grin, he extends his hand, a terrifying red aura igniting as he unleashes his power. Davin snaps back, a fierce blue aura exploding around him, ready to meet the attack head-on. He remembers a key lesson from this era, a game-changer that's about to flip the script. Before Malone Adenka can even blink, Davin is already in his face, a lightning-fast punch ready to connect. Crack! A brutal hit lands squarely on Malone Adenka's jaw, sending his head reeling. The realization hits him, martial arts are totally underestimated in this era. And just like that, with a powerful kick, Davin launches him across the room, a burst of purple energy exploding on impact. Malone Adenka is airborne, no control whatsoever. He slams into the ground with a sickening thud, the entire hull vibrating from the force. A pained groan escapes Malone Adenka as he tries to get back on his feet, but it's a struggle. Then, facing the stunned officers, Davin declares, all right, everyone, listen up. He lays down the law, declaring that the only fear a true martial artist can ever feel is respect. And he makes it crystal clear, this is the only way to step foot as a martial artist. Malone Adenka's face twists into a furious snarl, spitting out a curse at the blue-haired officer. Red energy crackles around him, his voice dripping with defiance as he challenges, you dare to challenge me? But the blue-haired officer, now radiating his own faint red aura, fires back with a chilling question, in this residence hall. Pure rage ignites in his eyes, burning a furious red as he grips a dagger, screaming, who dares challenge me? But Davin, ever the calm in the storm, simply looks down, the audacity of the challenge reverberating through the very halls they stand in. A subtle purple aura flares around him as he pivots, his very presence demanding respect. He faces his loyal companions, a blonde attendant and a sharp black-haired officer, who desperately plead, begging him to remember their father's will. But the blonde attendant, ever the strategist, sees not danger but a golden opportunity, proposing they twist this chaos into their ultimate gain. Davin strides forward, his aura dramatically shifting from cool purple to an intense, burning red, a silent, powerful declaration of his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, far from the political machinations, a breathtaking, snow-capped mountain range dominates the horizon, standing guard over a quaint village nestled near the legendary fortress Illa. The village itself is a picturesque cluster of snow-dusted buildings, a stark, peaceful contrast to the brewing storm they just left. A colossal, green-skinned beast, its scaly hide rippling, unleashes a guttural, desperate roar, its yellow eyes burning with raw agony. As the beast finally collapses, the blonde-haired scholar turns to the fiery-haired officer, exclaiming, "Headmaster, your power ensures our peace." The black-haired officer gives a firm nod, but the red-eyed commander just coolly dismisses it, "No problem." Still, the scholar presses, "Are you truly certain you can manage this solo?" The red-eyed commander, his gaze unwavering, declares with absolute conviction, "Absolutely. I operate independently." A subtle, knowing smirk crosses the commander's face as he continues, "However, it would be impolite to decline your generosity. I'll take a drink too." The black-haired officer's electric blue eyes practically pop out of his head as the red-eyed commander casually states, "My superior is exhausting me, so I need a drink." The officer stammers, utterly stunned, "Sir Vargan." A frothy mug of ale appears, with a feast of sausages and bread following close behind. "All right then." Vargan ponders, his glowing red eyes alight with calculation, the legendary Unchen Fork descendant. A purely logical construct. He just casually drops the bomb about how many people are actually living here: instructors, teachers, students, military, even kids from powerful families. And as the black-haired officer's mind races, he realizes that if you count all the servants, the numbers explode, making this whole situation way more dangerous than he ever imagined. But Vargan? He's totally chill, his mind already on some crazy past event where another descendant just straight up leveled a whole snowy mountain city, and the sheer power of that memory makes energy just explode around him. He takes a massive swig from his mug, then just shrugs it off as pure cowardice. The black-haired officer is losing his mind, practically begging Vargan to get back to the fortress, but Vargan just brushes him off, saying he's probably just hyped for some new food. A little chime rings out as the officer's face just sinks, his worry hitting new levels. He clutches his head, totally freaking out, muttering about Malone and Vincent, a glowing blue butterfly flitting nearby as his panic goes through the roof. His eyes bug out in total disbelief as Vargan's words finally hit him, leaving him absolutely stunned. Suddenly, a sharp, blue energy construct rips through the void, leaving a dazzling, shimmering trail. Meanwhile, Vargan stands there, absolutely chilling, his glowing red eyes locked onto something beyond our sight. He keeps talking to Vincent in the massive hall, and the black-haired officer is clearly still reeling from Vargan's mind-bending statements. Vincent, totally bewildered, tries to explain that he thought the zone between the residences was for his request, his face a mask of pure confusion. Vargan just brushes off his assumption, dropping the bombshell that the rank 9 dormitory was for bronze-ranked cadets all along. Then, he casually tells him he did well and to report everything directly to Cadet Vincent from now on. As they walk off, Vargan just keeps talking, his voice dripping with an almost omniscient authority. He casually drops that he heard Vincent already locked down a performance zone for Malone, and they'll just overlook it because Cadet Vincent already reported it. Vargan then gives Vincent this knowing look, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he whispers, "Sly fox." He just takes the compliment in stride, then drops the bomb that even as Dean, he can't personally interfere between those two cadets. "Both of you, please be honorable," Vincent demands, his eyes locked on them. But Vargan just smirks, a chilling shrurung sound echoing as he pulls out a sword pulsating with dark red energy. The glasses-wearing man recoils, startled, his mind racing to dismiss the terrifying weapon as just a fake. Vargan's gaze snaps to the terrified observer, a chilling smirk twisting his lips as he taunts, "Does it look like a replica?" But the man stands his ground, defiantly shouting, "It does. I'd bet my right arm it's fake." Vargan's eyes blaze with pure crimson fury, sneering at their ignorance and demanding they honor what they see. His hand ignites with raw, pulsing red power, a terrifying promise echoing, "I'll make you remember soon enough." The very air shatters with an overwhelming, coercive force, specifically aimed at the daughter of perfect blessing trait. Vincent screams as Vargan's crimson aura explodes, the sheer, crushing power forcing him to his knees. Vincent is hit hard, gasping as the crushing aura forces him back. He fights for air, the pressure crushing him, as a voice cries out, "UGH. Young master." The glasses-wearing figure looks on, worried, demanding, "Brother, are you again?" Vargan, glowing with raw power, just smirks, taunting, "You're fine. Now." His sheer dominance. It all comes from his spirit. Then, he lays down the law, a swordsman must not fear another swordsman. But the glasses-wearing figure, absolutely furious, fires back, "So noblemen who can't even fear you are respected martial artists. You think we can just ignore traits with that kind of crap?" Vargan, completely unbothered, just shrugs, because this is a matter of mental state and resolve. The glasses-wearing figure is left stunned, muttering, "What? Is that unexpected?" Still reeling from Vargan's unwavering conviction, the glasses-wearing figure watches as Vincent, despite the coercion, appears to be holding his own. Vargan, however, refuses to accept this, purple energy flaring around him as he declares, "You must have played a trick, Vincent." His hand glows with crimson power as he vows, "I will crush you with my sword and spirit." Vargan's attack connects, sending Vincent recoiling with a sharp exhale, the impact momentarily pushing him back. But before the full force can take hold, Vincent counters with blinding speed, his own power meeting Vargan's blade in a thunderous clash. The sudden reversal leaves Vargan stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. As Vincent smirks, Vargan's mind races. What? Where did he go? Before he can process the thought, Vincent slams him into the ground, the impact cracking the very earth beneath them. Vincent stands triumphant, blue energy radiating from him, as Vargan kneels, utterly bewildered by the speed that overwhelmed him, muttering, "Where did this speed?" Vargan's face twists in pure disbelief, his mind screaming, since when could he move like that? But Vincent, a blur of motion, descends with impossible speed, a dark, menacing aura swirling around him. He rips through the very fabric of reality, a blinding flash of electric blue energy marking his path. Then, a sudden, unseen impact rocks Vargan, a pained gasp escaping his lips as blood explodes from his mouth. Vincent's eyes ignite with an intense, piercing blue light, his resolve absolutely unwavering. A devastating wave of azure energy erupts from his form, slamming directly into Vargan, sending him crashing violently backward. The challenger stares, utterly bewildered, his glowing sword held uselessly as the chilling realization dawns, and no amount of physical strengthening could have prepared him for this. Vincent, a lightning-fast blur of electric blue energy, unleashes a devastating spinning attack. His strikes landing with brutal, bone-shattering precision, sending Vargan's head snapping back from the sheer, overwhelming force. Vargan crashed to the ground with a sickening thud, utterly defeated, as Vincent coolly looked down, declaring that everyone knew Malone was trash. Vargan lay utterly motionless on the cold arena floor, while Vincent, with a calculating gaze, wondered if his opponent was a fool or just incredibly overconfident, knowing he was about to push too far. Even in defeat, Vargan's mind raced, branding Vincent a threat to be eliminated, before his gaze followed the victor's, noticing him staring intently at the doorway. Suddenly, two cadets burst onto the scene, one with wild purple hair, shouting in shock, demanding to know what all the commotion was about. His voice cut short as the full weight of the situation hit him. He stands beside a younger cadet, who points towards the arena, asking if the figure on the second floor is Malone, and noting the dean's presence as well. The cadet, eyes wide with admiration, reveals the crucial detail: this figure was the one who granted him academy entry without a permit. A spark ignites in the cadet's eyes as he wonders, could he ever reach such heights? The cadet gasps, "It's that bad," but Vincent's gaze is cold, his retort sharp, "It's not your business." His thoughts race, acknowledging that Vargan's raw coercion was a power he'd acquired through his own unique path. But the real game-changer, Vargan's true blessing, that was a whole other level of power. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appears as Vincent's brother bounds forward, calling out, "Brother. Hope you didn't completely wreck him." Strange, he muses, remembering how easily he disarmed Vargan. Yet, the dean remains silent, the victor still unannounced. Suddenly, a blinding surge of golden energy explodes with a thunderous impact, the raw power crackling and expanding to fill the entire space. The ground rumbles from the sheer force, as two figures stand, backs to the viewer, observing the insane phenomenon. And one of them, with wide eyes, exclaims, "One of the greatest gods has the power to control electricity." The golden energy just keeps intensifying, coalescing into a more defined, almost humanoid form at its core, causing Vincent to gasp in profound shock, barely able to articulate his disbelief. This is. Another powerful burst of golden energy radiates outwards, revealing Vargan standing resolute amidst the swirling power, his form radiating immense strength. The sheer magnitude of it all overwhelms Vincent, forcing a pained cry from his lips as he clutches his head. Quick. He takes in the massive estate, a hive of activity, as his attendant drops a bombshell: this place is packed. Their instructor, teachers, disciples, military, and even kids from powerful families live here, and that's not even counting the servants. The numbers are insane. Whoa. A purple-haired cadet is absolutely floored, jaw practically on the floor, as he hears the insane news: he's got the blessing of the Imperial Giant. Then, boom. A massive, armored giant, absolutely blazing with golden energy, just appears out of nowhere, the legendary blessing of the Imperial Giant. Pure golden power just explodes outwards. And the cadet is just utterly stunned, barely able to whisper a single word at the sheer spectacle. But then, a soft golden glow starts to pulse from his own body, his entire being lighting up with this insane new power. His red eyes, now absolutely blazing with an intense light, are practically screaming with the power surging through him. That shock quickly turns into pure, unadulterated determination, his glowing eyes locked onto whatever comes next. He stands, the sheer power of the Imperial Giant erupting behind him in a blinding golden form, as a voice screams, "Brother, look." But elsewhere, a rival, eyes blazing with yellow power, shouts a defiant, "How do you like my trait?" The red-eyed challenger, consumed by purple energy, can only stare in disbelief, muttering, "This can't be." That bastard's only trait was inferior like mine. The bespectacled figure clenches his fists, his mind screaming, I was bruised badly after training for 3 years, so there's no way I couldn't beat him. His face contorted in utter disbelief. But Malone Adenka just scoffs, declaring, although I was good, he was annoying. Only mastery of the sword is the true path. A dismissive smirk plays on his lips, as he casually states, it's not like I was trying to hide it or anything. His final verdict? It was just annoying. But the purple-haired cadet, eyes burning with power, simply stares back, a single, powerful, what, escaping him as he embraces his new reality. He's standing there, next to his blue-haired buddy, who's just pointing out the insane number of people around, instructors, disciples, military, even kids from noble families, all living here. His blue-haired friend keeps going, saying if you count the servants, the numbers are even crazier. Meanwhile, Malone Adenka, looking down with pure arrogance, just scoffs at the idea of hard training, convinced his birthright is all he needs for the Adenka fortune. Across the way, the red-eyed challenger, with his attendant and the glasses guy by his side, is totally on the same page, scoffing that he doesn't need to train like some common dog. But the purple-haired cadet, eyes blazing red and purple energy practically exploding off him, absolutely loses it and screams back at Malone, who's just casually walking up a massive staircase, still running his mouth about people who use swords instead of magic. The cadet's rage is boiling over as he fires back, not only accusing Malone of totally ignoring the responsibility that comes with his power, but also of completely trampling all over everyone else's hard work. His eyes are practically burning, and that purple aura around him just explodes as he throws down the gauntlet, daring Malone to actually believe his own trash talk. Then, with a final, electrifying declaration, he shouts that his right arm is fully charged, hinting at the mind-blowing revelation of the name Zodiac. The purple-haired cadet charges up, pure, raw energy blazing in his hands. He's ready to unleash hell, a defiant challenge hanging in the air. He lets it rip, a devastating blast. Pure power explodes forward with an earth-shattering roar. But the red-eyed challenger? He just shrugs it off, a shadow cloaking him. His dark energy flares, swallowing the attack whole. But the cadet's not backing down. He's still screaming, I'll break your wrist. His resolve is iron, even against this monster. Davin watches, a silent observer, seeing the challenger's insane power, and the cadet's wild, reckless courage. This fight is just getting started. Then, the red-eyed challenger strikes. A focused burst of crackling electricity explodes from his hand. The electrical attack slams home with brutal force. A shockwave rips through the air as the cadet gets absolutely rocked. He's sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth. The challenger's raw power is just too much. Malone Adenka can only watch in horror, a furious shout tearing from his throat as the cadet goes down. He screams, but it's too late. A devastating torrent of blue lightning erupts from the red-eyed challenger, completely engulfing him. The attack intensifies, a blinding vortex of raw power swirling around the cadet, leaving no escape. From a distance, Malone Adenka watches the chaos unfold, muttering that the challenger is actually holding back his own mana, even with this insane power. Then, the electrical assault culminates in a massive, concussive explosion, sending debris and shockwaves absolutely everywhere. At its core, the blast radiates an intense, searing heat that could melt steel. When the dust finally settles, the purple-haired cadet is down, defeated. Blood trickles from his mouth as a maid stares in absolute horror. Her eyes widen in pure shock and concern, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she takes in the scene. Malone Adenka's face contorts in a furious shout, his anger absolutely boiling over. His enraged cry echoes, a testament to his absolute fury. The purple-haired maid's eyes widen in absolute horror, a silent scream caught in her throat. Her jaw dropping, she's utterly speechless at the devastation. The arena is a wreck, the purple-haired cadet absolutely crushed, with the red-eyed challenger towering over his fallen form. Malone Adenka is absolutely livid, his anger radiating, while Davin watches the whole thing unfold with a chilling calm. Suddenly, the challenger's hand flares with an intense blue energy, and he demands to know if everyone is okay, his power practically vibrating. He lifts his hand higher, and the maid can only stammer out a choked, barely audible response. Pulling herself together, she finally manages a firm, yes, sir. He coolly announces he's teleporting her to safety, grabbing the young mistress, who lets out a shocked yelp. Blue energy explodes around them, and he casually notes the insane amount of mana coursing through her. Her eyes practically pop out of her head in shock, as her own mana visibly flares in response to his words. Whoa! The scene just flipped. The red-eyed challenger is totally caught off guard, then lets out this wild, mocking laugh. Floating there, absolutely glowing with golden power, he's already trash-talking, telling his opponent to get down here. But even while talking smack, his brain is already calculating, sizing up the opponent's power and spotting all the weak points. Across the arena, the black-haired officer, now blazing with a blue aura, explodes into action. He's thinking opening, center, frost walk, and he's gone. His foot is just a blur of pure speed. And he even manages a confident wink mid-dash. A bright blue streak is all that's left of him. But he's already thinking ahead, reminding himself, frost walk is fast, but it's short-lived. One big hit, and this is over. He slams down with a burst of energy, and the red-eyed challenger just watches, scoffing, what a sight. The red-eyed challenger unleashes a chilling taunt, crediting his mother, the creature's creator, as he vows to wield the Adenka's power to shatter the world. Suddenly, a colossal mana barrier erupts, its ancient runes blazing with an ominous, world-shaking power. But he sees it, the barrier's sluggish expansion, a calculated weakness, a perfect window for his counterstrike. The challenger's sneer widens, a mocking challenge echoing, what now? Julian struggles, the absolute short burst technique faltering. As his foe's mana explodes, an impossible surge he identifies as screaming flame, threatening to break his concentration. With a primal roar, the challenger charges, a death cry tearing from his throat. But in a flash, before the blow can land, a cataclysmic impact rips through the ground, golden energy exploding outwards. Julian stands tall, his voice a steel-hard whisper, all right. I trust your strategy, Julian. He unleashes a devastating, lightning-charged strike, the sheer force of it ripping through the air. His barrier absolutely shatters under the impact, but the challenger just grins, revealing it was all part of his master plan. Julian's electric blue eyes blaze with pure determination, his focus absolute as he pushes the attack. With a chilling taunt, the challenger's hand erupts in a searing orange glow, promising a fiery grave as he unleashes his own devastating counter. He sneers, convinced this attack will utterly annihilate a pest like Julian. A colossal pillar of flame absolutely explodes from the ground, swallowing everything in a blinding, scorching inferno. But a triumphant smirk spreads across Julian's face, as he realizes the challenger just walked right into his trap. Before the challenger can even process it, a lightning-fast counterattack absolutely decimates him, sending him flying. The impact unleashes a colossal, blue-tinged explosion, ripping apart the ground and sending shrapnel everywhere. Julian's devastating countertrap unleashes a torrent of purple lightning. But the challenger, with glowing red eyes, unleashes his own furious energy. Making Julian exclaim, the barrier. Yet, Julian's true trap detonates, engulfing the challenger in a colossal fiery blast. The challenger is left reeling, barely able to gasp, UMH. He's launched skyward, a mere puppet to the explosion's power. As the entire area detonates in a cataclysmic burst of rock and energy. Crashing down, he lets out a pained, KUGH. Utterly defeated, he can only lament, the city of Adenkaga is weaker than anything. Our father, I will defend your honor. Julian roars, his resolve burning brighter than the magic around him. But the defeated challenger isn't done yet. Bound by glowing chains, he struggles, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. A little brother cannot put his older brother into a liar, he snarls, his red eyes blazing with fury. But Julian isn't listening. His hand descends, a crimson blade of pure energy crackling to life, ready to end this. The glowing blade plunges into the challenger's back, a guttural scream of agony erupting as the power surges through him. The standard of reincarnation system blazes to life, showcasing a mysterious hooded figure and a powerful character portrait, with days 99 counting down for both Adenkaga and WRP. The stakes are high. But the real action unfolds in a desolate, ruined landscape, where a cloaked figure looms over a fallen foe, coldly declaring that martyrdom is a concept they simply don't grasp. With ethereal light particles swirling, they make a chilling vow, to defend their honor with the very sword their father entrusted to them. But the blonde-haired man, battered and broken on the ground, desperately cries out, a desperate plea to just wait, to hold on. With eyes blazing a terrifying red, the black-haired officer coldly shuts down the plea, declaring that a younger brother simply cannot make his older brother a liar. The camera zooms in on the luxurious fur collar of his menacing attire, a silent prelude to the devastating strike about to fall. His gloved hand clenches around a blade that erupts with a searing red glow, crimson energy particles exploding around it. Then, with a blinding, devastating motion, the glowing red blade cuts through the air, leaving a scorching trail of raw power. The blonde-haired man crumples to the ground, face down, a chilling red glow now pulsing around his body, the attack's impact undeniable. A swift, brutal strike echoes through the chamber. As the black-haired officer stands over the defeated figure, his gaze unwavering, dismissing any trivial pleas. He cares only for the hidden weapon. With a decisive motion, he draws his glowing red blade, preparing for the final, devastating blow. A piercing scream tears through the air. As the figure with glasses clutches his now severed arm, his agony palpable. Standing victorious over the dismembered form, the officer reveals his name, Vincent Adenka. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Vincent, now with blue hair, stands beside an older, bearded man, who speaks of an incomplete thought. They observe a bustling courtyard, filled with various people and a grand carriage, as the older man explains that instructors, military, and children from noble families reside here, their numbers growing even larger when including their servants. He's thrown right into the fire. A knight's blade and a mage's spell are coming at him from both sides, all while a high-class priestess watches the whole thing go down. Her eyes practically pop out, a sacred knight token gripped tight. He shoots her a look, like, you serious? The strongest third-class knight. Down for the count. He just dropped him, and the priestess is absolutely floored. A confident smirk flashes across his face. She confirms it, all right, admitting she tweaked their ranks to be on par with his. Looking a little worried, she asks if he wants his wounds healed. Then, a soft, green glow bursts from her hands, washing over him with powerful healing magic. And just like that, the mage hits the dirt too, groaning in pain as our blue-haired hero stands tall, completely victorious. Out of nowhere, a furious challenger lunges, roaring about a setup. But before he can even land a blow, he's instantly countered, slammed to the ground by the blue-haired protagonist. Davin, utterly unfazed, coolly considers his options, questioning if healing his attacker is even worth the effort. A chilling grin stretches across his face, eyes blazing with electric blue power, confirming his ruthless intent. The defeated challenger, desperate, offers a solemn oath, vowing his right hand to his big brother if he ever betrays him. Davin, now standing, puts a hand on his shoulder, his words a chilling promise to hunt him down, almost relishing the thought. The challenger flinches, face twisting in a mix of terror and fury, as the impossible choice between his hand and his head dawns on him. Sweat drips down his face as he finally gives in, realizing he absolutely has to stay in Davin's favor. Davin simply walks off, leaving the guy utterly broken, as someone in the distance gasps, amazing. He stands before the protagonist, his orange hair a mess, a desperate plea tearing from his throat as he's cornered into an impossible choice. His mouth twists in pure agony, the crushing weight of the decision bearing down. From the sidelines, the blonde-haired observer can only watch, concern etched on his face, muttering that he can barely hear the orange-haired man's words, demanding he speak up. The orange-haired man's face contorts into a desperate, raw shout, his voice cracking as he screams, I'm not pretending. Davin's iron grip clamps down on his collar, and the orange-haired man finally breaks, admitting he has no honor left. Held firmly by Davin, the orange-haired man's defiance shatters, as the blonde observer watches the brutal scene unfold, a worried expression plastered on his face. Now kneeling, the orange-haired man is consumed by a vibrant, pulsing green aura, floating debris swirling around him as the magical oath violently takes hold. With a look of utter resignation, he clutches a small, glowing object, acknowledging that he's now bound to Davin, forced to stay on his good side or face dire consequences. Davin's hand remains rock steady, his resolve unyielding as the powerful oath is irrevocably sealed. He's in a massive hall, and a purple-haired cadet is laying out the facts. This isn't just any place, it's packed with instructors, military, and even kids from powerful families. And the cadet isn't done, dropping the bomb that with servants, the population explodes, leaving a blonde attendant looking totally stunned. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, dropping some serious wisdom, if you own overture your fate. The voice keeps going, pushing him, saying he's got way more potential than he's showing right now. Those words hit hard, leaving him in a deep, intense stare, his mind clearly racing. Vargan, the red-eyed challenger, is right there, dropping a bombshell. Cien and the rest are already closing in on his level. A tiny, glowing orb pops into his hand, and he's thinking, don't you think this place is just too? He drops to a knee, the orb still blazing in his hand, and declares, it's still not too late. A subtle, blue aura starts to pulse around his leg, and he's already planning, I can totally use Cien's skill and smash his head in. With a faint blue aura pulsing around his arm, the truth is revealed, Cien's power can only be held if your hand is fully awakened. The black-haired officer drops another bombshell, revealing that this power also demands the ability to grasp a magical orb that manifests only once in a lifetime. He stresses the point, only then can his true power be unleashed. The blonde attendant absorbs every word, responding with a crisp, understood, sir. 1 week later. The setting changes dramatically to a grand hall, dominated by a massive sign, the plaque of Dean Vargan Pagoda. Davin, still clutching the glowing orb, muses to himself, yes, and the incredible opportunity this era presents. Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing male gives a nod of approval to the blonde attendant, good job. Davin's grip on the orb intensifies, as the narrator declares, this is how you wield your condolences in this era. The officer, eyes like daggers, confronts Davin, dropping the bombshell that he was once the queen's personal guest. But then, a chilling twist, if Davin's here for condolences, he's 4 months too late to the party. A heavy sigh escapes him, as he confesses the whole situation is just, awkward. He presses on, digging into Davin's motives, demanding to know if he seriously thinks he can just waltz back into the capital and snatch his title as Adenkaga's seventh son. Davin remains unfazed, the enigmatic glowing orb still radiating power in his grip. The officer, now clutching a fragile flower, pivots his attack, implying Davin's here to seize what he thinks is rightfully his. His face contorts with suspicion as he declares, Davin sought him out with a calculated agenda. The officer's electric blue eye glares, a burning symbol of his intense suspicion. Later, the scene shifts. Davin stands with his crew, the blonde attendant and the guy with glasses, as the attendant shouts, this is the moment. The black-haired officer confronts Davin, cutting straight to the chase, he's here to talk about the Queen's guest. Davin, cool as ice, reveals his initial plan, that's exactly what he wanted. But then, he drops the bombshell, after digging into the officer's past and getting the full scoop, everything changed for him. A grizzled veteran, scarred and serious, recalls a moment of doubt, confessing the truth made him question his own beliefs. The officer's mind flashes back to a young Davin, a lost kid with no family, and how that tragic tale hit him hard. Snap back to reality. Davin's got that sly smirk, his eyes practically burning with insight. The officer, unwavering in his resolve, insists he needs to talk. Davin, now chilling with his crew, totally gets the officer's game, but he's playing coy, asking what the guy really wants. Years later, Revan, the legend, is back on the front lines, ready for battle. Davin lays it all out for the black-haired officer, making it clear he's got zero interest in riding on his sister's or family's coattails. The officer's intense blue gaze locks on, demanding to know why he hasn't ditched the pagoda name already. Tension fills the air, as the unspoken challenge hangs heavy between them. He leans in, a silent challenge in his posture, waiting for Davin's next move. Suddenly, a collective gasp rips through the hall, as Davin's crew, the red-eyed challenger, the purple-haired cadet, the orange-haired brother, the figure with glasses, and the blonde attendant, are absolutely floored by his latest bombshell. The blonde attendant whips his head around, a look of pure disbelief plastered across his features. He starts to speak, a single, loaded word escaping his lips, so. Before the attendant can even finish, Davin just turns his back and walks out, leaving his shocked companions in the dust. Later, crashing in his bed, Davin just lies there, arm over his eyes, clearly wrestling with some heavy thoughts after everything that went down. Locked in a rigid stance, Davin holds his breath. His gloved hand clenching, ready for anything. But then, Vargan, the red-eyed challenger, unleashes a terrifying glare, his voice a deadly vow. Then, a single name cuts through the air, Vinchin. The stakes are clear. Without warning, sinister red symbols erupt from a nearby table, pulsating with raw power. And as a terrifying black aura with glowing red eyes materializes, the orange-haired brother fearlessly steps up. With a defiant gaze, he stares down the threat, a challenging question on his lips, you want me to help you? But Davin, the protagonist, is visibly shaken, his face contorted in pure fear as chaos erupts. The black-haired officer's gaze cuts like a knife, his voice a low growl as he demands to know why the pagoda name hasn't been abandoned. Standing tall before Davin, his presence alone radiates an undeniable, crushing authority. His hands are clenched tight on the table, a raw, barely contained fury simmering beneath the surface. The officer's conviction rings out, a powerful, unyielding declaration that the pagoda name must be forsaken. He whips back to face Davin, snapping, Dean, with a voice like a whip, demanding he shut his mouth. His face twists into a venomous sneer, utterly dismissing Dean as nothing more than a starless brat. The officer leans in, his voice dripping with pure contempt, challenging Dean's very right to speak as if he understands anything. Dean's jaw clenches, his teeth grinding, as the officer's brutal words and his own hidden burdens crush down on him. The officer's voice booms, a chilling prophecy of war between the Samyo and Adenka families. He vows to obliterate the magic tower that shattered his life. But Davin, unfazed, just glances down, a chillingly calm admission on his lips. I know. His eyes stay glued to the floor, a heavy, somber look etched onto his features. The officer staggers back, utterly blindsided by the reply. What? Davin's eyes shut, lost in a flashback of his own dark desires, I was the same, but what I craved in the end. He declares, his voice ringing with conviction, wasn't revenge. A tender memory bursts forth, a child Davin cradled by a loving woman, as his ultimate desire is laid bare, but acceptance and love. Davin turns his back and walks away, leaving the officer's final, cutting words hanging in the air, the Samyo family doesn't have the name, Pagoda. It's because you're the only one who remembers me as you are. The black-haired officer surveys the massive estate, pointing out the sheer number of people living there. Instructors, teachers, military, and even kids from powerful families, plus all their servants, make this place a bustling hub. He declares, as a subtle thud draws attention to Davin, who seems deep in his own world. But Davin's mind is elsewhere, flashing back to his sister, shining so brightly against a breathtaking sunset. He remembers taking all the bullying, all the pain, just out of pure envy and admiration for her, holding her hand like a lifeline. Later, feeling like an outcast in his own home, he couldn't bear to be a burden to her, a younger him engulfed in a terrifying, dark aura. His only option. To run away, abandoning his family and clenching his fist in a desperate, silent vow. Back in the present, the officer's voice snaps him out of it, urging him to be honest about his feelings, because human emotions are never something to hide. Staring right into Davin's eyes, the officer declares he'd never hide anything from him. And then, it clicks for Davin, who finally responds, realizing he now understands the officer's true meaning. The blonde attendant, totally hyped, declares he's Davin's new personal attendant, promising to handle everything at the fortress. Davin's still trying to figure it out, but the attendant just shouts, "My honor is retrieved." He flashes a triumphant grin, waving a document around, shouting his thanks. Then, with a soft tap, he grabs Davin's hand. And with a sly wink, he spills the beans on his master plan, bragging that Ryan Palesa, Master Hansen, and even Dean Vargan all fell for it. He catches Davin's suspicious stare, demanding to know why he's being eyed like a total scam artist. Then, with a smug grin, the attendant clarifies that Davin's minor god image here is absolutely incredible. Davin, totally not amused by the attendant's shady moves, just mutters, "How terrible." But the attendant just brushes it off, proudly declaring he's already locked in Davin's spot on the team, and everything else is just a countdown to perfection. He stands before the purple-haired cadet, a formal exchange underway, but something feels off. Meet the secondary cadet representative, Selbira, flashing a confident, almost arrogant smirk. He speaks of the immense honor of meeting the vice commander and the minor god, his hand casually resting on his decorated uniform, oozing confidence. They shake hands, Selbira coolly acknowledging his secondary representative status, while Davin confirms his own vice commander role, the tension palpable. Then, a sudden, shocking realization hits Davin, his eyes snapping wide open. He acknowledges that Selbira's power isn't at a comparable level, a subtle tremor running through him as he processes the truth. Selbira's eyes blaze crimson as a dark, swirling aura explodes around him, his voice echoing with chilling, absolute confidence. He boldly challenges Davin to try and stop him, his glowing eyes locked onto the vice commander, daring him to act. Davin's own eyes flash red as he processes the impossible, mind-bending truth: Selbira has no mana whatsoever. He's standing there, radiating a subtle red aura, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head. Suddenly, a voice breaks his focus, a quick apology thrown his way: "Whoops, my bad if I made you uncomfortable." The purple-haired cadet is totally caught off guard, his mind racing. How did he even figure that out? But Davin isn't letting up, his eyes locked on the cadet as he demands, "What about that secret power of yours? The one that works without any mana?" Selbira pauses, then shrugs, saying it's too complicated to explain, but yeah, he's always had this crazy power. His gaze drops, a dark expression crossing his features as he confesses, "Honestly, you could say an evil spirit hooked me up with this power." He keeps going, dropping the bombshell that this evil spirit knows literally everything about the world, and it's been riding shotgun with him since day one. Then, his eyes flash red, and his whole vibe changes as he snaps, "Look, if you pull that kind of stunt again, I'll freak out internally. So seriously, don't do it again." After Archdemon Davin, this guy was the evil king, his spirit literally covering the entire world. Forget Horcruxes. We're talking about the evil king's spirit, forming dark contracts with humans and boosting their power. But here's the kicker, the scholar drops this bombshell: no one has ever actually controlled this spirit or used their life as a vessel. Davin's face gets serious, and he's like, "Wait, the evil king was real? I thought that was just a bedtime story." Selbira quickly corrects him, saying it's not just a legend, these contracted spirits have been passed down for generations. But Davin's still not buying it, muttering, "Nobody actually believes that stuff. It's ancient history from 500 years ago." But even with his doubts, a fierce determination burns in Davin's eyes, as he takes in every chilling detail of this revelation. Later, Selbira is chillingly calm, chillingly relaxed on his bed, saying, "Thanks to Davin, I actually got some decent sleep." A shadowy, formless entity with two piercing red eyes materializes, radiating an ominous red aura. As the orange-haired young man recoils in terror, the chilling realization hits him: the legends are true. This is the evil king's spirit. The red aura intensifies around him, twisting into arcane symbols, and he desperately questions if this contract he made is truly unbreakable. Sweat beads on his brow, his mind racing back to the moment he forged the pact with the spirit. A spectral hand reaching out to him, its voice echoing a stern warning: "Don't you dare look at this place." Then, a final, singular red eye fills his vision, its power overwhelming him completely. Later, a soft creak of a door breaks the silence of a sleeping dormitory. As the black-haired officer steps out, noting that everyone else is still asleep, he continues down the long aisle of beds, the purple-haired cadet following close behind him, because it's super late. He gives the nod, acknowledging the cadet's presence and thanking him for tagging along. A low "hm" escapes him. While the cadet points out the obvious, Malone's a no-show. Stepping out, his boots crunch on the frozen ground. A breath escaping him as he stares up at the massive building. The cadet's voice cuts through the quiet, noting just how creepy the night feels. Then, a sudden, jarring shock hits him. His face twisting in a terrified gasp as a weird blue light flares up. Out of nowhere, a devastating blow slams into the purple-haired cadet, sending him flying back as blood and feathers explode from his body. The impact twists his body violently in the air. His face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. And then, a torrent of glowing red energy absolutely engulfs him. His eyes are wide with horror, and he can only manage a choked whisper, "You are." Then, the orange-haired brother bursts onto the scene, his eyes blazing with a furious red glow as he snarls, "Malone." His rage is absolutely palpable as he screams again, "Where is that bastard Malone?"